Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 21, Devil Council and the Evening. Underworld, Devil Capital, Lilith. The council was in session. Unlike usual though, this time, a portion of the devils attending it were terrified for their lives. This was the first time in their long lives that they were exposed to the pissed-off aura of the Satan Leviathan. The woman had her fingers crossed deep in thought, her mind was far away from the meeting everyone was having. Even the Crimson Lucifer himself had some sweat on his forehead. He is far too experienced to ask certain questions. The man values his life far too much. Especially now that he gets to spend quite a bit of time with his family. It has come to our attention that Sona Citri and her peerage have gained sacred gears from this mysterious inventor. One of the high-class devils asked. The man was from the Great King faction. Surzex groaned internally. Was this one clueless? Why must he ask this question now? Why is he digging his own grave? One look later and the Crimson Satan realized that this guy is just a scapegoat for the Great King faction. Marcus Field Agents. I was able to rope Sona into being a field agent for Marcus and his research. She was only able to gain her gear after over a year of observations. Seraphal explained without even looking at them. She was far too into her world to care. You mean to say that he can make sacred gears now? Ajuka Beelzebub stopped reading from his tablet and looked at Seraphal with wide eyes. He can build those properly for over a year now. The black-haired devil lady explained with a casual shrug. She was beyond the point of caring. Oh, she does care what kind of information she can reveal. Ars Goetia is working properly on her. What she doesn't care though, is what the devils think or care. And you are telling us this now? One of the council members said with a shell-shocked look. You want to call me a failure of a devil for not revealing my client's information? I will be a laughingstock in the supernatural world. The guy nearly passed out from being exposed to the blunt aura of Seraphal. This moron was reminded that he was talking with an ultimate class being. Seraphal, relax. Since you can talk, that means you can reveal some things to us. Surzex said with a slightly sweaty forehead. He was taking one for his race. The black-haired woman snapped her gaze at him for a second before calming down for a bit. The majority of the council were just wondering if the inventor had decided to change their relationship from intimate to just employer and contractor, and now they were suffering for it. Yes. I can. Since you brought this up, it means that you are thinking along the lines of kidnapping him so that he could make sacred gears for all the pillar houses and clans. Seraphal said this with a very dull tone. Why yes. Have you never wondered how in our great ancestor's name did he summon me? I mean, the point is, I would have brought him back from an early age. But, I didn't, you didn't wonder why. Seraphal said with a sigh. This, well, it did cross our minds. It's just that we thought, the honor of a Satan. Some of the high-class devils nodded multiple times after one of them said the honor of a Satan. The others were talking about respect for the tradition of a proper summoning and exchange. Seraphal could understand that. But. No. I wanted to bring him to the underworld. Almost immediately after he summoned me to his attic. The black-haired devil said with an eye roll. Then what happened? How did it turn into a contract instead? Curiously, Ajuka was the one who asked. Your Kankara uses mathematical formulas and with the usage of demonic energy to spread through the surroundings of an area to affect the laws of the world. Yes. Her question was quite unexpected. In truth, the green-haired devil was a little bit freaked out that Seraphal used such a scientific way to describe his Kankara formula. Yes. You are the first person who described it so simply and properly. Well. Marcus at the age of 12 reversed engineered the devil summoning circle. Summoned me, negated my magic and formed a contract with me to become his contracted devil. It was as one-sided as one could get. Seraphal explained with a sigh. Impossible. The amount of preparations needed to do that. He needed your magic signature at least to start this process. Not to mention doing it in the heat of things. Ajuka exclaimed with wide eyes as he tried to comprehend the amount of things one would need to do to even start this. My point here is that, if he was 10 or 11 years old we could influence him enough to become a devil, probably. But now he is 16. And he has been active, a lot, in his magical research. Seraphal summoned a pair of folders. This is my report on 2 events which I am allowed to share. She handed over the files to the very curious and distressed Surzex. He quickly started reading through everything. Everyone was extra silent. Even Ajuka with a sweaty forehead was in deep thought, thinking over how the concept of negating magic on the fly could work. How dangerous is he to our race? Surzex asked with a pale look on his face. Now he remembered the look Grafia was giving to him when she reported about the teen inventor. He should have listened to her and tried to rope the teen in as quickly as he could. It never crossed his mind that Seraphol needed help. Why would she? Seraphol is a Satan, one of the strongest beings in the supernatural world. He had confidence in her abilities. But it was a large mistake. He underestimated this human, and from the looks of it, the teen is far too dangerous to face. The casualties would be immense. True Longinus could end Surzex quite easily regardless of his true form, especially if the Crimson Satan's magic is negated. That would be just slaughter. More precisely, the question should be how much of a nuisance we are to him. He is like our Ajuka here. Seraphol pointed at the green-haired Satan. Surzex was immediately relieved, to a certain extent. If Marcus was like Ajuka, then they don't need to worry about the whole invasion, subjugation, or extermination thing. Unless, of course, the teen has an interest in their race towards that front. Though, from the reports it seems most likely not. I am assuming you are keeping him away from certain thoughts about the devil kind. The Crimson Satan asked seriously. I have been doing that since he summoned me. Thankfully none of his current or upcoming projects involve the underworld in any shape or form. Seraphol explained. Sigh. I do apologize that you had to bear this heavy burden yourself. I had no idea that he was this dangerous. Lord Lucifer. We would like to know just how dangerous Marcus Goldman is. Finally, the pillars could not take it anymore and wanted to know. These two events give us a glimpse of what he can do. First is his encounter with Artemis and her hunt in Siberia. Marcus collected sword birth from a stray devil. Which means he can remove the gears with relative ease. The encounter with the goddess led to a fight. One human against the goddess of hunt who had her whole hunt with her. Which, mind you, had Hippolyta and Atlanta. The result? Complete and total victory for Marcus, who beat them all up and humiliated the goddess by cutting some of her and her top 2 lieutenants' hair. Ever since then Artemis has been searching for him with no success. Surzex explained to them while waving one of the files, indicating that this was only one event. This is madness. How could one human, even if he can negate magic, deal with seasoned huntresses who have centuries of experience? The Devil Councilmen were terrified after hearing what Surzex said. Sacred gears. He has a scale mail sacred gear and a rifle sacred gear. Both of which are extremely powerful. Potentially lethal to me. The Crimson Satan said with a no-nonsense tone. Several gasps escaped from the council stands. The second event is what solidifies it. Several weeks later after the encounter with Artemis, Marcus went to Greece to deal with several terrorists and renegades. Acquiring True Longinus, Dimension Lost and Annihilation Maker. As well as several different smaller sacred gears. He also acquired the Joan of Arc Spirit Holder and a member of the Pendragon family, as well as several sets of swords, 2 of them being holy swords, Excalibur, Ruler and Caliban. Now good luck trying to kidnap him. He had years to build up his base. I know people have tried to study Diamond Core Heart in Kuo. If you can't understand how the smaller and much weaker version of it works, then you have no chance against the several that he has built in his base. Seraphol said with a sigh. Yes, people have already tried to scan and whatnot with the Diamond Core Heart in Kuo. Thankfully the amount of security the thing has makes the group of excited researchers scratch their heads. This, what should we do with such a being so close to us? One of them asked with an utterly fearful look. Like hell. This monster has a true Longinus. Nothing. I have been working to improve relationships with him for the past 4 years. I have a sacred gear, so does Sona and her peerage. As long as we don't demand things or be unreasonable, he won't be doing anything. He has no interest in doing us any harm. He even prefers devil females. Most likely my influence over the years. Seraphol smoothly explained. Earning many approvals and relieved sighs. I see, makes sense. Several female members of the council got proud looks when they heard Seraphol's speech. The males went into deep thinking mode. One thing for sure is that devils know how to seduce. If this works, then they are more than fine with this, especially if they get something out of it. You said sacred gear. He gave one to you? Ajuka asked with an intrigued look. The rest got interested in this immediately. Not just any gear. As one of his important devils, I received a Longinus class gear. Her words made everyone's eyes widen, an ultimate class devil with Longinus class gear. Seraphol pulled out her pen and without wasting time transformed into her sailor uniform. That moment her power peaked above Surzek's base form effortlessly. Earning multiple gasps and ahs from the devil-kind nobility. This, he truly did this for you. Quite impressive. Ajuka and Surzek nodded. Seraphol's dream of being a magic girl was fulfilled, by a human being no less. Their world is truly becoming weird. Indeed. My hard work paid off. As you can see, he is not hostile. I have an idea. Serafal showed a peace sign with her gloved hand, before looking at Ajuka. Marcus likes intellectual people and your clan fits that category. Someone like your niece would fit into his circle quite nicely. Lord Beelzebub instantly got a thoughtful look. So did many others. Yes. It would make sense. My niece has a good head on her shoulders. Do you think she will suit him? I thought, well. Marcus wishes to open a company to sell his inventions. Latia will know which companies to absorb and which not to. This way, we would only profit. Serafal explained to the fellow Satan Beelzebub. I see, very smart positioning. The green-haired Satan nodded without thinking too much on this. Serafal's ideas are always good. Many of the council men just nodded happily. Free profit, why not? With a devil girl at the helm, Marcus will earn his money, the devil companies will survive and profit, while the rest. Well, that's not their problem. Then we agree with what Serafal proposed. Surzex asked after the council settled down. We do. Though it would be better to understand what the man is truly capable of. So far, we only know that he could win against our strongest devil. Which is an utterly frightening prospect. One of the oldest known devils, Zekrom Baal, spoke for the first time. To tell you bluntly, we shouldn't want him to think about the underworld in general. He calls the sacred gears old and outdated. He calls the true Longinus an old spear encased in an old computer. While things like sword birth are like a TV remote to him. Do you truly want him walking through our halls? He told Artemis to bring her whole pantheon so that he could collect the loot. Serafal said with an eye roll. Do we have anything else on today's agenda? Zekrom Baal quickly adapted to the situation, realizing that there was no point to continue this discussion. The rest of the council, as if they forgot Marcus existed, returned to the usual discussion of who is the best rating game player in their eyes. You did withhold a lot of information, Serafal said to Surzex as they returned to their throne room where all 4 Satan thrones are. The Crimson Satan didn't tell everything to the Devil's Council, there is a whole lot more info there which he didn't even mention to the council. That Marcus has developed power of destruction through science. It would be a scandal, and knowing the current Lord Baal, he wouldn't leave it as it is. The Crimson Lucifer shook his head after saying that. Marcus's power of destruction is fully synthesized. He has been using it for years now. According to him, it's a type of magic which targets the connection between molecules. Serafal explained. So, those rifles use this version of power of destruction. That's quite dangerous. You have no idea. As the current Leviathan explained, Ajuka just went through the reports. To say that he was awed is an understatement, there aren't many details about the technology or magic used. But Marcus has recreated the energy wings used by Divine Dividing. He even uses his negation magic through them. So it's simply useless to use any sort of magic in his presence. Thus the weaponry. Another thing is that it's completely computerized. It's no longer just an artifact, or a gear, it's a completely different branch of things. It's like technology mixed with magic. A complete blend of something new. Technomancy. It is a wise choice to befriend him. From these 2 reports, which are quite sparse in details mind you, I can tell that he is a genius inventor, alchemist, designer, programmer, hacker, scientist, technician. Honestly, he simply terrifies me. Ajuka said with a sigh. It was hard to admit. But this human was a fellow researcher and scientist. He gets the honor where it's due. Both Serafal and Surzex looked at the current Beelzebub with a shell-shocked look. Someone terrified Ajuka. If my wild guess is right, then he could erase any pantheon regardless of their background and what kind of monster they would hide. The best way to deal with this is to wait for him to die a natural death, but that's just stupid. I doubt that natural aging is even a problem for him. No, more like a morning exercise before he returns to real tinkering. Ajuka gave his opinion for the first time since. Well, neither Surzex nor Serafal can remember the date. But, it was a long time ago. I am impressed by how much you deducted from these 2 reports. Your guess was quite similar to what Marcus has decided he wants to share. Serafal said with wide eyes. She was once again impressed by Ajuka's genius. It would seem I have passed his test, Ajuka said with a smile as he realized something. You did. Long ago. He wanted to summon you long ago, you know. The same way he did with me once he learned the Astaroth clan symbol. Pity he summoned Latia. Serafal said with a bitter tone as she didn't mind revealing this. Both Surzex and Ajuka looked at each other for a moment. They realized what was going on with her. Latia got Marcus' attention instead of Serafal. Thus, Leviathan's anger. Sorry, dear niece. I have no interest in these muddy waters. Ajuka decided to bow out from this war. He will stay away until it settles down, then maybe visit the teen inventor, until then he will let these cats fight. Now he knows how Zekrom Baal survived for more than 5,000 years. Ajuka pulled out a small book and wrote down something before closing it. Don't interfere in woman fights. Period. Arctic Ocean. The sound of an energy wing cutting through the air was something that Latia found fascinating. She needs to remember to always pick her words carefully when speaking with Marcus because one thing can lead to another and they will end up doing something insane even by her kin standards. How could a simple question lead to this? Latia only asked if the Gundams were for decoration. Now she was testing out how real they are. More than 3,000 kilometers away from Marcus base. Still, though I am getting the hang of this. The suit is like a piece of my body. It reacts the same way limbs react to my mind. This is once again, a groundbreaking technological advancement that could help people who have lost their limbs. Latia sighed internally once again. She has lost count of how many times she was in awe, shock, and in deep thought in this single day. Well, what do you think? Fast, right? I was thinking of multiple ways to make the person inside the suit handle the force generated by the speed. The most obvious solution was to have more magic in the body. But, that is just boring. I did go through several test flights with different configurations. Marcus said to her through the communicator. His armored form arrived next to her. The blonde devil beauty is quite odd. By the sheer abilities of the armors. They might be based on boosted gear, divine dividing in the Gundam franchise, but the scale male she is inside of is far above those mentioned things. I don't think you need more speed. They are already the fastest thing I have ever seen. Latia said honestly. She doubts anyone can fly as fast as this. Well, she is not counting the teleportations. But teleportation can be intercepted, tracked, or negated altogether. Devils and other supernatural species have been using them for centuries, and by this point, many countermeasures are already introduced. He did tell her about how the armor evolved from Mark I to Mark III. The last third-scale male model is quite the upgrade from the last. Most of the previous systems went through an upgrade. With Aurora's new processing capacities, the systems went through a redesign to make them smaller, which allowed the suit to carry more for a small price of a few extra kilos. On the big scale of things, this meant nothing. The servo motors in the limbs and joints negate those extra kilos anyway. It doesn't mean I should stop upgrading them, Latia. Nonetheless, I think we spend too much time playing and the day is getting short. Marcus said that to her as he looked at the position of the sun in the sky. Indeed. I can't believe I nearly spent a whole day just exploring a house. The blonde said with some disbelief after she realized that. There's an around 4 hours difference since we are in Asia at the moment. The teen inventor said as he looked around. Latia nodded casually at his words. Latia looked around her new room. It was spacious and modernized. But in her eyes, the room was turned up to the level of sci-fi. The ceiling could be anything she wants, even a television. She could watch things just by looking at the ceiling. Even the walls can switch to whatever she wants, the pattern could be adjusted, it could be stars, sun, clouds, whatever she wants, and it could emit light illumination. Followed by the floor. It can be a carpet, tiles, wood. While devils can do those to a certain extent. They are limited by their demonic magic and most things are not permanent. Unlike the room she is in. Walking around for a bit, checking out the furniture, she ended up at the wardrobe. After looking at it, she realized it was like nothing she ever saw. There was a tablet incorporated into the furniture. She had already seen these tablets in the kitchen, corridors, bathroom, Marcus' workshop. They were the so-called transmutation center. Meaning that instead of having to go to a shop she can have a full wardrobe made for her right here at this moment. And, yes, it is this moment. She remembered how Marcus prepared the Mark III Freedom in a short span of 10 minutes, and that is a super devil level sacred gear. She still has not properly wrapped her head around it. Her mind was still trying to process everything. That's why she ended up just sitting on the bed, elegantly of course, and just tried to process everything she had just experienced. By this point, the whole Solomon Pillar thing was just a small tip of the iceberg. It's insignificant. The inventions, the technology, the magical systems, the seamless transitions from magic to technology and then back to magic once again is awe-inspiring. It started as an introduction to his house and it ended up as some date/fun time thing. Latia, of course, tried to seduce him as much as possible and it worked to some extent, but, in the end, she wasn't able to make him push her down and have his way with her. This has quite annoyed her, and at the same time made her excited. She was his slave, and he could do anything he wants with her. But, nothing of that sort. It only inflates her fascination with his gentlemanlike behavior. That's why, after laying in bed for some time, she finally decided to put her plan in motion. It's time to establish her position in his growing harem. Aurora. Yes. Our master, he is alone now, yes. Lady Seraphal has her duties. Latia asked her. Trying to dig up some information about other pillars. He is alone. Lady Seraphal has her duties, so does the head maid. No one is sharing his bed at the moment. Are you planning to move in? Aurora got suspicious at the end. The artificial intelligence quickly realized that this blonde devil woman was already getting to get into his bed. Don't be surprised. How much do you know about the original Solomon? The blonde asked curiously. My understanding of the supernatural history is extremely limited, which is quite annoying. I have updated my memory banks with information I exchanged with Luffy Pendragon and the Pillars. Regarding Solomon, I only know the basics. He was artificer, pervert, magician, king, apprentice to the biblical god, nothing substantial. Latia slowly nodded while looking at the starry sky created from holograms. My clan's ancestor, the first Astaroth, was part of Solomon's harem. In my family records, she recorded that Solomon never in his life slept alone. The blonde said as she got up from the bed, walked over to the wardrobe and started selecting clothes on the tablet. She switched to the hologram mode and made it full body. She was going through bathrobes. So it's strange that his successor, the more superior one, doesn't have a partner in the bed, at all times. The blonde bombshell explained with a casual look. Aurora was having a hard time deciding how to respond. For one, she doesn't want another woman in her master's bed, for another, her master's honor was in question. As to what Latia just said, her calculations and analysis on the original Solomon told her that more than 80% of what the blonde just said was true. In the end, she decided not to say anything, and instead to return to the genetic analysis, full force of course. While the blonde finally decided on her bathrobes. Once she pulled out the robes, she took off her original clothes and dressed only in the robes. Chapter 22, Beginning of the Alterations. Latia's eyes slowly opened. By her estimation, it should be around daytime now. Unless she slept through the whole day. But then again, this place is underground, telling time can be difficult. Although, she shouldn't be worrying about time. Since her time of waking up is not decided by her anymore. I don't remember falling asleep on clouds. Her eyes scanned the surroundings. It looked as if they were sleeping in the night sky itself. Everywhere she looked was an endless sky. Above the ceiling were seas of stars. Even the bedrooms are packed full of holograms. Marcus is not holding back with anything. This kind of technology would completely and utterly change the current world. Most likely the underworld as well. Our society is closely related to the current human one. As Latia was thinking about the abundance of the holograms everywhere, she slowly felt Marcus waking up as she was partially sleeping on him. Behaving like a proper lover should. Soon enough she felt his hand gently stroking her back. How can you tell the time in this place? She asked softly. The blonde realized that her mouth was quite dry as her voice was a bit dull. The moment she asked that, one of the clouds transformed into a clock, showing the time. 12:37. Kuo. Seraphol appeared in the living room of the Citri estate. She, with a huff, walked over and took a seat on a couch. She closed her eyes and started to think. Some time has passed and her baby sister is finally here. Sister. Sotan. Sit. The Leviathan motioned for her baby sister to sit opposite to her. The younger Citri quickly ended up sitting. She was nervous as hell. She can't remember the last time she saw Seraphol like this. The closest thing Sona could remember is when she was acting all Leviathan to her and Rias. But it wasn't as bad as it is now. Marcus has been smitten by Latia Astaroth. The younger black-haired beauty tried to process what she just heard. How on earth did Latia Astaroth end up meeting Marcus? Honestly, this was my idea to bring her into the fold, but the Astaroth's intellectual trait clicked far too well with him, and combined with her upbringing, she fit like a glove to him, Seraphol explained in a serious tone. So, what does this mean? Sona is somewhat clueless about what to say. It was not like he is going to stop supporting them, right? I do not wish to lose my spot in this. Seraphol exclaimed with a nearly insane crazed look. Like hell. Was a Satan going to lose to a mere 16-year-old devil girl? This is nuts. So, what does this mean? The younger Citri asked cautiously. She didn't want her older sister to snap. We are going to double-team him. Or you can kiss goodbye to your future support from him. Seraphol said simply. Although she knew Sona could persuade him differently. He is always happy to accept more test subjects after all. But, it would ruin the older Citri's chances to be his favorite. This, you think it can happen? Sona asked with a nervous gulp. You might not lose anything and everything, but your chances of getting much more advanced items, gears, and knowledge will be extremely limited. At the moment, you've only scraped the tip of the iceberg of what he could create for you. Seraphol said with an extremely serious tone. So you want me to join you in this whole debauchery you are cooking up? Sona asked with a tired sigh. There was a small blush on her cheeks. Not that you have a fiancé. The black-haired Satan said with an eye roll. I doubt I can escape from him after we cross that line. I am pretty sure I am signing away my future love life. The younger Citri said that with another sigh. While the older sibling instantly gained a dull look hearing that. Sona, do you even hear yourself? Future love life. You do realize that you are the heiress of the Citri family, holding the rank of prince in the underworld. You are not some human high school girl who thinks all day and night about boys, shoes, and purses. The only reason you are not engaged to anyone is because you hide behind your ability in chess and me. Eventually, the council will get tired of one of the highest-ranking pillar houses not doing what it is supposed to be doing. Serafal said with a tired sigh. Are you telling me that they're going to force me to marry either way? Sona asked with a slightly panicked look. She thought she got this covered with her chess skills. Sona, only if you have an exceptionally high power and an incredible record in raiding games, only then can you do whatever you want to do. The council only cares that the devil race continues to survive and produces powerful pureblood devils. They are not able to do anything if an exceptionally powerful devil opens a raiding game school for everyone. Serafal explained with a casual shrug. The younger Citri eyes widened when she realized what this meant. If she was very powerful, then she can do whatever she wants. Her dream of opening a school can be easily achieved. She will be able to open schools like that all over the underworld. You are right. I forgot the most fundamental part about our society. Very well, I accept this. I will be part of your schemes. Though, it's going to be difficult. Latia Astaroth is the perfect model of a high-class devil. This means that she is ambitious, cunning, and from the looks of it, she has already seduced him. Sona said with a thoughtful look. The younger Citri, for a second, blushed imagining that Latia was most likely already sharing a bed with Marcus. Yes. All of it is true. The key point is that Latia is an intelligent person. Meaning that he is coming to her himself. Sona nodded hearing that. Yes, the Astaroth clan is known for their intellectuals. Even that idiot Diodora has slightly above average acting ability and can pass off as an intellectual. Not that it escaped her, she easily saw through it all. This only leaves the possibility of when Latia is not around him. Don't worry. All you need to do is be ready. I will do the rest. Serafal got up from the couch, and moments later she disappeared and returned to her office. Does the Satan Leviathan have any sort of feeling of guilt for manipulating her younger sister? Not at all. Especially when she manipulates her towards something which will make her more influential, and hopefully, away from the regular mundane human mindset. Those are only making her baby sister duller. Marcus Base. I looked at the beauty sitting opposite to me, enjoying our breakfast. Well, calling it breakfast is quite silly as it was already past 4 in the afternoon. It could be easily called dinner by this point. Latia is quite the beauty, of which I tried to recall most of yesterday. Sadly, I remembered nothing about her from whatever things I could recall from the books. All I can say is that I am very much satisfied with her and that rating is going up in my books the more I talk with her, and of course, enjoy her silly seductions. Silly for the simple reason that she will most likely end up getting fucked into sleepiness, which happened already. I haven't seen any of your maids around. I thought that those two should be serving you as maids, no? Latia asked me as she noticed my gaze. They don't work weekends. They choose that themselves. I said with a shrug. And you allow it? The blonde asked with disbelief. It works the same everywhere else. If they work less, they earn less. If there is a mess created somewhere over the weekend, they will need to work extra for the same amount of points. I explained to her how it worked. I see. You indulge them in their desire to be lazy for those 2 days. But they have to pay it back later. She explained how she saw it. It's so fascinating listening to how she comes up with her correct answers. The blonde beauty of mine only missed her mark a few times. Which was at the start, when I summoned her. In a way. Yes, I am making them work hard because they will be rewarded at the end of it. I explained to her as I took a sip of my morning tea. Right, you did tell me that they are getting paid by some sort of points and they are part of a system of sorts. She said, gaining a thoughtful look. I was impressed, I only mentioned it offhandedly and she remembered it. Indeed. Honestly. It is difficult working here. The amount of distractions, like the entertainment dome. It's no wonder they take 2 days off. She said in an amused tone. For a second I thought about it. And yes, it would seem that the girls became quite addicted to my stuff. It kind of annoys me. But, a larger part of me is satisfied that my stuff made them so addicted so quickly. It shows that my things are doing what they are supposed to be doing. I suppose you are right. You can take them with you if you wish for assistance when you run the companies. One of her eyebrows went up for a second before she gained a thoughtful look. She took a sip from her morning coffee. It was extra strong. Because of the extra hard morning she'd just experienced. Speaking of companies, you will allow me to open one for cheap energy, food, and medicine, yes. She asked while fluttering her eyebrows at me. We agreed on energy and food. Nothing on medicine. My medical research is not complete yet. I answered with an amused smile. This vixen is amusing. I will have fun with her. I see. So, you do study medicine then? She asked curiously while continuing to eat her extra protein-full breakfast. The beauty wants to recover from her morning exercises. Not medicine. Life and genetics in general. I casually explained as I finished off my sandwich. And how much did you uncover? It's quite the broad spectrum of studies. Latia asked with an intrigued look. I have already fully decoded the DNA, found patterns on how to decode the genome even faster in new samples. For example, I already know how to solve a lot of the human issues that come from inborn diseases and aging problems. Like organ failures and other things. Tracing from that, I have also found how to heal other things like cancer, and other stuff. It's quite boring after you discover what makes things click. I left the majority of the calculation to Aurora. I stopped bothering with it. Now however I am working on people's souls and life force. Isn't that just what medicine does? She asked after processing what I said. Nope. This is working directly with one's body. It can potentially hurt a lot. DNA alterations could kill a person if proper application is not introduced. While medicine is pellets, capsules, or whatever else they use nowadays. If you want me to open a company for this, we're gonna need to build facilities and whatever else there is. It's far more difficult than energy or food. I explained to her how big of a pain in the ass that is. I see. I am sorry for asking this. She properly apologized. Nonetheless, she had a look that says she won't be forgetting this. Well, all she needs to do is properly persuade me and I might just waste some time on this issue. Don't mention it. For now, you have other things to do. Yes, how do you wish for me to proceed? She asked seriously. Aurora will deal with the electronic side of things. You only need for the paperwork and manpower to be done. I explained simply. I can assume you will be dealing with the products and the rest for me. The shops and its management. She asked with raised eyebrows. I can see she has been thinking about this. Indeed, I will give you the products and you will be selling them. About energy and food. We will discuss that separately. Her eyes widened for a bit as she blushed hard. I gave her a knowing smile. We will discuss it properly. Yes, of course. She said while her fingers played with her blue hair tips. I know that she does this whenever she is nervous. On manpower and shops, I don't care how you run it, Latia. Just know that my nation and its takeover is a priority. I know that companies from overseas and other nations will want to take over or buy our companies off. The profits don't matter, only the influence. By the end of this all, I want to be able to do whatever I want in the open without any worries. Latia patiently listened to me. She had a satisfying look. It looks like the freedom she received is to her satisfaction. I see, so you don't mind who I will hire? She asked after hearing all that. Nope. You can employ your whole extended family. It doesn't matter to me as long as they do what they are hired to do. I understand. This task, I won't fail you. Your trust in me won't be wasted. She said in a very serious tone. Honestly, she looks hot with that serious tone. Once again I have the urge to snog her. After breakfast, we spend the rest of the day in each other's company. Honestly, it was very hard to keep my hands off her. Sadly, Sunday was off and we had to return to a boring weekday schedule. Serafal took Latia away to start training in her office. If not for Ars Goetia, I would be quite afraid for my dear blonde beauty. Since Serafal is quite annoyed and even pissed off with the blonde. Thankfully, her jealousy is severely dulled off. After that, I went to school, which gave me some time to think. Once the classes were done, I returned to my mundane home and took a 10-minute ride on my new train to my workshop. Each time I use it, it only reinforces my idea to build tracks outside for the stretch from the space center to the docks. Anyways. Show me the genome upgrade progress, I told Aurora after getting comfortable in my posh chair. Certainly, Quinella appeared next to me as she took her position by my side. She lifted her hand and above her hand, the DNA manifested. The hologram next to it showed 97.64%. Approximately 45 million simulations have been run. I used it in many different scenarios. And even more exposure to your genome. By this point I have solved all the issues of the human part, hidden diseases which could manifest. And currently, I am simulating what could happen with those upgrades, possible positive side effects. I nodded at her, and with a hand swap, I made the image of the upgraded me appear next to my regular image. The outside changes are minimal. Slightly taller, sharper gaze, more developed muscles. Nothing too massive will be changed. Except, Quinella thinks differently, she was looking at my future image with some drool. I can't believe she actually made her holographic form do that. By this point, you are just doing a what-if scenario. Like an alternative history of Earth. I said with a sigh. Please. You know quite well that I can run those with 2 hands behind my back. Remember I did that. What if Darth Vader invades Earth simulation? You enjoyed it quite a bit. I massaged my temples for a bit after hearing her say that with such a straight face. Seeing a beauty like Quinella talking about my childhood delusion which now I can make into reality is quite embarrassing. I did love how you just stole that Imperial Star Destroyer. And tried to park it in your backyard. You should, however, have used my help to do the maths. She said with a thoughtful look. By this point, I just wanted to hide somewhere. That simulation was me doing whatever I wanted with the Empire's invasion force. A simple maths revealed that the Empire would only send a single Imperial Star Destroyer. Which I stole and tried to park. Well, it didn't end well. I didn't use any of my high-tech gadgets. This simulation revealed how bad I was without them. Right. Can we drop this embarrassing moment? But it was cute. Besides, it's thanks to that Citri Bishop's idea of Darth Vader that you came up with the entertainment dome and Realitas technology. I am still quite shocked at how a simple mention can lead to a hyper-realistic holographic technology. I rolled my eyes at her. But, yeah, Momo mentioned Darth Vader and I wanted to push my tech further. By that point, Aurora couldn't do what we can currently see in the entertainment dome. It didn't mess with perception. Thus a big amount of space was needed. Realitas particle with prism light technology. The 2 things which I've installed in the newest phones and pretty much everywhere in the span of a weekend. Allows for humans to experience reality warp. A simple room that is smaller than my original garage workshop can turn into a galaxy far, far away. It's how Jean has been experiencing the ultimate self-insert experience over her weekends without being removed from your reality by an omnipotent being. Yeah, show me Project Biological Assistant, Quinella. My question quickly shifted her and she, for a second, got nervous. Without saying anything, she opened a new window. Showing an image of herself and the complete percentage. 37.12%. I see, so we do need to get some more outside resources. I could continue with the work, it's just that, those unknowns, they are annoying. I nodded at her. The window changed to show that, scientifically, I could easily make her biological body. But from the magical side of things, it will be nothing more than a flesh bot. An organism machine, not an alive being. Not an alive superior being with access to my network. Nope. It's not good enough. We need more data. A specific item is needed to shave millions of unnecessary calculations. Instead of using concept manifestation magic and blindly manifesting souls and life force to study it, we are going to need the Grail. Quinella quickly opened multiple tabs on Grail, cross-referencing it with what she found in the data that she has on the supernatural world. Ending up with Sephiroth Graal, one of top-tier Longinus-class sacred gears. The current possessor is unknown to me. That moment her eyes widened and she looked at me. So you know. But you did not update my data. She said with a pouty look. Yep. Start a new project for me. Name it Inventor's Muscles. You gotta be kidding me. It's lame. She pouted once more at me. But, a file with that name still appeared. Would you prefer Bandits or Empire's Finest? Or something in between? She eye-rolled at me. Just use biological models. By this point, we are making what magicians call homunculus. Except ours are purely science with some magical support. She said with a sigh. Scientifically produced biological army. SPBA forces. Sounds serious. You call anything with capital letters serious. But it's much better than Inventor's Muscles. She said while nodding at me. She changed the folder name into Scientifically Produced Biological Army. I could add some more for seriousness' sake. Like Armed Forces instead of just Army. Oh, well. 4 letters are enough. Right then, let's return to designing. This will help when we will be creating your body. She nodded at me and opened the designer windows. Hard light holograms turned into drawing tools next to me. A full palette of tools for drawing. It was time to design some biological chambers. Maybe some back-to-tank-like thing for Latia. She will eventually remind me of medicine. Let's see what I can do with it. After a day of designing extended facilities for my biological wing. My base should expand by around 30% at the end of the week. I should also add some machinery for my SPBA forces too. An aircraft carrier? Yeah. I will need one to carry stuff as I go around the world collecting items, changing ownership of certain poorly protected items and things like that. Eventually, I walked back to my quarters. My brain stopped for a second as I saw my bed being occupied by a pair of devils. Latia and Seraphal were there. Long day. Thankfully you have your devil ladies to take care of you. Seraphal, quickly enough, walked behind me and pulled me into the bed. The blonde quickly joined after. For a second, I smirked internally. I do wonder how they react when their plans end up in ruins. As I wrapped my hands around the closest girl next to me and started snoozing. Both Seraphal and Latia looked at the sleeping form of their master. Well, Latia tried to look from a different angle. She was the one who ended up as a hugging pillow to her master. Sigh. He does that when he feels like ruining our carefully crafted plans. Seraphal said with a sigh. Not the first time then. Latia asked softly as she tried to position herself properly. By this point, she has this feeling that she will be spending quite a bit of time in this position. At least 4 times now. The black-haired Satan sighed as she too ended up close to her master, preparing to sleep. Well, she wanted to drain him out for a bit and get a chance to mention about turning Sona into a magical girl. Well, she can do it later. I see, then I need to rethink some of my ideas. Latia said with a thoughtful look before snuggling herself into her master's hair. Here she was wanting to enjoy his attention. Turns out he likes messing with their plans. Later. It was the beginning of summer and it was time for the genetic upgrades which Marcus was waiting for nearly half a year. The first session out of at least 5. The pillars and the maids were finally able to see the rumored biological wing of the workshop. None of them knew where it was. Or, how to get there. So they were quite shocked to realize that Marcus used one of the classic tricks, hiding 30% of the base behind a holographic wall. One moment there was a wall, the next, it turned into a corridor. It was especially embarrassing for the devil ladies who forgot about such a commonly used trick. Still, after arriving at this wing they were slightly freaked out by how different it was. Marcus went the whole lab play for this. Meaning white lab coat. Press sunrised rooms, cleaning points. And by cleaning points, they were going through a barrier-like field where magic will completely clean them off. So that no bacteria or any other things could get into. It was over the top. But, their master is an over-the-top person. While everyone was looking at the lab, the blonde bombshell devil girl, and the newest girlfriend of Marcus, was looking at the mysterious head maid which turns out to be the current Lucifer's queen. No wonder she is barely around. I have been here for close to 2 months and this is the first time I am seeing her. But, how in Satan's name did Marcus bind an extra devil? They are not related. That moment the blonde realized that, he most likely used the concept of Lucifer himself. Thus binding the servant houses of the Satan. Then of course, the Baal pillar. The current Lucifer's mother. Latia was quite a bit shaken seeing this woman here. Alongside Graphia, Marcus had the means to cripple her whole race without even invading the underworld. He could cripple Surzex quite a bit with just these 2 pieces. Not that he needs much to end us in the first place. After taking a deep breath the blonde beauty looked at nervous-looking Quinella. It is quite impressive how nervous the artificial intelligence was, even though said AI was the one who did all the work, so it should actually be the most confident of them all. How dangerous is this? Genetic manipulation is something no race dares to touch. Just like how the United Nations got a law passed, so did the supernatural world. Even if someone did run experiments on this, it's a heavily guarded secret. Velinala said to the group, next to her Graphia nodded. The silver-haired maid is quite nervous for her master. There is less than 0.000000001% chance of anything bad happening. That percentage is akin to an alien invasion happening in the next 5 minutes. I spent close to 5.5 million simulations. From what my master had eaten yesterday to what he could have eaten. Countless possible what-if. Venelana just got reminded that she was dealing with a fanatic of her master. The most perfect artificial intelligence to have run things, and the scariest of them all. The process will be seamless. My master doesn't like it when a test subject has to go through pain. It's a sign of failure as an inventor. So, I developed a method, a chamber where specially prepared gases will flow through. As Quinella said that everyone looked at the chamber in front of them. Venelana and Graphia though, would look at this holographic woman with some disbelief. They have not been here for a few months and Marcus is already working on creating life. Building space stations, taking over the nation. Why was everything happening so fast? The tamest of the group was the pair of maids who were properly living with Marcus, they knew it would be okay. As they know the full capacity of Aurora. Still though, quite a bit of nervousness was still there. The chemical chamber was nothing like anyone thought it to be. They expected a full metal-like room with extremely thick doors. But it was nothing more than a glass room. They can see everything that is happening inside. Well, I am ready. Begin. Marcus said via comms. Quinella nodded at him as the room started to get flooded by blue gases, then green, followed by red. It was a weird kind of show. Everyone carefully watched their master vital signs, while the devils tapped on the connection they have with their master. It's the best kind of way to know that he was alive and well. In the end, the session was boring, something akin to a medical checkup. Quinella sighed in relief, seeing that it was over and the changes were there. She then turned around and looked at Latia and Serafal. You too. I am watching you. No strenuous activities when these sessions are in place. The artificial intelligence motioned with her fingers that she was watching. The blonde and the black-haired devil slowly nodded with a sweaty forehead. There goes all their plans. Chapter 23, More Ideas. The feeling was strange. It was like being on guard. My whole body felt like it had just experienced a shock and is now looking around constantly for this invisible threat which had just shocked me. In other words, my body was ambushed and didn't have the chance to raise its defenses. That's why this procedure was so painless. It was like a sweet power nap. We are currently in a checkup room where Quinella, with an array of scanners, was checking me out and collecting data. This was the first ever active genetic alteration, unlike the alteration of man-made flesh which we use for our biological forces. Well, calling them man-made is quite stretched, as Quinella has completely recreated the biological process to make flesh. So, it's not man-made. More like, the surroundings to create the biological models are man-made. One could say that it's the first step where humans can, from a distance, create the atmosphere needed to create life. Like gods. You are fine. Thankfully, the process was a complete success. For a few days, you are not allowed to do any strenuous activity, including playing with your devil girls. Quinella said while turning around and looking at the two devil ladies who have been sleeping in my bed most of the time. Especially Latia, who has been sleeping next to me ever since I summoned her. Since my doctor says so. I shrugged at her. I am indeed. I have finished every single known course related to doctors. I prefer to be your nurse though. She said the last part more to herself, but I heard it quite clearly. Right, back to the matter at hand. How are you feeling? All my reading told me is that your body is on guard. Which is what we expected. Feeling much better. My vision is perfect. All those all-nighters I spend programming you messed it up slightly, but now it's back to the peak. Wrong. Your vision now is 21/21 above the possible base for humans. I already ran a scan on your eyes. Your brain activity peaked it up by a little bit as well. Which is a pleasant surprise. Whistle. This session should have only fixed the flaws I inherited from my family, I said with a surprised look. I wasn't expecting an overall upgrade. And it is fixing things. Put simply, the DNA fixing has brought you closer to the times when humans were much more in tune with nature and relied heavily on things they could find around them. Thus your senses are much sharper. I see, in other words, the current civilizations and all of its comforts have dulled natural human senses. Correct, now that all the scans are done, you are free to do whatever you want. With reason. She said sharply as I rolled my eyes. I slowly got up from the bed. I feel much, much better. Like a bunch of stones have been removed from my back. Stretching for a bit. I still, however, could feel my body being on guard and edge. In simple terms, I am jumpy, for no reason. This is great. You are on holiday in the truest sense. Serafal said as she, alongside the rest, walked over. We could go on a date or something. Sigh. Didn't you hear when I said no strenuous activities? His body is hypersensitive to its surroundings. If you touch him out of nowhere, he, by accident, could activate his ring of destruction and atomize you. Only after Quinella properly explained to Serafal, did the black-haired devil finally understand what the artificial intelligence meant. I sweat dropped realizing that, yeah, that might be a possibility. I am putting the ring of destruction to storage for now, I said as I walked over to the table and started putting down the rings on my fingers. For now, I am putting the most destructive one I have to the inventory. You have quite a bit of free time, so maybe you could start working on the space ring. Quinella suggested some small-time activities. Come on. It's summer. Take a break. Serafal pouted at me. From the looks of it, she is scheming something. The girl doesn't know it, but I do see through her quite easily, especially when she can't act around me. What Quinella is offering is only a few hours' work, I said with an eye roll. I think we should do some movie-watching sessions. I offered this instead. Movies are good for inspiration. No movie diving. The silver-haired assistant sharply said that as her hair, for a second, came to life. I know. I am talking about the classics. The old-fashioned TV watching thing. I said with a shrug. Oh. I am all up for that. We will be able to snuggle this way. Serafal giggled for a second. There was a lewd look on her face. My assistant groaned and facepalmed, but she eventually got over it and simply sighed. I am sure simple snuggling is not harmful to our master. Latia said softly as she walked over to my side. She inspected me from several angles. Very fascinating. While the changes are minimal, I can sense that you are much better. And your magic reserve went up slightly. Now that you mention it, I do feel that I have more magic, I said to her as I started inspecting myself. Without wasting any more time, I started channeling my passive augmentation. It has been running since I started practicing magic. The magic flow was much easier and I could feel a better overall boost to the strength. Magic augmentation to muscles is most likely the worst augmentation of them all. Tuki is the go-to muscle augmentation, alongside dragon energy. Tuki will come to me with the third genetic session, so I will be able to use two sources of energy. Not that I see any use for it. Still though, it's one of those things which you just want to have for one reason or another. Yes. You are quite close to the ultimate class. It is quite absurd for a human to have so much magic at such a young age. Latia said quite proudly. She is only a high-class devil herself. So, it's impressive to her it would seem. Yeah. Marcus doesn't even fight but his magic is always going up. As if he is always using it. Seraphal pointed that out, now that she noticed my magic reserves. That's because I am always training it. Ever since I learned Solomon's magic. I clarified to them. As white and golden circles appeared around me, each of them had 10 rings inside of it, as the symbol for the Devil clan. Right, I forgot that you are Solomon's successor. Seraphal commented with wide eyes. Seriously? You forgot that? Latia asked with disbelief. It barely comes up in our conversations. I even forgot about the guy. Seraphal eye rolled at the blonde rival of hers. And Ars Goetia. Don't you always feel it? Latia asked with even more disbelief. You speak as if it's impressive. Marcus recreated Ars Goetia within 10 minutes in his old workshop. Altered it and bound Graphia to himself. Seraphal said with a proud tone. It is true, Graphia said with a sigh. She is somewhat disappointed that I caught her so easily. She would have preferred to show off some of her capacity. I see. I should have known. Latia sighed. From the looks of it, she thought that Ars Goetia was great. In a sense it is great. The idea is great. But once you get the hang of it, it's not that difficult. The difficulty is tying it all up together and making it work. The concept behind it and the chant. Solomon and Big G used the concept that Big G is at the top of the pyramid in his pantheon to bind the devils which are opposite to him, but are still part of his pantheon. The key to that is what people around the world believe. And let's be honest, Big G's pantheon is the most well-known in the whole world. There are many known versions of his religion making it the biggest one in the world. Thus the binding power is off the charts. I am sure my other things distracted you from it. So, it doesn't matter. I said to her as my hand went onto the blonde's cheek. She was in front of me after all. I gently stroked it. The devil girl in question put her hand on top of mine. Silently enjoying this, especially when Seraphal is giving us that annoyed look. Yes. It did. After the checkup, Marcus and the group of ladies went to the living room to enjoy the movie night they decided to have. While Graphia could not attend it for the simple reason that she has her work. And Venelana decided to return home. The devil woman realized that she has a chance to make Marcus and Rias a thing after seeing Latia becoming his second girlfriend alongside Seraphal. It was quite something else. She was reminded that Marcus, after all, was a teen who wants a pretty girl around his age to be his girl. Nonetheless, now she needs to think of something else. Thankfully Rias got a powerful pawn in the form of the Red Dragon Emperor, so her daughter might just have a chance to win against Riser as it is. There is still some time left, so there might be a possibility of this working out without her needing to become her master's toy. While Venelana and Graphia are out, Marcus turned on his massive TV and started going through a massive list of movies that he could watch. It kind of feels weird having to use a regular TV instead of the Entertainment Dome or the 3D Max settings. The teen inventor said to his girls as he was surrounded by the pair of devil beauties. On his right was Latia and on his left was Seraphal, both of them were snuggling into him. While also making sure there were not any sudden movements. It is to be expected as you are a creator and thinking to improve anything you see is what you do. For once just relax and don't think about anything. Latia said that softly as she gently squeezed his hand with hers. The beauty wants to show him that it's good to have a girl next to him. And that she can take care of him and help him relax. In the truest sense and not just a lust-fueled thing. For this, Seraphal decided to join Latia's camp as this was not the right moment to fight over his attention. Instead, making sure he understands that they can be good girlfriend material was the priority. You're right, let's just watch something. For a second, Marcus thought about something, anything which came to his mind. His alteration sessions. So, genetics. First movie with genetics that comes to mind. Jurassic Park. Aurora, put on Jurassic Park. I want 8K experience. Certainly. I wasn't going to allow anything below 8K, her words only made him roll his eyes. He then properly leaned into the couch, pulling his girls closer to himself. They ended up using his shoulders as pillows. Watching the movie that brought the world's attention to dinosaurs. Right. I should get my hands on these bad boys. The chicken genome should hold the codes of their ancestors. After making a mental note on this, Marcus immersed himself in the movie. You know, after watching this for the second time and knowing that you can make them like this, it's kind of scary and exciting. Sarah Fall spoke after the credits started to roll. With all due respect, you are the Leviathan. You can't just give such terrifying ideas to our boyfriend. Latia said from the side as she heard the black-haired devil woman's words. That's the point. I am a devil woman who is whispering ideas to her human contractor. Sarah Fall had a fake evil-looking look as she said that. You just want one of those ankylosaurus. Marcus remarked with an eye roll. He noticed how she was excited to see the dinosaur, with a mace for a tail, swinging around. Sigh. Maybe I am. They are good for swatting annoying people away. The current Leviathan shrugged, saying that. And for that, you need a dinosaur? Latia asked with disbelief. Not quite. Our boyfriend can make it happen, so why not? Sarah Fall said with another shrug. He is already working with the whole genetic thing, and dinosaurs could be fun, Sarah Fall added. As the pair were talking amongst themselves, Marcus was just thinking about some things. The whole egg thing was quite fascinating. But very unpredictable. He prefers the much longer part of starting the DNA from scratch. It's an even harder process. But, much safer, one basically just builds everything from the ground up. Then again, only he can do such a thing because of Aurora and the supercomputer that he has. One of the main reasons why everything he does advances so rapidly was because of his artificial intelligence doing all the calculations and simulations. His genome alone went through centuries worth of simulations. So what Sarah Fall said is very much possible. Just using some old bones, he could create some dinos and raptors. The problem was, they were not going to be authentic. Which just rubs him the wrong way. That's why time travel is a lucrative alternative to getting the DNA of the dinosaurs, then upgrading the genome to fit with the world. And a wonderful and dangerous grunt force is born. Next, Back to the Future or Jurassic Park 2. Marcus' question got the pair to stop the argument they had about dinosaurs coming back to life. Let's watch more dinosaurs. More ideas. Not like you are going to do anything with those ideas, Latia said with an eye roll. I am helping Marcus get more ideas. He's already got some. Sarah Fall retorted with a smug look. And how do you know that? Latia asked with a very curious look. I've been around him since he was 12. He still has the same thoughtful look and I can easily see it. Sarah Fall explained smugly. Making the blonde frown as she realized that the amount of time she has spent with the inventor is quite limited. To make her feel better, his hand went onto her waist and stroked it gently. That had a positive effect as she soon calmed down and glanced at him with a grateful look. Sarah Fall, on the other hand, frowned more before deciding that showing off was not the brightest idea she had. After watching some more movies, the trio decided to call it a day. Marcus only kissed and snuggled with the pair of girls a little bit, before going to sleep. Now this is where a slight problem occurred. And that is, waking up in the middle of the night for no reason. Thankfully no panic attacks. Once morning was here, Marcus decided to do some light designing since he was mostly alone. His pair of devil girls were busy. Latia was overwatching the building of the shops, and recruiting people. According to her, quite a bit of Astaroth clan members decided to move into this country instead of other devil-controlled areas. For the simple reason that they want to see what the human inventor is going to do. Marcus was a little bit baffled at how they were not fearing being found out by the angels. Well, thinking over it. For a bit, he found out that it's not important. None of the angels even appeared in this area over the past 4 years. The angels most likely don't care about a small piece of land somewhere in Europe. The true border with the North should be around Denmark and Germany, so there was nothing that important over here. Apart from managing the building construction, which reminded Marcus that people still needed to build the buildings themselves, Latia was hiring regular people for grunt labor. While the devils will be the management. This too reminded Marcus that, in the end, his lovely blonde girlfriend is still a devil. And she is not such a good person that she will allow just anyone to rise through the ranks. Since she was doing all that hard work, the teen inventor decided to spend several hours tinkering, making phones for sale. Now, this was probably the hardest work of his life, to date. Making a phone which had a limited amount of battery life, a primitive processor, a HD screen, a slot for memory cards like the SD cards, it was one hell of a nerve-wrecker. In the end, His girls were impressed by it either way, which seriously made Marcus question their sanity. After that episode, he decided to leave video games to Aurora. It was just too much for him. Instead, he focused on doing some light casual designing. He started with some power armor for his SPBA, not making it over the top and also not making it weak. Marcus went with a Mandalorian look for them. The armor will have basic functions and basic Aurora support. The HUD support, air filtering, servo motor support for the limb joints, etc. And just like that, another day has passed. In truth, Marcus wanted to forget about it. The casual designing day turned into a horror story with the whole primitive phone nonsense. The day after that, he started working on the weapon the SPBA are going to use. For that, he pulled out the Deimos and Phobos design and downgraded it severely, turning a super-class Slayer into a casual assault rifle. This was extremely easy work. So, for the rest of the day, he worked on something interesting in his eyes. He took the Deimos and Phobos design and reworked it into a sniper rifle, working the whole hexagon barrel into a much thinner and longer barrel, adding a specifically prepared scope that is connected to the HUD of the helmet. Extra recoil absorption, reworking the system to a sniper rifle specification. In the end, Marcus was quite excited and decided to add some variation to the SPBA and created a Ranger class. On top of that, he also decided to add to the sniper the space manipulation he got from Caliban. Quinella commented that the sniper rifle shot cannot be dodged by any regular means. As the moment one presses the trigger, the bullet leaves the barrel, it then warps space and slams into the person, instantly delivering the load. Marcus' reaction to that was just a simple thumbs up. His idea, it would seem, has worked quite well. After this, the teen inventor focused on something he likes more than weaponry, and that is machinery. The airship. Thankfully, with Realitas technology, he could simply design it anywhere he wanted. While his big workshop was created for that, he could still design his stuff even in the living room or the leisure room. And for this, he has indeed decided to design it in the living room, close to the kitchen. The main body will have 3 floors. The ship's operating floor, the living quarters, and the catapult deck with the hangars. This was also actually the first time he designed an airship, as something like this was nothing more than a pipe dream before. Now, this is where it got slightly complicated. What does he want to have in the hangars? The first thing that came to mind is Gundams, but that's just silly because the mechs are around 30 to 50 meters tall and the ship itself is going to be around 250 meters in length. So no, Gundams are too big. So instead, he decided to go for jet fighters which can transform into mechs. The inspiration for this was Starscream from Transformers. And just to shake people off more, he decided to put the Decepticon symbols on the jet fighters. By the end of the work week, the jet fighter designs were done and it was ready for testing and simulations. So Marcus took some time lazing around while Quinella did her things. His jumpy condition was nearly gone, just like his assistant had predicted. That's why he decided to chill out in his leisure room. He might have created it, but he barely used this place. It's around 98% low-phase room. She spends most of her time here when she is not working. Instead of reading manga or some car magazines, he decided to read up on the upcoming inventions on robotics, technology, and the space innovations. He couldn't stop smiling seeing all that. He remembers, in his past life, having a subscription on this thing and would constantly read it with quite an amount of zeal. Now, however, it was like a meme-posting magazine, hard to take seriously from his point of view. Sometime later, the doors slid open and Marcus' gaze went from the magazines up to the doors. It was one of his blonde maids. Dressing them up quite sexily was one of his most genius moves. Since he was Solomon's will inheritor, people expected him to do things to his staff. So Latia was, obviously, quite shocked to learn that he had not done certain things to his maids yet. Honestly, he didn't have that much time. His hobby always takes priority. However, now, he can do certain things to them, since he can now design his stuff regardless of where he is. "Excuse me, master. I have some dusting to do," the beauty quite professionally said as she walked in and started cleaning up the bookshelves. Now that was a silly excuse. Not that Marcus minded. He quickly found out why she was here. The way she wiggled her ass at him while cleaning the room was quite an easily solvable riddle. The girl found the perfect time to try and seduce her boss. Marcus' body got over its condition and he will be taking his next session soon. So, there was a couple of day gap where certain events could happen. A few minutes into it, the teen's hormones started to take over. Realizing that it was quite pointless to resist. Not that there was a reason to resist. The girl is his in the first place. He can loot her anytime he wants. He dropped his magazine, which dissolved into nothing, being hologram and all. The room easily read his intentions with the drop. Moments later he approached the blonde and wrapped his hands around her, pulling her into a hug from behind. His hands went onto her considerably large burst. and squeezed them hard. Someone is quite a naughty maid. Jean softly moaned. Her breathing got slightly hot. She realized that her seduction worked. The sexy maid outfit did their job. You should punish such naughty maid, she said as she grinds her ass on his hardening rod. Since you asked. His hands pulled her maid uniform down, revealing her breasts to the world. The current maid uniform keeps her shoulders naked, meaning that it was quite easy to access her body. Both of his hands went onto her naked globes and started playing with them. The blonde's moaning increased in volume. I do wonder why such naughty behavior, Marcus asked as his hot breath tickled her ear. Silly question, there is only one available man for me, so why not seduce him early, she said as her ass rubbed him even more. Lu Fei was quite frustrated at Jean. The reincarnation of Joan of Arc still had not arrived to help her. They had a deal that they would clean up the kitchen together. It's like the most used place of them all. So, they were going to do it together. But, for some reason, the older blonde decided to ditch the work onto her. So, the younger maid started to look for this work-dodging woman. First, she checked the entertainment dome. It was empty. That place is an obvious choice as Jean spends most of her time there. She then checked the living room, the gadget room, their rooms, and in the end, she decided to check a room that Jean regularly would not go to. The leisure room is just somewhere Lu Fei can't imagine Jean spending her time. However, maybe she was in the workshop. But then again, the fellow maid would never go there. For the simple reason that Quinella is scary and that floor is fully automated and cleans itself. So, it just leaves the leisure room where their master was. That moment her eyes widened. She started blushing like crazy. Nonetheless, Lu Fei needed to find out if this was a possibility. The younger blonde sneaked around the corridor, slowly walking towards the room, eventually ending up in front of it. She tried to hear something from this. Shit. The room is fitted with noise-canceling technology. The young witch slammed the back of her head into the wall, ignoring the pain completely. Instead, she was annoyed that she can't find out what is going on inside the room. In the end, she had to give up and walk back to the living room. And started waiting and waiting. Quite a bit of time passed, and there was still no sign of her master or Jean. Around 5 hours later did Lu Fei finally see Jean. By that point the younger witch was already bored out of her mind and was watching TV. Not that she could ask anything of the older blonde, as she looked like she went through a ringer, her hair was a mess, and her maid uniform was ruined. She was gonna need a replacement. But, that is not a problem with the technology this place has. Jean didn't even say anything to Lu Fei as she walked back to her room. Just like that. Damn. Master has fucked her into a mess, or was it Jean who baited him to fuck her more until she can barely move? For a second the witch thought to herself. Well, she won't be able to learn unless she asks personally, which is quite embarrassing. Chapter 24, Armies and Stations. Marcus stared at his image reflected by the mirror. The second session was done and his body has gained some permanent muscles. The whole jumpy thing was back. But, according to Quinella, it will only be for a short time compared to last, as the adaptability of his body has increased. And unlike the previous season, this one improved his overall performance. Yet, his assistant had a frown on her beautiful face. What's on your mind? You look distressed. Marcus asked her as he looked at his image, turning slightly aside. He noticed he was just a little bit taller. Nothing. It's just that, there was a 3.1% chance of miscalculation that happened on my part, she said with a sigh. You mean, the fact that I, again, gained too much? Marcus asked with an amused look as he turned towards her. Yes. I thought with the latest patch I will have a below 1% chance of miscalculation. But, once again genetics eludes me. She massaged her temples with a frustrated look. While we know more about genetics than any other nation in the world, life is still the most complex thing we've researched so far. In truth, just studying this alone results in our other technologies advancing rapidly, solely because we spend so many resources on this. The processing facilities only went through 3 expansions, increasing your processing power by another 50%, that, in turn, made our other studies like weaponry manufacturing look like children playing in the sandbox. Marcus said with a shrug. It is the truth. Just by rerouting some of the resources from genetic research to any other branch of studying, Aurora manages to rapidly solve any of the riddles I might face. That just shows how extremely complex uncovering everything about life is. One of the reasons why Marcus is building DNA from scratch instead of modifying it on someone else is because it can lead to many unforeseen results. Even the one he is currently studying can lead to that as well. I know. But, it's not enough for me. As your ultimate creation, the bar I set for myself is the highest of them all. Quinella said with an extremely serious face. I see. In the end, you only need more data. The next session is a week away. So you have plenty of time to figure things out. The teen inventor said to his artificial intelligence. Indeed. Then I shall return to analyzing it. The Quinella figure dissolved into polygons, leaving only Marcus and the blonde girlfriend of his, who was watching the interaction between her master and the silver-haired woman. The changes are much more visible this time. Seeing that the coast is clear, the blonde decided to move in. You are taller, muscles are more refined, shoulders broader. And yet, 3 more sessions are still waiting for you. Latia said as she inspected him from different angles, walking around and checking him out from different sides. This was the first proper upgrade. The last session was nothing more than fixing the inherited issues. Marcus said with a casual shrug. He grabbed a shirt and put it on, followed by a lab coat. Still impressive for the first upgrade. Your magic signature went over into the ultimate class. Not many devils can achieve that even through their whole lives. Latia said back with a proud tone. Marcus wanted to retort that they didn't even try and train their magic. Seriously, even he, someone who hates training, does it. But, then again, he decided not to say anything and instead just pull her into a hug. MMHH, even your hugging is much better. Yes, this is very good. The blonde said with a knowing look. It was quite obvious that she wanted something, but that will have to wait. His devil ladies are always scheming, even Venelana, who stays away from him so that she can keep her sanity intact, as much as possible. Even she is trying to scheme, which is just amusing to him. I know, right? Now that this session is over, let me show you a section of the base that no one else saw apart from me and Quinella. Marcus gently pulled the girl towards the exit. Oh. Let's go then. I feel quite honored to technically be the first one to see it. Latia quickly adjusted as they started walking. Latia's eyes widened as she realized what she saw. An army, a Satan-forsaken army. So, it is finally happening. The blonde thought with a shell-shocked look as she saw rows and rows of soldiers dressed in dull gray and blue armors. All of them were armed with futuristic armor and rifles. What truly made her horrified, though, was that she could sense the strength of a high-class being emitting from all of them. Not only that, but they also had high discipline. The way they moved in this wide-open area, going through drills of several different training rounds. This is nothing like the Devil Army or the Fallen Army, they don't have such disciplines. Working in tight formations. Most of the devils would laugh right back at their face hearing that. Great, isn't it? I finished their designs just a couple of days ago. Quinella is still going through the DNA makeup. Marcus stated proudly. Latia slightly sweat-dropped before nodding back at him. While she is currently quite terrified for her race, she was not going to show it on her face. I see. May I know the reason why you made a professional army in the first place? She asked him curiously. Marcus wrapped his hands around her from behind as he looked at the several hundred SPBA soldiers doing their things below them. I will not be going alone and collecting things by myself in future, thus my army. The first one to taste its power is going to be the vampire faction, which has the Sephiroth Grawl. Marcus said with a casual tone. It sent chills down Latia, who realized that her boyfriend doesn't even care about the enemies he would make. Then again, the vampires don't have allies. They are isolationist, even worse than the Shinto pantheon. The blonde thought about the supernatural faction in Transylvania. She doesn't even have much on them to begin with, that just shows how much they've isolated themselves from the rest of the world. But, how then, does Marcus know about the Sephiroth Grawl? I see. I do hope you are not planning to send them to the underworld. She asked with some nervousness. Don't be silly. I already have my pillars, you are here for a reason, and that's also why I am hiding my existence as Solomon's successor. Besides, all of you will be sad if I am to destroy your homes. Worst case scenario, I would just occupy it and install some sort of government that will be loyal to me. Latia sighed with relief. Thankfully he is not planning an all-out genocide. I don't want to brag, but my government will be much better. After all, I would introduce all my inventions to my subjects. Even fix that low birth rate issue of yours. His girlfriend's eyes widened for a second. Should they do a coup d'état? It is quite possible, but for that to work, they would need a bit of preparation. Then she realized that her boyfriend was simply messing with her. There was not much to gain for him if he were to take over the devil faction. From her understanding of him, only some materialistic items would be worth his interest, like the sacred gears or some artifacts. Those were not something her species are known to have. They have their unique magic, sure. But, most of it was already known to him, and for the rest, he could just summon with his Solomon circle and bind those devils with Ars Goetia. Latia could only sigh in relief, while, at the same time, pout at him. He was just messing with her. That's a lie. And you know it. You don't want to rule anything. I saw how you checked through all the reports I'd brought, you skimmed through them all while only properly checking the people's education. Latia said with an angry pout. I did only invest some time into reading it because it was your hard work, and I also made sure they had the appropriate education to work in my shops. He said in an obvious tone. But, I already did it. She said with a small stomp. Latia already did all that. Marcus already told her to accept people with appropriate education. There was no need for him to check. I know. That's why there was nothing else for me to check in those files. He said with another bored shrug. The beauty just groaned from annoyance. Doesn't he care about their experiences and such, what kind of bonuses these people will bring to the company as a whole? Grr. My point is that, you don't care. And you wouldn't want to invade the underworld just for the sake of ruling. My bet is that you would just do what your predecessor did. Solomon ruled quite a small kingdom, it was enough for him. You are doing about the same with your birth country. You would, as they say, flex on them and then return to your country. She explained her thoughts on what he would do. And she would be right, if he didn't have an army that was slightly unsettling. Nonetheless, after realizing all this, she relaxed quite a bit. Marcus just hugged her more. Yep, she is smart, and she, quite accurately, described what he would do. That's why she is cute. Cool. Rias was sitting in her chair, deep in thought. She was thinking about how lucky she was with her pawn situation. She got a Longinus user. All of her 8 pawns were used to reincarnate him. She was over the moon with this gain. The redhead thought she could rub it on Sona. But. So, it was Issei Hayadu. Never thought the Red Heavenly Emperor was him. Sona said with a casual shrug as she fixed her glasses. It was not the reaction Rias expected. You knew. About the Red Dragon Emperor being in Ko'o. Yes, I knew. I was searching for him for quite a bit of time. It never crossed my mind that it was this pervert. Sona said with an eye roll. She never bothered to properly skin the brown-haired pervert with the diamond core heart. She only had a casual scan on him when he entered the academy grounds for the first time. The younger Citri was quite baffled that someone with such a low level of magic can even exist on this earth. How did you even know there was a Longinus gear user in Ko'o? The Gremory heiress asked with a baffled look. But then, she realized that, most likely, Serafal told her. Meaning that Marcus Goldman already knows. Honestly, I am quite thankful that you took him off my hand. I don't want a walking bomb anywhere near me. What do you mean by that? Rias asked with wide eyes. Listen. While the sacred gears are amazing and everything, they are artifacts created over 4,000 years ago, some are fresher than others. Like the boosted gear or divine dividing. But, they are still items bound to people's souls. According to research done by our employer, sacred gears would regularly go through maintenance in heaven. But, for the past 2,000 years, nothing of this sort has been done. Meaning that no maintenance has been done to them. While they don't just break like that. There are caches to be cleared after each circle. The gears, like boosted gear and divine dividing, collect samples from previous users and store them inside the gear. The boosted gear and divine dividing, through an overflow of cache, developed Juggernaut Drive. This developed because the hold over the dragon energy inside the gear became much looser. Sona explained smoothly. She became quite interested with the gears because she has one herself and, in general, it sounds quite fascinating. I see, so, that's what happened. Rias massaged her brows from frustration. Drake himself panicked when he realized that all his hard work on the gear was gone. What do you mean? Marcus Goldman most likely kidnapped Issei and scanned the gear. Rias said with a straight face. That sounded insane, but then the Citri heiress remembered who they were talking about. Most likely true. I faced the scale male version of the Red Dragon Emperor in one of the simulations. Sona said in a smug tone. Her relationship with Marcus is much better than Rias. The redhead hasn't even seen him since the installation of Diamond Hardcore. Serafal confirmed that. So, Sona knows that she is way above in this little competition they are both having. What? He can emulate it. Or did he recreate it? Even Drake confirmed that Issei can't access Balance Breaker anymore. Rias exclaimed with an annoyed look. Heh, most likely, you will need to talk with our employer so that he could alter the gear and Balance Breaker can be achieved. After all, the original sacred gears were built the way that Balance Breaker should not exist in the first place. It's a bug in the system which pushes the gear to do what it should not. As you can imagine, it will have long-term consequences. Like the Juggernaut Drive. I get it. The Gremory heiress said with a sigh. Nonetheless, I would have preferred it if it didn't go through maintenance. The Balance Breaker would have helped me quite a bit against Riser. Rias, do you even hear yourself? Do you really think that pervert could achieve Balance Breaker before your fated duel against Riser? It takes years to even train to react to the threshold needed to achieve Balance Breaker. The gear needs to reach a critical point to evolve. I have read files on that. Rias pouted angrily, hearing how Sona has access to stuff she does not. Ah, this is not fair, Sona. I have been working my butt off for the past several months. And I still have not gotten any help from our employer. The Citri heiress deadpanned for a moment. That's because it took me over a year and a half to even get noticed by him. The black-haired devil girl rolled her eyes while saying that. Rias instantly looked downtrodden. She had only been trying seriously for the past couple of months. Waking up early, training magic, training the power of destruction, running mock fights, even physical training. For someone who never tried training this hard before, it was quite difficult. Especially since she is a devil and devils grow stronger with age. She doesn't even need to train to be strong in the first place. But then, her father decided to saddle her with a marriage on her 18th birthday. True. Anyways, thanks for your help. Now I know what happened to Issei's gear. Drake was quite devastated that he lost centuries of work he had been doing on the gear. Sona nodded at her. Internally, she was thankful that the brown-haired pervert wasn't going to be a big issue to them. She experienced herself how dangerous scale males can be in the right hands. Eastern Baltic coast. Mistress, the magic saturation in that direction, it's off the charts. Atlanta said to her goddess after returning from one of her scouting missions. Towards Lithuania, he is Eastern European, wise choice to hide in such a small country. The goddess of hunt crossed her arms. Thinking for a moment. We can assume that the high magic concentration is monitored by him, meaning that he most likely has barriers of some sort spread through the whole nation. The goddess stated her theory. This means that the moment we enter his lands he will know that we are there, Atlanta said with an understanding look. Indeed. And I doubt he will reveal himself to us just like that. This means we will need to find him either way. Artemis said with a thoughtful look. She is trying to think similarly to how that annoying brat does. It's not a big nation. Nothing compared to Siberian or the Canadian wilderness. Atlanta said with a confident look. True. But don't forget we are tracking a human, not an animal, so we will be going through towns. The goddess of hunt said with some annoyance. Last time I checked, this nation barely has any population. That means they will be cautious of a group of females dressed like hunters. The silver-haired goddess pointed out. And Atlanta could only frown. This could only mean that they will be taking quite a bit of time with this as well. Even if the nation is small. Let's go. Artemis shouted out quite eagerly. Finally. Some clues. You brat. I can't believe it took me nearly half a year to find anything about you. Now that I know where you come from I will find you eventually. The silver-haired goddess of hunt has no doubt it's where that inventor brat was hiding. This country has no supernatural presence, no big significance to any pantheon. And no one ever reported about there being a large amount of saturated magic in this area before. Meaning that it's very recent. All the hints point to this brat. Now she was getting excited to get her revenge. Marcus. The space center is finished. Well, it's technically just a launching pad with the biggest assembly line ever built. My production speed went up by multiple times with just this. But now, I can build space stations or my own airships. That's right, the first thing this place is going to do is make my flagship, the Confiscator. And not the space station I was planning. So, where are we going? Another place has been finished. Serafal asked giddily as we were walking towards the train platform at my home base. The blonde next to me is looking very curiously. This is the first time I am bringing her to use one of the trains. It's either a coincidence or just weird timing, but she has never used it before. For the simple reason that she leaves home before I leave and comes back when I am already at home. Meaning she never got the chance to use it. Yep. My space center is finished. Though, it's more like a launching pad and the largest assembly line to date. I clarified to her. How big are we talking about? The one you have at home is already enormous. Serafal asked with a gulp. My total production speed went up by 300% after it was done. Latia, how is land acquisition coming along? I asked the blonde next to my left. You build your house in the National Reserve, the processing facility in a forest which we've already acquired, the launching pad is in quite a remote area which was quite easy to get. The portion of the railway which you want to build outside, I acquired some of the land. But quite a bit is owned by other people. Not to mention the coastline, you can't buy any of that. Your nation only has 39 kilometers of sea access and you decided to build the docks right on the National Reserve, again. Latia gave her report with an eye roll. We can always get people to move out. Offer money, if they don't want to move, offer money again, with hypnosis to boost. And the docks? I'm going to build them underground then. I said with a casual shrug. You truly want your railway that much? Latia asked me with a bit of disbelief. I do. It helps me relax and think of things in these short journeys that I take. I explained to her as we arrived at the train platform. Moments later the white and soft bronze-colored maglev train arrived. Right on time. Well, since it is controlled by my Aurora, the train was prepared right around the time I decided to go to the new area. Moments later the doors slid open with a hiss. The train's interior looked quite similar to the commercial ones used by regular people. The difference was, it's extremely cutting-edge and personally made so. Holograms are all over it. If this was a public one can assume these holograms would be used to advertise products and other things. For now, I just use them for decorations. This is the base. The train is bound for the Space Center. The next stop is the Space Center. Both girls looked at me after hearing the announcement done by the robotic version of Aurora. Well, I did use her prototype voice for this. What? I am sticking with the roles. All the trains have an announcement system. I said with an eye roll. You are the only one who is using it. I don't see the reason why you need to go that far for this. Latia said with a sigh. For now. Yes, only me. But, soon enough it will be my army or you girls. We will see. As I said that, they both just eye-rolled at me. Well, once I disable the teleportation trick we're gonna see then. Anyways, we got comfortable as the train started to move. Well, it took some time for the pair to even realize that the train had moved. Sotan told me that Rias got that Hayato brat as a pawn. It took them 1.5 years to find him. I don't know if I should be impressed or disappointed that it took them so long. Serafal mentioned something to me which I had completely forgotten about. Well, that took some time. I brushed my finger and a window screen appeared in front of me. I quickly accessed the Diamond Core Hearts menu and went to the one installed in Kuo. I did a quick overview. The system is up to date. With several hacking attempts, which is amusing on its own. Some smart devils tried to hack the console. Without any success, of course. After all, it's controlled by a sadistic AI. Quinella terrified the shit out of them when she sealed their magic. After that, the hacking stopped. To a certain extent. Some lunatics tried either way. Still though Sona took care of these retarded people. Once again this reminded me how stupid people are in this place. After checking the system, I went over the logs and found how Rias got her pawn. It was quite straightforward. And this is how you abandon your humanity. Rias only needed to smile and mention that he can get his harem. And so Issei Hayato became a devil. I showed them the recording that the Diamond Hardcore did. A small chat between Rias and Hayato. The brown-haired kid had a perverted smile on his face the whole time. The Gremory heiress quite easily persuaded him to join. Why would Rias want this pervert? One could see how he undresses her with his eyes. Is he that valuable? Latia said with a distasteful frown. With casual hand motion, I showed her the sacred gear he has. The Red Dragon Emperor. I see, but how valuable is he truly now with your existence here? I mean, to have someone this, perverted and barely restrained looking. Whoa, Latia is not holding back at all. Is she that distasteful towards perverts? No wonder I know nothing of her. She most likely barely made it into the books as it is. Nothing much by this point. It only has boost and transfer. The balance breaker and juggernaut drive disappeared after the maintenance was done. Serafal said from my other side. Then it's just average gear at best. Not worthy enough to experience a perverted gaze like that. Latia said with a frown. Rias is an exhibitionist, you can imagine she likes being stared at, like that, I said with a shrug. Eh? She is? I didn't know that. The black-haired devil on my right shouted. Yep. So, she most likely likes being gazed at like that. The blonde shivered hearing that. I see. I guess, she has her own taste and I have mine. She snuggled into me while saying that. Well. At least now I am getting more valuable data from her. Her progress as well as her peerage's progress is much more fascinating to obverse. But, you don't even observe it. Only now did you do it. Serafal said with a pout. And it's more than enough. Quinella gives me a summary of what Gremory and Citri did over the period. It's more than enough. I explained to the pouting girl. Showing her the summary windows. It's, quite simply, statistics, with some things being pointed out. You know, having the hard work done into numbers like this doesn't quite show the amount of effort they put in. She still argued. And with another hand swipe, I showed her another statistic which is the effort level. You have an answer to everything, don't you? She pouted more at me. If I don't, I am sure my AI has it or is working on it. It's like having an army of researchers working with me at all times. I said that with a smile and she just huffed back. Not realizing that it's pointless for her to argue about this. Assuming she wants to goad me into getting some more stuff for Sona as the girl has been working quite hard. I mean truly hard for the past several weeks. If she is trying this hard, she will develop her balance breaker soon enough, and with it, she will enter into the realms of early ultimate class being. Next station is the Space Center. The train terminates here. Hearing the announcement, I closed the holographic window and got ready to move. The pair followed after me. Moments later, the train doors opened and we exited into an identical-looking station, with the difference being a much larger corridor which leads out of the station. This is so that a large number of beings could walk from the train to the platform. Then again, I could simply just use the space abilities I am synthesizing from Caliban. The problem with that, however, is that Caliban power works only with motion, not when there is no motion. Quite easily solvable, simply by separating those two, but that opens up another can of worms. I could use teleportation. But again, if one uses it a lot, it can be traced back. So, until the proper method is invented, I will just use my train network, which is a fast method of transportation. And I am not thinking about excuses here. Simply facts. A very short walk through the corridor and we've arrived at an extremely wide open area. If one were to glance at the ceiling, they could barely see it as it's around 300 meters away. And a portion of the ceiling can be opened. This is quite a big area. Are you going to build spaceships here? Seraphal jokingly asked me. Space stations and airships, and yes, eventually spaceships, if need be. But by that point, they can be assembled in space. I explained in a very casual tone. Sarah's blue eyes widened to a comical level. You. I was only joking. I thought you were joking back when you showed your plan. I thought it was going to take you years to reach this point, she said while shaking her head. Joking. Don't be silly. Why would I joke about something I can build? Her words were quite amusing to me. Why would I be joking? Space is quite the fascinating place to explore. The possibilities are endless to explore and build from it. Anyways, some work has already started. Quinella already is working on Ars Almadel Salomonis. I motioned for them to follow me. This place, one can imagine, is like a very empty hangar with lots of lights on the walls. Those are Realitas holographic projectors. The walls can move and be arranged depending on the project this place is working on. At the moment, the labor bots are currently working at the heart of my space station. That sounds quite ominous, Seraphal said with a gulp. You don't name things after Solomon, unless it's something big, I can imagine. Latia said with a slightly sweaty forehead. You are right. Because it is going to be around 370 meters long space station. Half of it will be the rail system. I motioned with my hand and a holographic window appeared showing the design for the space station. Opsos class station. Ars Almadel Salomonis. When they saw the image they paled. Probably because it looks like a massive space gun. It's a massive space gun. Are you planning on bombarding any nuisance out of the way with this? Latia asked with wide eyes as she realized that was exactly what I was going to do. And yes, I will be erasing anything out of my way instead of sending my army to deal with it. After all, they exist only to collect loot for me, not fight wars. Part of it, yes, as the name OPSOS stands for All-Purpose Space Observation Station. Meaning it can send drones, scale mails down to Earth and continue to upgrade itself with the latest innovation. Though, there is still some time away until it's ready. At the moment they are working on the heart of it. The station will have 4 diamond core hearts. For assembly lines, 2 hangar bays for drones, and scale mails or space variation of the Starscream models, human habitable areas, observation deck, and of course the main rail gun. The main gun itself will have a revolver function which allows it to shoot different variations of load from POD to healing abilities, and of course, if people piss me off, the ICBM version of it. Bringing a country to the Stone Age. With mere words, maybe even with a mere thought in the future. Anyways, in future, it will also have docking capabilities for the spaceships. It will most likely be much bigger in future. The new airship, which is still in the planning stages, is going to be around 250 meters. So the station needs to be around 1 kilometer long. I said with a thoughtful look, thinking about the models for space exploration. Well, I have not thought about it, yet. By the way, girls. Did you know that there is no magic in space? I asked the pair, who are looking extra pale after seeing Ars Almadel Salomonis. Well, it was supposed to be awe-inspiring. So, I will let this one slide. Chapter 25, Perfect Human. Quinella had finally done it. The Aurora artificial intelligence has massively accelerated the analysis of the data after the 3% disaster. She has expanded her processing abilities again with another expansion. After her master's 3rd session there was a 4.5% chance of miscalculation. Which drives her even more nuts. Thankfully by the 4th session, the expansion of the processing facility was done. And she only encountered a 2.5% chance of miscalculation this time around. Satisfying her somewhat. But, now. The last session was up and his whole group had gathered to see the final form of their master. Did you ladies feel it? Seraphal asked with wide eyes. Yes, master's magic just eclipsed ours. Graphia said with wide eyes, before smiling in satisfaction. Now she is serving a more powerful being, in raw power. And that just fills her with more satisfaction in her gut. Soon enough the chemicals were drained out from the chemical room and the doors opened themselves. Slowly their master walked out from the room. All the females who saw him just gulped down. Quinella could not take it any more and started walking forward towards him. Her steps were still elegant as she quickly arrived in front of him. Her hand quickly went up and towards his hair. She swiftly brushed it back. Yes, now this is more to my liking. Master, you now officially look super hot. She announced with a silly grin. Damn. Whoa. He totally looks similar to him. Seraphal said with wide eyes. Her cheeks got slightly red. Who? Latia asked, her eyes, however, stayed on her boyfriend. Aizen Sosuke from Bleach. Our master has a similar physique now and his facial expression has similar sharpness, even his gaze is similar. As Seraphal was describing her master, she got slightly hot. Okay. I have no idea who he is, but from the looks of it, he is quite something. He is a supervillain, an evil scientist, and a genius. Does that ring any bells? Seraphal asked with an eye roll. She can't believe this girl doesn't know Bleach. Oh. I see. You see similarities between our master and him. Latia said with a knowing look. The black-haired devil quickly called a holographic window, went to Google and showed the image of the supervillain. Yes. Similar, but our master is more handsome. The blonde said with a dreamy look. I know. He could easily cosplay as the Aizen Sosuke if he wanted to. Seraphal said in a dreamy tone. By this point, Latia had already ignored her and instead went to approach her boyfriend. Back to Marcus, who heard all that, he called forth a holographic window and turned it into a mirror as he inspected himself in it. Oh. I see what you mean. The teen said softly, but, for some reason, the whole group, except for Quinella, turned slightly weird hearing his voice. His voice was not loud, it was soft, but it commanded some sort of power to it. Quinella grinned from ear to ear. She was thinking that this would happen. This time it was a victory to her and not the genetics. A human's DNA is extremely complex as it went through evolution for thousands if not millions of years, unlike the supernatural, which is created from beliefs or other machinations of powerful beings. Like, for example, angels and devils. They were the creations of powerful beings. So, it's not that complex that they are already in the apex of their given form. Not much improvement is possible for them. Quinella went through Artemis's DNA countless times. Trying to understand Greek gods. Trying to find something more. And in the end, she always comes up with the same conclusion. They are beings shaped by humanity, and ultimately, there was no supernatural before humanity. Nothing specific was uncovered. The earliest known pantheons were the Mesopotamian, the Hindus, and the Egyptians, with their records going quite far. There are exceptions though. Like the heavenly dragons, the true dragons, or the dragon gods. Even the so-called primordials gods are not older than these living draconic energies. In other words, their god bodies have already reached their apex and there was nothing more for them to evolve. Unlike the humans who are shaped and affected by the nature around them. What the silver-haired assistant did was quite simple. She dug deep into her master's DNA. Went to the earliest possible record. Once located, she unleashes it, redoing that for every single piece. The artificial intelligence overwrote all the downsides that human comforts did to her master's body. All the weaknesses were eliminated. Once that was done, his body was at the level of a human. The most primal in the sense of evolution. The senses at its peak, the mind at its sharpest. The muscles are at the most ready. Once that was achieved, she then released all the limiters. Once the limiters were gone, it was the time when his DNA was at its most active. The evolution has begun. This is where Quinella truly showed her mastery over genetics. She has put her master's adaptability to the maximum possible. Pushing the gene to borderline breaking point. With max adaptability, she was able to then add things from other beings' genes. Like the enormous magic reserves of the gods, the sharp senses of a predator, not too much though, as she still wanted him to be human. So, balance was still needed. So, while he had the senses of a predator, it was not to the point where he would start stalking people like a predator. The most groundbreaking change she made was to add the adaptability of a stray devil, which was to the point of mutation. It was a magic-based phenomenon that affects the human body. What Quinella did, however, was analyze it and rework it to fit with her master's adaptability. She made it so that it becomes what people know as Zenkai boost. The new body of her master receives the damage and his DNA reacts to this damage, it adapts to it and evolves. Raising its magical power to meet this new threat. In other words, what she has made of her master is a perfect human. A human without any limits. It's so great that even the devil ladies who heard his voice felt a tingle in their very being. They knew they were standing in front of something impossible to exist in this modern age and time. I do look like him. Quite fascinating. I would even call it a machination of yours. Marcus put his hand on his assistant's chin, pulling her closer. Was it one of your machinations? My beautiful little vixen. Quinella stupidly nodded multiple times to his questions. Her human processors tried to understand what she just experienced. The only result she got was that she needs a human body to properly comprehend this. The rest of the group also tried to understand what they were feeling. Even Venelana was biting her lower lip. Her mind turned traitorous. The more she thinks about it, the more she desires to test her master's proficiency in certain activities. However, she doesn't just want it to be a simple session, no. After all, she is a devil of the Baal family. For now, she will just observe him closely. While the other devil ladies who saw the changed master of theirs could only lick their lips. This was, the artificial intelligence truly delivered on that promise to make their master better. I see, you did quite nicely. Nonetheless, you are not allowed to hide things from me. Assuming you also altered some of my looks. I didn't. The only machination I could think about is, wait. I didn't even do anything. I followed the protocol to the letter. Quinella huffed as she rapidly went through everything with her enormous processing capacity. So, you are telling me this is my natural look? Marcus raised his eyebrow as he inspected himself. He clenched his hand and swiftly channeled his magic. A bright white aura surrounded him at that moment as he called for his enormous amount of magic. Both Seraphal and Graphia gulped down with disbelief. Their top power was insignificant to this. Seraphal could only fight her master in this case with her Eternity Drive Balance Breaker. This means Marcus was at least a super devil class being just from raw magic power. So, this is it. Quite impressive. I just clocked you at 85% of that of the Red Dragon Emperor at his prime. From the readings we got from the boosted gear. And the strength of the soul reading. Quinella said with a thoughtful look. Still though, she can't believe her master made her go through that embarrassing moment. I see, we will go through extensive tests later on. Marcus softly said that. He looked at the mirror for a second. His facial expression slowly morphed into that of a smile. A smile of someone who knows things. A very familiar smile which was always on the face of a certain genius villain from Bleach. Marcus. Once again I looked at myself in the mirror. I just went through a whole bunch of scans. All my vitals were perfect. The blood samples were scanned and analyzed by Quinella. The beauty had 0% miscalculation this time, which she was extremely smug about. I already tried out some basic things. Like, for example, how long it takes for a simple finger cut to heal. There was no improvement in my first session. As it was just fixing inherited things. The second one showed me a 30% increase in rapid healing. In the third it was 50% from base humans. In the fourth it was 150%. And in the last one, it was around 1000%. Well, the speed was near instantaneous. Another funny thing happened, I was almost immune to cuts from sharp things right after I'd cut myself in the finger. Meaning my body adapted to sharp things. Well, you are in perfect health. The genetic alterations are. Well, they are not there anymore, it's like your body was always like this, the natural adaptability assimilated those changes and accepted them as it is. Strange. I will most likely figure this one out and add it to the SPBA. Quite interesting. I nodded at her. It seems that my body adapted to the modification and accepted them as better alternatives. Thinking for a bit, I called forth Tuki. A familiar golden whitish aura surrounded me, the life force energy was even denser than before. The power which comes directly from the life force, quite a strange concept. The more perfect my body was, the more I could channel it. I unlocked it after the third session. It got denser followed by the fourth. And now it was like a fire surrounding me. How this is connected to body and life is still something I need to do some research on. It most likely reacted to my non-existing lifespan. Well, we will see what it does later on. Now, I have magic and Tuki. And I could feel that there was something more which I could access. It was like a paper-thin layer that was there keeping me away from whatever this was. Well, I will figure this one out soon enough. Once the checks were done I dressed up again and Quinella brought me the tray with my rings. I noticed there was an extra one. This is. I picked up the golden ring that was the same looking as the rest. But, my senses were telling me there was something else. I know my rings from looks alone, and my magic sense tells me their true nature as well. For example, the ring of destruction felt like an endless abyss and the end of things. While my ring of focus felt like my maths classroom back from school, it has a sort of vibe to it. The ring of storage felt like the basement where you keep your fruits over the winter. And this felt like distorted space. I have finished this ring when you were going through your last session. I thought it would be a good gift to you, she said with a small visible blush on her cheeks. Oh, now that is a nice gift, I said with quite a giddy tone. I could not remember the last time I got such a good gift. The ring of space, as you've probably guessed. This ring holds the principle of space magic, control and manipulation. The problem, however, as you can guess, is the control. But, with your enchanted capacities, alongside the ring of focus, you should be able to manipulate it however you want, she explained to me while I looked at the ring between my fingers. I was inspecting the runesmith. The Lord of Rings holds nothing on what my Quinella could do. Which finger does it goes on? I asked her after finishing my inspection. Left hand, middle finger. After hearing which finger it goes on, I immediately put it on. That moment, I felt like another filter just went through me. I could see things brighter. Don't try to rip space here, master, you can't do it here, Quinella said simply with a knowing and deadpan look. I see, so, this is how locked space looks like. I can see it now. Indeed. I suggest practicing space magic where space is not locked and it's nowhere in our backyard, I am afraid, she said with a sad tone. Quite the sadist, giving such a toy to me and not letting me use it. I don't know how I should feel about that, I said while shaking my head in fake disappointment. Gah. Don't you dare. I was not the one who decided to lock space so that no creepy space monsters could enter into our home country. And you know it. She pointed her finger at me with a blushing look. Right. I forgot that. I suppose you are not so sadistic towards me after all. I shook my head with an amused smile, remembering that part quite perfectly. Why you are messing with me. So, this is what it is. She said that with a realized look. Just you wait. I will have my revenge, she told me with a cute pout. A regular human should be terrified. But, I was the one who programmed her basic functions. This means her revenge will be that of either seduction which leads to teasing, or a similar type of teasing. Well, it will be fascinating to see her do such things. After the checkups, I went to the testing room. I wanted to test some of my basic strengths. The leap in fundamental strength was enormous. Right. Seraphal, we are going to do some basic fighting. Eh? Are you planning to kill me? Your power is off the charts. Seraphal shook her head. Sigh. I said the basics, try using your water powers on me, I said with a shrug. I am not planning some battle of fates like Dragon Ball Z has or something like that. Fine. You should get used to some physical activity. Seraphal raised her hand and a Leviathan circle appeared. Moments later, a large amount of water manifested, like a torrent, it rushed towards me. Honestly, I've never fought properly in my life before, but in this situation, something just clicked for me. The moment the water torrent was in front of me, I grabbed it with magic pouring from me. And just like that, with a simple spin, I sent that torrent of water back, flying towards Seraphal, who was looking at me with disbelief. She only had a few moments to dodge it. Very embarrassingly, she jumped out of the way. What was that? It's like you just used Kankara on me just now, the black-haired devil exclaimed with a pouty tone. She slowly got up on her feet moments later. Kankara? Not quite, or was it? I don't know how Ajuka's magic works, but I calculated the amount of magic you sent me and used the same amount to capture it. Then I calculated the best way to redirect it, I explained to her. That does sound quite similar to my uncle's Kankara. But, it's not. Master was able to do it because his magic nature is neutral. And he was able to, quite easily, adapt to the water, Latia said from a distance. I could see some sweat on her forehead, assuming she felt quite out of place with the amount of power being thrown around. Doesn't change the fact that his fighting style is similar. Seraphal huffed and created several balls of ice and started shooting at me. This girl, she needs some spanking. Less than a second later, I started slapping the ice balls away like some paper planes, and started walking forward towards the slightly panicking-looking beauty. Before long, she started taking steps back while still trying to do something with her water and ice powers. By this point, she was going overboard and I could use Ars Goetia to calm her down. But, this situation requires some direct intervention. After all of her attacks got slapped away, I was now in front of her, and behind her was a wall. In simpler words, she was cornered. My left hand moved quickly and grabbed both of her hands and lifted them above her, pinning her in place. While with my right hand I grabbed her chin and made her look directly at me. Nervous gulp. Did I permit you to use anything else apart from water? I asked her while my gaze was directly on her blue eyes. So, hot. What was that? Did I just hear her voice in my head? I looked at her more. I could feel something more, another energy flowing in me. Master your eyes, they just went through something. Seraphal said with wide eyes. I, for a moment, kept staring at her. Those look like innovator eyes. Is that for real? That stuff can happen in real life. Did I just read her mind? Psionic powers. Is this psionic energy I am feeling? Without wasting much time I released her from my hold and I could hear her inner pouting. My eyes went towards Latia and I could hear her intellectual inner self talking. Marcus is truly powerful now. I should start my training soon so I won't be left behind like this. Hey, even inner monologues are like that. Then I called for a holographic window and turned it into a mirror. Moments later, I looked at myself. My eyes widened seeing electricity flowing through my irises. The pupil was the same, only that the iris got duller and now electricity was flowing through them, the eyes even had some sort of glow to them, assuming they could now glow in the dark. What was more fascinating was that, the moment this new energy, which I believe is psionic, calmed down, my original eyes returned to how they were before. What was that? Did you just turn into an innovator? Seraphal asked with disbelief. In a way. I can feel another type of energy now. And I can access it too. I explained to her as I started channeling this energy. I feel that I could quite easily mold it with Tuki. No. Way, isn't it like your third energy now? Seraphal exclaimed with disbelief. I don't even know if there even existed someone who could have this many energies inside a single body. The black-haired Satan said to herself and I could hear it quite easily now. My mind reading is rapidly progressing. Which is quite the convenient power. Yes, it would seem it's psionic of some sort. I think I will be able to do things with my mind now. Like mind reading. Feeling emotions. Telekinesis, telepathy. Seraphal started listing all the things I could now probably do with her otaku knowledge. Yeah, that sort of thing. For now, you two go back to the workshop and observe my test from there. I will be running a simulation. I said with a thoughtful look. Thankfully I can truly let loose in my simulations and see how much damage I can do with it. Oh okay. I could feel how Seraphal pouted internally for not keeping her like this. While Latia was much more understanding. The blonde walked over to the black-haired Satan and started pulling her out of the room. Once they are gone. I took a deep breath for a second. Begin simulation. New type of energy testing. Send me to New York, Aurora. Understood. I am transferring 2% of total processing power to this. It should be enough to gather and analyze enough data for it. My eyebrow slightly went up. 2% is quite a lot. With the amount of processing power. Even 1% is enough to design, simulate, and test new technology. So, 2 is double that. Beginning simulation. Activating hard light projection. Dispersing realitas particles. Light prism online. Simulating starting. Moments later the surroundings started to shift, buildings getting constructed, the white ceiling transformed into blue skies and I could feel a slight breeze, a shift in temperature. A few seconds later I could hear cars, people talking. Sounds of traffic and smell of petrol. Ah, as primitive as one could get. I furrowed my eyebrows smelling that. As much as I loved the internal combustion engine. I got rid of it as quickly as I could in my previous life. Still though, I am not here for cars. Inside simulation. The simulation was extremely realistic, to the point where every single NPC had a personality. Marcus' appearance, a man in a lab coat with an extremely dashing appearance. Instantly got the attention of some of the passing-by females. Not that this fascination lasted long as he soon walked over to the closest building and put his hand on it. Second, after his weird behavior, the building's windows exploded. Making all the people scream from fear as they started running away from that place. Moments later, the building walls started to crack. Those cracks soon spread throughout the whole building before it then exploded in all directions. The blast was quite powerful, sending cars flying as well as damaging the other buildings. Before long a purple aura surrounded Marcus as all the cars and remnants of buildings started to float. Their shapes were forcefully changed, going through several different shapes. Stopping at a dagger-like shape. Once the changes were done to these constructs, they were sent flying into the tallest skyscraper in the vicinity. Shredding a portion of the building in the distance. This caused the top of the skyscraper to start falling into the streets below. Not long after that, dust clouds started to spread through the streets. Purple energies easily blasted the dust away as more buildings started to rise from the ground. This time he was pulling them out with the foundations as a whole. Buildings with multiple floors and sizes were pulled out like they were built from paper instead of concrete and bricks. Then they started to squeeze into themselves, forcefully breaking down and shrinking into perfect balls of concrete, steel, bricks. I am getting a hang of this. Aurora, send an opponent for me. Any preference? None. Impress me. Sure thing. Around 30 seconds later, Marcus heard a loud whistling sound, before a fist rammed into his face. The teen's eyes widened as he felt his body being sent flying, like a rag doll going through several rows of buildings, eventually going through the Liberty statue like a hot knife going through butter. Marcus snapped from his shock as pain soon washed through his body. He flipped over, creating a platform on which he grabbed himself, stopping in the middle of New York Bay. His eyes scanned the area, finding the one who punched him. Seriously? Aurora? You're sending Superman after me? Marcus asked with wide eyes. Not just any Superman. According to my calculations, he could easily fight in the top 3 of the world's strongest beings. If you can beat him, then you are on that list. The AI smugly said to him, goading him to fight against this augmented Superman. Hey. I see. I guess let's aim for that position. For once, let's do things the old-fashioned way. As the teen inventor said that, he slowly stood up, his spine and neck already fixed itself, and he stretched out. That one. I quite felt it. He said to the famous comic book hero who'd just arrived in front of him. I punched you as hard as I could. I am quite impressed that you are that durable. The Earth's strongest hero said with disbelief. I was not, now I am, however. Marcus said as he started to float on his own. Purple aura surrounded him as it slowly started to form into a flaming one. A second later, particles of all sorts of things started to float around him as well. At the moment, he had just successfully combined all 3 energies. And he soon started powering himself up with this new power, a new type of energy. And the world around them started to shake. The hero in front of Marcus, by this point, was tired of waiting and rushed forward, preparing to punch again. This time, Teen himself met the punch with his own. The collision sent shockwaves throughout the whole area. Marcus grimaced as he felt his right hand just break. He quickly swept with his left, sending a space rent. A distorted slash of space. The blue spandex-wearing hero quickly dodged this with his inhuman speed. Pity that he forgot that behind him was one of the world's biggest cities. The space rent easily cut through almost all the skyscrapers in Manhattan, flying somewhere into New Jersey, cutting through more buildings in its path. "NOOO. You bastard!" Superman exclaimed with wide eyes as he realized what just happened. Fury manifested in his eyes as the superhero rushed forward. Marcus quickly meets him midair as the battle of super speed and super strength sent more shockwaves through the whole area. Marcus' insane adaptability kicked in as soon after meeting him head-on, his body started to adapt. As adrenaline was rushing through his body, his mind started working like a computer, analyzing the movement of the superhero, while at the same time, finding ways to improve his performance. For this, his mind delved into his memory and started analyzing any and all martial arts he encountered throughout his 2 lives. Before he could even realize it, he already knew Taekwondo, Kung Fu, Karate, Judo, Russian ARB. And in less than 3 minutes of being outperformed by Superman, Marcus was already fighting back with a multitude of different martial arts. With a powerful elbow strike, the teen inventor sends the Earth's greatest hero flying into the Bay of New York. The black-haired teen then casually lifted his right hand and a ball of power of destruction manifested. He started pouring his new type of energy into the ball as it rapidly started to grow in size. Before long, it could easily block the sun. He then dropped the ball towards the bay. "Let's see if you can survive this," Marcus said curiously as he watched the POD, like a meteorite, descend into the bay. Moments later, the explosion evaporated as all the water in the area was instantly erased and portions of New York were gone. The teen eyes widened for a second, as Superman was right in front of him. His cape was half gone. There were minor injuries with some bleeding on him, like a cut eyebrow and some missing pieces of his spandex. "No wonder you have the title, Man of Steel. That blast had enough power to erase any lesser being," Marcus said with disbelief, seeing that this dude tanked the blast. For a second he thought Quinella was pulling a leg for him. But, that's against her programming. The Earth's mightiest hero looked around and saw the state of the city. He frowned deeply. "Let's change our battling grounds. I am sure space will fit us better than this." As he said that, Superman rushed up to leave the planet. Marcus rolled his eyes for a second and ignited his purple aura, rushing forward with similar speed to Superman. Moments later, they were in space. Below them was the blue planet. "Let's end this." The superhero roared with a furious look. He was not holding back at all this time, and Marcus met him head-on. Before long, another fistfight started which sent shockwaves easily felt by the people below on the planet. Nonetheless, Superman instantly noticed that he was losing even in direct contact with the sun. Marcus' progress in martial arts was pushing the hero back. A single slip was that was needed, and the black-haired teen smashed his fist powered by POD into the spandex-wearing hero's gut. The blast sent the guy flying, but the teen was already waiting for him on the other side. He grabbed Superman by the head and used his space ring to appear on the moon. He slammed into the moon with enough force to create a massive crater. I would like to see how you can survive it at point-blank range. Space and destruction at the same time. Marcus said directly into his mind with his psionic powers. And in the next moment the moon that was orbiting Earth for millions of years was shattered into pieces by a blast of black and red energy. Workshop. Seraphal and Latia were watching the battle with shell-shocked looks. They had a chance to see their master truly going all out the old-fashioned way. Against one of the most famous heroes in Earth's history of comic books. Even Latia knew who he was and she didn't read much comics. Nonetheless, it was an awesome battle and harshly reminded them of how insanely powerful their master got through this. The most shocked of them all was Vanillana, who was in the background watching all this with disbelief. This was a movie, not a battle. How can that room even tank this much damage? Seriously, how adaptable is he? Superman broke his spine and neck. He recovered nearly instantly after it. Not only that, but he started utilizing martial arts through the middle of the fistfight. And it only got better through the next few exchanges. Seraphal said with wide eyes. That is why my master and creator is the perfect human being. Quinella said with a happy tone. What she saw was simply gorgeous. She took a bunch of pictures of her hot master. Chapter 26, The Hunt Arrives. The moment Master left the chemical room chamber, he was already in the ranking of the top 10 world's strongest beings. This list, I may add, was created to measure a being's sheer raw strength and not their versatility or abilities. At that point Master's strength was around 85% that of the Red Dragon Emperor at its peak. Quinella explained to the group who were watching the battle between Marcus and Superman. Or well, the end of it. The moon was gone and countless large asteroids slammed into the planet below. Ending nations, starting another ice age. The consequences of such sparing are immeasurable. That's why they should only be done inside a simulation like this. At his spar with Satan Leviathan, Master started showing his adaptability by unlocking psionic powers. Thus unlocking his third energy. I was measuring his power at that moment, which went up. The artificial intelligence explained as she showed the statistics of Marcus' progress. His power went up to 95% of the Red Dragon Emperor. What kind of progress is this? Seraphal asked Quinella. The Leviathan could not comprehend the rate of progress. His body adapted and became a perfect vessel for psionic power. That moment, mastering this new energy and the abilities it gives became child's play for him. Quinella pulled up another statistic, showing the rate of how quickly he mastered the flow of this power. All of them just gulped down seeing this. After the short spar with Seraphal, Master entered the simulation and started to get a hang of this new power. Telekinesis, levitation, psionic blasts, all in less than 10 minutes of acquiring this power. The silver-haired assistant showed images of what he can do and what kind of damage he could do to a city. Now the part where he got even more powerful. Quinella showed the part where Superman was manifested and Marcus got punched by the spandex-wearing hero. This is where Master got punched and nearly lethally wounded. How could you allow that? Latia asked with quite an annoyed look as she saw her boyfriend with a broken neck and spine. My protocol doesn't allow me to hurt him in any sense of the word, but, if there is a profit to my master and creator with 0% chance of death possibility, I can allow him to get hurt. There was 0% chance of Superman winning. Seraphal asked with some disbelief in her voice. The guy is so powerful yet there was 0 chance for him to win. While death percentage and victory percentage are two different things. Yes, he had no chance of winning. Because he was Superman. A physical brawler. Our master needed to face one of these so that his physical parameters could increase. Everyone instantly got a realizing look. They realized that if some sort of range fighter, like Seraphal, were to appear before Marcus, then this individual energy would most likely be sealed off, and their master would just get the bare minimum of benefits. That's why, what Marcus faced could be considered his weakness. That's why Quinella goaded him to face Superman in the most direct possible battle. A fistfight. Their master normally would never face anyone in such barbaric things. That's why it was Superman. An icon, someone he quite dislikes as well. Those pure hero types can be quite annoying. The artificial intelligence made sure their master is facing someone he would get his hands dirty on. So this specific opponent met several criteria. After the hit, his body started to adapt. When his spine and neck healed, his power went up to 200% that of Drake's prime. Then he fused the 3 types of energies on the fly. Magic, psionic and Tuki. That power-up which shook the whole world, raised his overall power by 400% that of the Heavenly Dragon. Everyone just stared at the statistic with utter bafflement. The gap in between them was less than a few minutes. It was like 2 minutes or something. How can someone grow so strong in such a simple period? The fight itself slowly raised his overall parameters, not just raw power. By the time he went to space, his body adapted to the space environment, meaning, he can now go to space as it is. His resistance went up against the space laws and he is borderline immune to the concept of the power of destruction. Venelana gulped down hearing that. What kind of nonsense is this? She can accept that he can make insane stuff. But now he is even more durable than most of the gods. Quinella continued explaining as everyone looked at the screen, showing the dust somewhat spread out around the place where the moon was. Marcus was floating there, with a missing arm and leg. There was no Superman left at all. He was turned into space dust from that pinpoint blast. What was quite shocking for these ladies, except Quinella, was how rapidly Marcus is regaining his missing limbs. Right in front of their eyes. The bones and the flesh recovered at a rapid, near instantaneous pace. And before they knew it, he already had his limbs back. Now he was collecting his missing rings, which was also quite insane. It is crazy how they managed to survive the explosion of the moon. Later, Marcus was sitting on his chair, looking at the holographic windows of what his Diamond Core Heart network all over his country has recorded for him. And of course, directly streaming back to him. Artemis was here. He knew that she was looking for him. The teen inventor didn't need to listen to any sort of news or anything like that to know that she would come after him. She is a Greek goddess with an ego the size of the moon which he blew up, after all. Still, it was kind of hard to get over the fact that he now has this much power. He even beat Superman. Anyway, he knew she would come. It was just a matter of time. And it appears it took her nearly half a year to do that. According to the Huntress's chatter, which was picked up by his surveillance system. They were all over the place, like, checking out the whole Volga River Basin. The whole of the Dnieper River Basin. The Ural mountain range, in a nutshell, most of Eastern Europe. What truly brought a smile to his face was, he knew they were all going to check the biggest places on the map first, leaving the smaller ones for the last. Marcus checked the images he got of the trio main huntresses. His eyes stayed on them for a bit. You know, I've always wanted to have a lion. Quite the majestic animal. The king of the jungle, the only known feline family which lives in groups. Quite the fascinating animal. He had a pair of beauty with him as only one of them, because the other was a holographic projection, slightly twitched, hearing what he'd just said. Especially, when one of them is half a beautiful huntress. The black-haired teen's girlfriend looked on with quite a bit of a perplexed look as she saw the group of females walking on his lands. Atlanta. This huntress has been serving under Artemis for as long as I can remember. What do you have in mind for her? Their entry into our lands is happening at quite an annoying time. We are only days away from our invasion. Quinella said with a pissed look. If it was her, she would have already sent out those newly created border drones. Come now. Their arrival here helped us find a crucial mistake we have with our neutral magic security. Yes. I suppose that is true. If this is accurate, then heaven, and most likely Norse, knows that we exist here. The silver-haired assistant said with a disappointed look. She was disappointed in herself that she didn't pick this up earlier. It's irrelevant now. It was crucial in the early stages. Now it's pointless. We are going to do this. Most of the huntresses are spread out throughout the nation. With a hand wave, a map of his country appeared on a separate holographic window. Everyone could see that the huntresses had descended from the north. From the looks of it, they have spread into 3 groups. Hippolyta leading in the west towards the sea. Atlanta leading in the east towards mainland Europe. Leaving the 3rd group under Artemis in the direction of the center of the nation. While Artemis is closest to us, we will capture the other groups first. And goad Artemis with them. Marcus said the last part with a sadistic smile. Any reasons why? She wants you to fight her in a skills-alone battle. There is no way she could beat you as you are right now. Latia said with a slightly frustrated look. She is smart enough to understand what is going on. Beings like Artemis have a way to pull a man's pride. Simply enough, Marcus wants to prove to her, well, some of his sadism is mixed in with it, but he wants to prove that he is superior to her and that she should be under him, and by this point, in all types of the sense. Yes, this time Artemis is not getting away. No, this time Marcus is keeping her to himself. But, first things first. He is going to make her understand that she should not have come here to look for him. Wait for nighttime. And then bring my pet to me. Marcus said seriously to his assistant. Of course. I will help you tame this pet as well. Lion or not, she will serve you well. Quinella said simply with crossed arms. What she said sounded like an already done thing. Even though the huntress was not even retrieved yet. Latia didn't even have a chance to ask how they were going to capture one of the greatest huntresses in the known world and history. And Latia, Artemis will be getting her duel or whatever skill competition she wants. That's of course after I have captured all of her huntresses. Marcus explained to the blonde with a smile. She could only nod. Now the devil girl was wondering how this goddess is going to affect the overall situation, the hierarchy of this place. The Astaroth pillar knows pretty well that Artemis is not leaving this place after she gets captured. And if the Greek pantheon complains, well, then most likely there will be fewer pantheons in the world. The sound of alarm spread through the barracks of SPBA. The headquarters of Marcus' personal army was on full alert. Several thousand armored soldiers lined up perfectly in the main area. Not far from them, on the runway, the Starscream jet fighters were getting prepared for the launch. Next to them were the gunships getting prepared for their mission as well. Their job is to carry the soldiers to the battlefield. A few moments later, polygons gathered in one place and Quinella appeared there. Gather up. Your first mission as soldiers of our master is here. It's called Operation Capture the Lion. Your job is to capture one of Goddess Artemis' huntresses. This operation will be carried out. Artificial intelligence created a holographic window with the map of the city where Atlanta is currently approaching with her squad. What the silver-haired assistant wants is for SPBA to hunt them down in the city. The city will be in a lockdown state and it will become a hunting ground for the soldiers of Marcus Goldman. Quinella realized that she can use this nuisance to get some experience and data for their soldiers. After giving instructions, she disappeared and the soldiers' HUD were updated with instructions. Before long, the soldiers boarded their gunships as the end of the runway moved up the ceiling and changed into a purple translucent barrier, before disappearing completely. Moments later, one after another, the jet fighters took off. Followed by the gunships, their destination is around 50 kilometers into the east. With Atlanta's group. Don't you think this is strange? When we approached the city there were cars, people on the streets, the shops were open. The moment we entered this place they started closing off, people disappeared and the traffic just stopped. One of the huntresses said as she looked around. She was on edge just like the rest. The lion girl, with a narrowed gaze, looked around. She noticed this some time ago as well. The smell in the air changed, something is going on. Be on guard. The city has just turned into a hunting ground. It appears he has sent someone or something to hunt us down. Atlanta said after realizing what just happened. The girls quickly formed into formation as they started looking around. They were extremely on edge. They waited for a bit, but nothing happened. This has just annoyed them for some time. Nonetheless, they didn't drop their guard, but they could not just stay here and do nothing. Slowly they started to advance. Their goal is to take a high point advantage and scout the town from there. A town this size doesn't have many high points. All they have is 9 to 5 stories flats, a water tower. A church which they won't be going to unless they want attention from the Heaven faction. The rest are 1 to 3 story buildings. The town most likely doesn't even have 100,000 people living here. As they were advancing, Atlanta's ears twitched and she heard something. Surely enough, everyone soon heard something similar to a booming sound. They looked at the sky and saw a formation of planes fly over. The moment the formation passed through, it split up after passing the city. Is that the army? One of the huntresses asked with disbelief. Did the guy have people in the National Army and called for some help? Or was there something else going on? Don't be confused. Those are not regular planes. They emit magic. That brat most likely has people working for him. Be on guard. We don't even know the numbers he has. Atlanta said with a sweaty forehead. Thankfully she can still sense her blessing from her goddess. Meaning that their powers were not stripped from them. After that period they heard more jet fighters fly over. They didn't even know if it was the same group or not. Nonetheless, they continued with their advance. Until a light flashed, and one of the huntresses was hit by something. Ah. Her whole body twitched and spasmed as it looked like she was hit by electricity. Moments later, she collapsed on the ground. Quickly. Everyone, find cover. Atlanta ordered with wide eyes as she, and the rest, split up to find some cover behind building, roadside trees, or just dunk on the ground behind a bush. Where did that come from? One of them asked with a panicked look. She didn't see anything slamming into the fellow huntress. It came from the water tower. The lion girl said with a frowned look. But, that's on the other side of the city. Another one said with awe and shock. Most likely a sacred gear created for sniping people from the distance. We need to take it down. Split up and approach the tower separately. Use speed and buildings as covers. Atlanta said seriously. She doesn't see any other way to take this thing down. It's too far away even for her to even hit it. This brat. He is hunting us down. Once I get my hands on you. The lion girl internally growled at the mocking she was receiving. On my mark, get set, go. As the blonde/green-haired huntress shouted, she started dashing forward towards the tower. But, her eyes widened when she saw multiple flashes of light and screams of pain from her huntresses. They were all sniped down with ease. What kind of accuracy is this? Before long she jumped over a single-store building and tried to take a turn to hide behind a 5-story flat. Atlanta had the idea to use this building to try and snipe the persons who were snipping her butt. With the sounds of jet engines, a robot, around 7 meters tall, intercepted her. It was massive compared to her size. It looked like it was the transformed form of the jet fighter which flew over the city. The huntress's eyes widened as she quickly turned around to make some distance. She pulled out her bow and wanted to shoot at this thing, but the thing pointed its rifle at her. No good. Atlanta quickly hid behind the fences of the 1-story building she just jumped over. It was a private house with quite a bit of garden and driveway. But then, volleys of electrical balls slammed into the fences. Atlanta quickly started to run as the blasts destroyed the fences. The huntress realized that this brat, or the brat's people, don't care about collateral damage. Which is fine for her. Her bow glowed silver as she pulled the string and an arrow manifested from pure divine energy. She then releases it towards the robot in midair. The blast rapidly rushed toward the transformed jet fighter. Upon collision, the blast exploded and pushed the robot back a little bit. There was not even a scratch on it. No way. I put everything I could into Toro Polos at that moment. Sweat started to pour down from her forehead. She realized how bad the situation was even when she had her full power. That moment she saw 3 red laser dots on her body. Her eyes widened. And in the next moment, something slammed into her from all 3 directions. A large amount of electricity entered her body. She quickly realized that she got shot from 3 different directions, meaning that most if not all the high places had snipers. Damn, you. Atlanta cursed internally as she collapsed on the ground. Slowly her consciousness started to leave her. Nonetheless, her senses told her that someone was approaching her. Then more and more sounds of footsteps, heavy steps, meaning heavily armored. Military-type gear, mostly likely some sort of metal boots. The huntress thought to herself. She realized that the city already had soldiers deployed. When? How? How many? This is Alpha 3, the lion is secured. Requesting transportation. Atlanta heard one of the soldiers speak through the radio, she assumed. She could not believe she was treated like some sort of hunting prey. Before long her consciousness was consumed by the darkness. Atlanta's eyes snapped open. She quickly looked around. It was a small room with no windows, only one side has bars and nothing else. It took her a few moments to realize it. But she was in a cell. A prison. Next thing she realized was that her blessing was gone. Which means her powers were sealed off as well. We meet again. When she heard this, not so familiar, male voice, the lion girl felt her whole being just tingle. Her instincts were telling something. Strong, very strong. You are that man. Atlanta said with an angry snare. You have to be more specific. She saw this figure just walk into her cell. It was utterly weird because he walked through bars and walls, it's like they don't exist for him. This however didn't mean anything to the huntress. She could not sense any power from him. And her fury was higher than her reason at the moment. Atlanta didn't say anything, instead she lunged forward and tried to spin kick him. Only for him to capture her leg extremely casually with his left hand and send her back flying a little bit. That moment, she felt something coiling up around her, her hands went behind her back. She quickly realized that she is getting tied up. Ropes manifested around her body. The problem with this was that she was roped up in quite a shameful way. This was mortifying for her. Release me this instant, you fiend. Atlanta said with a furious look, she was embarrassed beyond belief. But, that moment an immeasurable amount of pressure slammed into her. She knew that this was his power. It was intense, endless, even unfathomable. How is he this powerful? Why have we never heard about him before? Such a being should have been mentioned at least once somewhere. Atlanta's face turned completely pale. It's pointless to fight someone like this. I have heard that you trust your instincts more than reason. Then I only need to show you a fraction of my power so that you would understand. Just because you are this strong it doesn't mean I am going to listen to you. Atlanta had a hunch that this man wants her as a trophy. After all, his men have hunted her down properly. And the ropes just prove the point that he wants her in that specific way. You can say whatever you want, my cute lioness, but you're going to be my pet either way. He said with absolute confidence, which pissed her off even more. Grr, you. Atlanta tried to struggle any way she could. First, she was roped this way. And now he calls her his pet. Your goddess will be mine full-time. I haven't decided how she is going to serve me. It's either a full-time bed warmer or a sexy maid to be taken, in any place. He mentioned that offhandedly in a way as if Artemis was nothing in front of him. You think Olympus will just stand by and let this happen? Atlanta said with a furious tone. If her body was free she would have punched him many times by now. They would. because they wouldn't exist anymore. Besides, it's the reason why you are all here anyway. No. The reason why you are all stalking me in my lands. Wanting to be hunted down, used, however I please. He said that with such belief that it was hard for her to refute. For a second she even believed it. But. Nonsense. This sounded so wrong on so many levels. They are here to hunt him down. Not the other way around. Please. I only see your actions this way. I already have 1/3 of your hunt chained up just like you. Soon I will capture Hippolyta and it is only going to leave Artemis as my greatest prey. The man said with a smile as one of his hands moved on top of her head and gently stroked her head. Enjoying the fluffy hair of hers. You will be such a great house cat. After saying that he just disappeared from the cell, burst into purple energy. He wasn't even here in person. Disbelief washed her over. How did he do it? How did he chain her up? What kind of magic is this? Seconds later, multiple screens appeared in her room. Showing the hunt. She saw Hippolyta at the beach with multiple huntresses looking for clues and her goddess with several other huntresses in a forest. That moment, Atlanta realized, with dread, that her goddess was always under surveillance, meaning that he knows everything that they are doing. They have been the prey all along. This is bad. Goddess, how can I tell you that this is a trap? Baltic Sea coastline. Hippolyta was excited and somewhat annoyed that her future husband had not come after her. Doesn't he know that he beat her in a fair fight? She was his. So why with all of this? To her understanding why he has not revealed himself is that he is hunting them now. Which amused her to a certain level. Her future husband wants to hunt the goddess of hunt. This is just fascinating that humans would even try such a thing. Lady Hippolyta. There is a resort town just south of here. One of the huntresses pointed at the distance. The redhead simply nodded at her. We can start with that one there. The Amazonian queen said simply. Honestly, she just wants to go to the men who took her heart. This whole game started to bore her. The group of huntresses nodded at her and started to walk towards the town they saw there. Under the night sky, no one can see them in total darkness, while they can. The light from the moon, the very symbol of their goddess, shines on them, allowing them to see just like it's daytime. Neither do they need a source of light or any assistance, making them one of the best night hunters in the world. Once they arrived at the city they saw the pier stretching into the sea. Instead of walking there, they took the stairs up to the walkway which leads to Broadway. They can assume this place is packed during the daytime. However, it was nighttime, but even then. This is strange. Is there something wrong, Lady Hippolyta? This place is far too quiet. It's late August and the temperatures in this place are still above 25 degrees in the daytime. The bars and restaurants still should be packed. But, this is far too quiet. The redhead said to the huntresses who started connecting dots and instantly got cautious. But Hippolyta already knew, it was too late. She felt the change in the air some time ago. To her, it didn't mean anything. But, it was foolish not to pay attention to that. Because now it made sense to her. The city was put to sleep. It was so seamless, even amazing, because of how hard it was to pick this up. It was like paying attention to a small breeze changing its direction. Only extremely cautious and paranoid people would think much about it. Even she picked this up because of her experience after living this long and hunting for centuries. Before long, from all directions, armored soldiers rushed dressed in blue and silver armor pointing futuristic rifles at them. Multiple red laser dots pointed at them. They were surrounded and had the group of girls at gunpoint. Then a familiar feeling washed over the group. They couldn't sense their blessing anymore. Were the girls still thought of fighting? Hippolyta raised her hands. We surrender. I assume your leader is the very same person who beat me before. Yes. I can only see him capable of doing this. The redhead said very plainly. Lady Hippolyta. The girls looked with utter disbelief. Why did the queen of the Amazons just give up? She is a warrior and a goddess herself. Why do you all look so surprised? He beat me in a duel. My life belongs to him for half a year now. The queen said so simply that the huntresses couldn't muster the fire to snap at the woman. Even the army surrounding them was confused. They looked at each other. What should they do? The protocol isn't clear when a goddess of war surrenders. A goddess of war should not surrender without fighting in the first place. Nonetheless, the confusion was very short because they got new orders from HQ. Very well. We accept your surrender. Master will speak with you shortly. Hearing a distorted voice coming from one of them. The redhead huntress slowly nodded. Finally, she can see him. When Hippolyta opened her eyes she saw a gray ceiling. She tried to recall what just happened. They still opened fire. The queen of the Amazon said with some bitterness. I do apologize. But, we don't take any chances. That voice sends a very positive tingle through Hippolyta. The woman quickly looked at the source. Her eyes went wide. Why you are the one who won against me in battle. Yes. She said, barely controlling herself and to not lick her lips. Calling it a battle is a stretch. I simply opened fire at you from behind. The men said with a baffled tone. It was a duel to me. The moment I asked for a duel it was so. When she said that he could only look at her with a flabbergasted look. This was probably the only time he was this, taken aback. I see, you are not going to drop this, are you? He asked her while massaging his temples. Drop it. You earned the right to marry me. She said plainly. I won't be marrying anyone anytime. I don't follow your culture if this is what you think. He said with a sigh. I understand. This means that I have to win your approval. She said with a fire in her eyes. Once again he massaged his temples. Very well. I will accept you as a maid. Prove yourself capable and maybe sometime later we can discuss this again. I accept, Lord Husband. She said that brightly, not fighting back any of his decisions. He didn't say anything, just burst into the purple energy and disappeared. Marcus. Ah, in the end I could not say no to a free meal. She is part of the collection. I thought to myself as I leaned into the chair. Messing with Atlanta was very satisfying. But Hippolyta. Now that was quite headache-inducing. Still though, once we get over the fact that she wants to be my wife because of some battle, we can see something useful. She is a goddess, a queen, a powerful warrior, a beautiful woman, and a hot redhead. A person of great historical value, a good piece for my collection. You look like you just went through a whole day of meetings just now, Latia asked me from the side. Assuming she heard me groan just a few moments ago. The Queen of Amazons wants me as her husband, I said plainly. I see, and how did you respond to that? Latia asked with some nervousness. I said no, obviously. She sighed with relief. I could only roll my eyes at her. Did she believe I would marry, just like that? Goddess or no? Like hell. I am getting a goddess as a maid soon anyway. Why would I marry one anyway? Seriously, Latia. Why would I marry her? I am getting a goddess as a maid soon. I said with a shrug as I got up from my chair. I put on my lab coat. It's time to meet the moon goddess in person. I see. I suppose you want someone truly special for your wife. She said with some confidence. Yeah. Something like that. Chapter 27, Artemis, the Maid Goddess. The moon goddess was sitting on the boulder in a small clearing, in one of the forests, not far from a small town. She was surrounded by several packs of wolves, created from her divine power of the hunt, and several girls of her hunt were around her place as well, taking turns to patrol. She was waiting on some news from her other two squads led by her lieutenants, Atlanta and Hippolyta. Artemis has already checked the whole town. And her gut feeling was telling her that the town was his town. The amount of magic radiating from the ground only serves to confirm it. Now all that was left was to watch several public institutions, schools, markets, and shops to find him. As she was enjoying the rays of the moon. They were much more intense around her general location for obvious reasons. Her gaze ended up looking at the trees where she saw a man in a white lab coat just stroll in. It's you. The silver-haired goddess of hunt furiously snapped. She jumped up on her feet, starting a chain reaction of movement. Starting with her wolves who quickly got on their feet. The huntresses pulled out their bows and were ready to shoot. It has been quite a bit of time. You look as dashing as ever. He said with a confident smile. Artemis snarled but quickly took a deep breath, controlling her emotions. You have quite some gall to come here without any of your toys. She said with narrowed eyes as she looked at him. She can't sense any magic or energy from him. This is nuts. What kind of things does he have stashed in his pockets? Ah yes. I have heard from Atlanta and Hippolyta that you want to fight me in some sort of duel without any tricks or sacred gears. Only pure skill. He said with a casual tone. What happened to them? The goddess of the hunt asked with wide eyes as she realized that this brat somehow got to her hunt members. But I can still sense. Her eyes went big to astronomical level as she just now sensed 2/3 of her hunt disappearing. Just like that. What kind of sorcery is this? What happened to them? Now Artemis was seriously nervous. How did he do this? How did he mess with her senses? I hunted them down just like how they wanted. After all, isn't that the reason why you strolled into my land? Nonsense. We are here to hunt you down. Ridiculous. The only reason why you are even in this territory is because I allowed you. Snort. Just because you had the upper hand in our previous encounter doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. She said with half-baked confidence. Oh. That moment Artemis' eyes went wide because he was suddenly standing in her personal space. Her senses didn't even pick him up. Before she could do anything he wrapped his hands around her waist and pulled her into a hug. But, that was not the end as he then claimed her lips. MHHH. The goddess of the hunt wanted to get the hell out of this situation but he just invaded the goddess' mouth. Exploring the insides like he owns them. She tried to push him back even calling forth her divinity, which didn't respond to her at all. Before long, his hands went down to her firm backside, squeezing it hard. Making her moan with embarrassment into his mouth. Now she was struggling even harder. Trying to bite his tongue even. But, it was useless. Just how is he doing this? She thought furiously, her eyes narrowed from anger. All her struggling was for nothing. As he continued to do whatever he wanted with her. His hands explored her back and her bum all the time. Which just infuriated her. Nonetheless, he finally stopped with his kiss and pulled back. There was a string of saliva connecting them. Artemis' cheeks were red like tomatoes, she couldn't believe someone had the gall to do this to her. Still, he was holding her close and not letting her go. So, if she is to goad him more, he most likely will do more to her, which is bad. While Artemis was in a sticky situation, her huntresses were in complete and utter disbelief of what they saw. They even forgot how to hold their bows properly. Even the goddess wolves were confused. The canines tried to process this. They know their goddess doesn't have a mate, so what's going on here? Has she finally found someone? Well. Do you still question if I can do whatever I want? He asked her while leaning forward and whispering into her ear. Why you, let's make a deal then, let's fight, one-on-one, no tricks, no magic, no powers, no sacred gears. If you win then I am yours in any way you want. If I win, however, you will release my hunt and will let us go. She said that while fighting through her shame. She was in such a deep mess that the only thing she could think of was getting out of this intact. He pulled back and smiled at her. Both of his hands were still on her waist. The man was enjoying her body quite a bit. Part of her was satisfied that she could goad him into this with her assets, no matter how shameful she finds it, to use her body and not her skills. Very well. Let's do this then. Normally I don't do such things but with you on the line. I will accept it. He then once again claimed her lips making her eyes go wide again. This time however it was a short kiss, as he then moved towards her ears and whispered. We will have a lot of fun together. After saying that he finally released her and Artemis quickly backpedaled away from him and ended up sitting on the boulder. Completely forgot that there was one here in the first place. He then took a step to his side and he was gone, yet, there was another one of him in the same spot where she saw him enter into the clearing. Like there are two of them. Can you feel this specific energy in that direction? I am waiting for you in the stadium. We will settle our duel there. After saying that, this form of him simply burst into nothingness with purple energy. Artemis looked at this for a bit, she then looked in the direction he pointed. She knows there is a football stadium there. A very simple one with only a single seating area. Close to it, there is a river and a man-made pond. A perfect place to fight the way she wants. Still, after him having his way with her like this. The goddess of the hunt doesn't have much confidence that she can win. Not at all. But she is far too deep into this mess now. Her hunt is nearly gone. If she is to run she will be the laughingstock of the supernatural world. No, she has to settle this once and for all. My lady, are you sure? His powers. I couldn't sense anything from him, and yet, he could do all those things. One of the huntresses said with worry. This was crazy. Can someone like that even exist? There is no choice, we are over 150 kilometers in enemy territory. 2/3 of my hunt has already been captured or worse. We either win or this is over. The silver-haired goddess said seriously. We understand, we are with you, my lady. The girl said with a nod and the rest of them nodded as well. Soon enough the group started walking towards the place where this is all going to get settled. When Artemis arrived there she saw him standing there with two human girls. These girls were dressed as maids with quite revealing uniforms. And she could sense their powers. They were around mid-class to high-class beings. Something not bad considering how young they looked. Well, you are here. He said that as he showed his hands there were 4 golden rings on his hands. He then removed them and handed them over to one of the blonde girls next to him. He then rolled up his sleeves showing that there was nothing there. Now that she could look at him properly, she realized that something has changed, a lot about him. She might not have seen him for over half a year, still, it was far too much, he is far too perfect looking. A certain feeling started to rise in her gut. Telling her that fighting him is a very bad idea. But she has no choice at this point. I am. As discussed before, no tricks, no powers, no sacred gears. One-on-one. We can only use our skills. she said as she took several steps forwards. She can feel her powers are not sealed here. She scanned him many times. Artemis could not feel anything amiss from him. Well, it was more like she could not pick up anything from him at all. Yes. That means no magic, no divine powers either, yes. He took a few steps forward while asking that. Yes. Only hand to hand. Good, for safety's sake and legitimacy of this, do ask me if I have any tricks up my sleeve. I do know that humans can't lie to you. He asked her with a confident smirk which only made her more uneasy. Very well. Do you plan to use any sacred gears, magic or tricks in this duel? Artemis asked while her divinity was radiating from her. No. The goddess narrowed her eyes hearing that. Her powers were telling her that he was not lying. Yet, he is way too confident. Does he have enough power to face her like this? I see. Then let's begin. Artemis took her martial arts stance. While the guy in front of her simply stood there. One of his hands was in a pocket while the other one was loose, hanging there. Once more, the silver-haired goddess narrowed her eyes and simply charged in trying to punch his face. Only for her fist to be caught easily. He then pushed her back and waited for her to move again. The goddess of the hunt tried again and every single try of hers were deflected and blocked with his single hand. Try again. I know you can do better than this. He said quite casually. Soon enough Artemis started to utilize all of her limbs and her speed increased several times. She was now moving in speed beyond what any normal being could. Yet, Marcus still didn't move from his spot, he continued to only use his one hand to block all of her attempts. Eventually, he moved and this time Artemis tried to comprehend his movement. All she saw was a fist coming into her face. It was coming and all she could do was watch it. That moment cold sweat erupted through her whole body. She could feel death approaching. It was the first time in her life that she felt the fear of death. And all she could do is just wait for it, because she knew she was not going to be fast enough to block it. Then the fist stopped right in front of her face, inches away. Her body naturally reacted to this and she started to backpedal several steps before she dropped on her ass as she missed a step. Her breathing turned haggard as sweat started rolling down her forehead. She almost died. That fist nearly ended her. How are you this strong? How can a human be this strong? Not even in front of primordials, I felt this powerless. Tell me. She asked with an utterly frantic look. Her world is turning completely upside down by this point. She was manhandled, taken advantage of, forcefully kissed, humiliated multiple times. By a human. And she is a goddess. Less than 2,000 years ago the only thing they could do was beg for her blessing. Now one of them is treating her like she is a weak little being. Isn't it obvious? I build stuff, I build and build until it can help me to become strong. That moment a purple aura surrounded him and Artemis finally felt his energy. It was a mix of Tuki, magic and something she never felt before. It was a complete and perfect mix. And his power was something she never sensed before. It was so vast that she could not even comprehend the amount she was sensing. How can someone be this strong? Well. Do you wish for a hunting or a bow shooting competition before you become mine? He asked simply. She bit her lower lip hard hearing that. This was a trap all along. Artemis bit her lower lip so hard it started bleeding ichor, golden blood started flowing from her lip. The goddess slowly got herself together before getting back on her feet. Of course, this was a trap. This brat is smart. We played into his hands like some naive children. Even my sister has nothing on him when it comes to scheming and tactics. Resigned sigh. Very well. Since we had a deal. As a goddess, I will keep my end of the deal. After saying that, she did a small and very awkward bow. Good. I didn't want to go with plan B. He said while taking a few steps and getting close to her. The silver-haired beauty had an ominous feeling when he said plan B. Going to Olympus in person and demanding you from the council, of course I would ask them when they're destroyed and broken, most if not all stuff looted. Since I don't go home without souvenirs. Artemis had a chill going down her spine when she heard that. Lu Fei. Rings. The teen inventor turned around and asked the blonde maid of his. See coming. The girl rushed to his side and gave the rings back to him. One by one they were back on his fingers. Call a shuttle, we are going back. All right on it. She pulled out a futuristic-looking phone. The girl only did a few presses on the screen then she pocketed her device back. Artemis. This is Lu Fei Pendragon and the one coming over is Jean. Both are maids under me. I suppose I should introduce myself. Since you are going to be my beautiful maid. He said with a smile. Which made Artemis slightly frown. My name is Marcus Goldman and I just turned 17 last month. The goddess of hunt sighed again hearing his age. Then again it doesn't matter. With the amount of power he has, it makes her feel even more pathetic when they compare ages and such. Thankfully she is a woman and a goddess. It is common sense not to ask their age. I assume I can raise my position in this hierarchy. I would like to be your wife, she said, getting straight to the point. Making Jean and Lu Fei start having certain ideas when they heard that. Damn, Goddess Artemis just joined us and she already aims this high. Artemis' eyes widened for a second as she heard a familiar voice. She turned to the side and saw an approaching group of females. It was quite a familiar group. Well, one of them she knows to a certain extent, the other she knows from pictures. Seraphal Leviathan, Graphia Lucifuge, and Venelana Gremory. She didn't say the last name because she had no idea who this devil blonde woman is. Yes, and our master didn't tell you his other title. Which is the Second Coming of Solomon. And I am his Citri pillar, Venelana is his Baal pillar, and the blonde girl is Latia Astaroth, his Astaroth pillar. It all started to make sense to her. His ability to negate magic most likely comes from the research he got from that Solomon brat. But still, the time gap, and the sacred gears. Did he get some information from the biblical god? Some things made some sense to her, others, not so much. I see, no wonder you can make all those sacred gears, the rings, still a lot doesn't make sense. Artemis said with some confusion. Please, the old man only had theories about sacred gears and how to make them. He only was able to decipher the transmutation and the metal formula which were the basis for his rings. The Ars Goetia was their work together which gave him some glimpses of how the heaven system works and the sacred gear's internal structure. While he had theories, I was the one who recreated and improved on them from his loose ideas. Marcus said with an eye roll as he crossed his arms. The goddess of moon quickly realized that she should not credit much on the biblical god and Solomon since it makes her new master annoyed. Thankfully she has a lot of experience in this regard to keep her mouth shut when it's needed. Especially when one comes from a family as wild as hers. And Artemis, if you want to be my wife, you need to fit like two gears fit together. Personality is most important to me. I realized that not long ago. The rest doesn't really matter that much. He explained to her, making the silver-haired goddess have a thoughtful look. Funnily enough, most women around him had that. Truly. So, my body doesn't matter to you? She asked with raised eyebrows. That's you goading me to turn you into a sex slave? You want that? Marcus asked her with his raised eyebrow. The goddess of hunt instantly shut her mouth. No, she doesn't want to be one. For now, you will most likely just be my sexy little maid serving me any way I want. You just said that I am not going to be your sex slave. You won't. Sex slave is quite simply you chained to the bed. That was my idea after you decided to enter my lands. I left you in peace last time after your huntresses and you tried to kill me. That idea only solidified when I heard what you planned to do to me when you were going to win. So me treating you like a sexy maid is very generous because you will be working and you will be getting paid, unlike slaves. Marcus explained to her. Now that the teen reminded them of what Artemis had planned for him, the girls got quite pissed. Especially Latia and Seraphal, both of whom are quite head over heels for him. Paid. That sounds like prostitution. Artemis said with crossed arms. All the devils snorted, even the pair of blonde maids. Your common sense is quite lacking. Prostitution is when one sleeps with many different people. Wait, you want that? Marcus asked with an amused look. One of his eyebrows was up. He wants to tease her more and see her reaction. What? Are you insane? Artemis got red from embarrassment, realizing that this man was messing with her. Then how did you come up with prostitution? I thought in your culture, in ancient Greece, servants belonged to their master completely. Marcus got a thoughtful look, trying to recall some history. I get it. I wasn't expecting to get paid. It sounded too weird. Artemis is not used to explaining herself. It just sounds far too weird. Lady Artemis, you forgot that our master is first and foremost an inventor and we don't get paid with money in the first place. Jean got everyone's attention. It was time for her to show off what she got a couple of days ago. With hand motion, 2 pistols appeared in her hands. Marcus looked at her curiously, seeing his creations. Balance breaker. A male and female voice said at the same time as the pair of guns transformed. In her right hand, she was holding a short shotgun while in her left hand she had a micro SMG. Both weapons looked more like they were from sci-fi than the real world, as they had some futuristic neon lights on it. We get points which we exchange to get sacred gears, items, jewelry, electronics. MMHH. Master, are they considered electronic? Jean stopped with her explanation as she asked Marcus. Technically, the current word would be electronic even though they are not powered by electricity. Human civilization hasn't come up with an appropriate term yet. He explained to her with a shrug. Right, so, electronics, cars, or even jet fighters. The point is that the list is constantly updating. as she said that she recalled her pistols. I see, a very unique way of awarding your harem. Artemis said after getting over the realization that, yes, he could make sacred gears, but how quickly can he make those? Anyway. The shuttle is here. Order your hunt come with us, there is enough space for everyone inside of it. I was wondering why not teleportation. Artemis asked as she observed the approaching plane-like thing. As expected, it was futuristic looking with the wing having a combination of energy wings and the classic physical ones. Because teleportation is heavily restricted here, the space lock around the place is heavily magnified. I don't want anyone from the dimension gap to just stroll in. There are some exceptions like in my house. My pillars can bring in some fellow devil guests. But, divine beings like you. You would most likely be yanked back outside the country borders. The recoil measurement would be how deep you tried to teleport into. For example, where we are now, if you tried teleport here, you would be yanked either into Latvia or Belarus. Around 150 kilometers of drag would be added to you, which will most likely kill you instantly with the distance pull. He explained to the now very pale-looking silver-haired goddess. People got very attached to the whole teleport anywhere I want thing. So, the moment I grasped things about space, I added it to my barrier system. Marcus added a few more bits. Master, why did you never say that teleportation is dangerous here? Seraphal said with a pale face too. The rest of the devils nodded at her words. They didn't know either. Strange, I guess I forgot to mention that. It's not like you are bringing some random non-devils with you. He said with a shrug. True, still, you need to clarify when you decide to beef up your security, Seraphal said while massaging her temples. Sometimes Marcus just terrifies the hell out of her. The problem with him is that he can come up with things on the fly and make them happen. One would say nothing too bad, but with him, scale means nothing. The Space Center is proof of that. The massive place is building airships and spaceships. And soon enough they will have docks for ships. Sure thing. Just ask Aurora or Quinella and she will notify you all if something has been beefed up. He said with a shrug. Artemis observed the interactions between him and his pillars. This was not the situation she thought she would end up in. She never included beings of sin around him. The existence of devils makes her position not as high as she would want. Being surrounded by beings of sin who most likely fulfill his desires any way he wants to, makes him less interested in her. Now that she was in this whatever hierarchy it is, rising in ranks will be quite difficult when her greatest weapon is her body. For a second she thought about how she could climb up in this hierarchy. She is not like her Aunt Hestia who can cook food. Or Athena who could make him engage in intellectual discussion with her. And of course, Aphrodite, who could most likely perform as well as most of these beings of sin. As she was thinking about this, the craft landed in front of them. Artemis called her hunt members who looked like they lost every light in their eyes. They could not believe that their goddess was reduced to this. What was going to happen to them now? The silver-haired goddess needs to talk with her master, she can't allow them to turn to playthings. Marcus. There is a certain amount of satisfaction when you use your own two hands to do some small amount of physical work and be awarded with one of the virgin goddesses of the Greek pantheon. That's because of how I am feeling at this moment. Seeing Artemis herself do a small bow and call me master make me feel a certain amount of male pride rising. Out of 3 virgin goddesses of the Greek pantheon, Artemis was always the one who I wanted to do things to her for her blatant feminism. I have no idea which legends of hers are true. Most likely going to find out in future, but when I met her for the first time she had that certain superior look to her. Screaming supremacy of the female race. Now, I would have left her alone after getting those 3 samples of hair, which helped me in becoming this strong. But, one should not underestimate the ego of Moon Goddess, as it was the size of the moon she is getting her power from, or not. Haven't tested that one yet. And so, here she was with me soon to become maid for the rest of her godly life. As we were approaching the runway I was leaning into the comfortable chair. The shuttle was quite a nice piece of innovation. Well, it's just taking a commercial plane idea and retrofitting it with my technology. Nova thrusters. Diamond triangle core. Was thinking of instantly specific MTM on the wings so that it could transform it into power. But that is just me not wanting to put a diamond core into all this. Apart from those, I put a variation of Starscream jet fighter wings into them. The whole plane frame was altered a little bit to fit with the whole style I use. Of course, the cockpit was based on the one the regular plane uses, but the difference was that a lot of those levers and buttons were taken out because it's not necessary when you have hard light holograms and advanced AI installed. All in all, this thing would take over the commercial plane market even though I designed this over one of my snack breaks. Artemis with her hunt looked at the massive area underground. She could see rows of these futuristic jet fighters and another type of flying craft, hundreds if not thousands of armored soldiers training, practicing shooting and hand-to-hand combat. Performing tactical combat. This was insane because they were all in high class being level. You know the best part of this? Marcus leaned and whispered into her ear. That their creation could only happen because of that hair strand I got from you. Remember when I said, great things? The silver-haired goddess eyes bulged out hearing this. What kind of things has he created in this place? How did a strand of hair turn into this? She was in such shock that she didn't notice him walk away. Only after a burst of light did she snap out. Her gaze went where this burst of light happened. She saw a woman with silverish purple hair appear next to him. She was the embodiment of a female, looking similar to a goddess. That is Quinella Aurora. She is Master's ultimate creation. Everything and anything in this place is run by her. She is an artificial intelligence. When you said you want to be his wife, well, you have to beat his creation first. Because soon enough she will become a proper living being. Lu Fei said to Artemis as the blonde was looking at artificial intelligence. Creation. His creating ability is at the level of creating beings. Artemis tried to wrap her head around this, humans making other beings. That's the level of gods. Even her family can't create proper humans. Not quite. In simple terms, Master has created conscious magic, which is spread throughout the whole of his creations from sacred gears to door switches, everything runs through this. Hearing that, Artemis tried to understand what this meant. How can being like that exist? Apologies. I do not understand. How is that possible in the first place? Hearing the moon goddess apologize, well, it slightly freaked Lu Fei out. Well, imagine a magic circle so complex it became self-aware. The blonde witch tried to explain as simply as possible. The silver-haired goddess finally understood what the blonde maid meant. If Marcus can truly do that, well, it's amazingly horrifying as such a level of talent that she has not seen in her life. Nonetheless, she quickly caught up with him. Her eyes ended up on this new woman. Her hair was unique, it was platinum glass-like in its color. It reflects the surroundings, allowing the hair to gain a coloring of its surroundings. That's why the clothes she is wearing affects mostly her hair color. This woman gave Artemis a look. A look which screamed superior. Pissing the goddess off quite a bit. Follow us, Artemis. We are going to collect your remaining hunt and our master will decide their fate. It was quite sad that the whole hunt for you only lasted a few hours. I was having fun coming up with ways to get you all captured. Artemis' eyes widened, so she was the one who sent these soldiers after her hunt. Yes. It was me. By my master's request. I hunted down those little girls of yours. The woman said with a smug tone. The silver-haired goddess quickly realized that she wasn't going to like this woman one bit. Now Quinella. You can't bully my staff. Marcus' words stopped whatever argument was about to happen. Of course, master. I apologize. The woman easily flipped with her character and now was a cute little pet. This is going to be difficult. The silver-haired goddess, now maid, thought with a frown. Chapter 28, Taming Maids. Artemis looked at Atlanta, who was tied up with ropes all over her body. The way it squeezed her body, it highlighted her assets and curves. She could see how embarrassing it was for the chaste huntress. Atlanta. My lady. I am sorry, we have failed you. It was a trap all along. He tracked us from the very beginning. All that heightened magic was his barrier system, which works like surveillance. The silver-haired goddess raised her hand to stop the girl. I know. It doesn't matter anymore. We have lost. I have lost. There is no way for us to leave. And there is no meaning in trying to escape. Our new master will deal with us if we are to escape. It seems, my goading methods have only made him more obsessed in getting me. Artemis said with a sigh. Making the rest of the hunt. Well, everyone except the silly grinning Hippolyta, realize in dread what this meant. Goddess, does this mean we are to be his toys? Atlanta didn't want to believe this, not one bit. This was worse than her life before death. She was married off because of a cheat and then turned into a lion because Artemis didn't want one of her huntresses to go through humiliation. Now this was worse, now she was going to a pet and a sex toy. With a sigh, Artemis started to explain, not in a direct sense, he has his devil pillars, and the other maids. I doubt he will just be doing that. The man is obsessed with his technological progress. You saw it yourself, didn't you? Do you think he only spends all of his time doing that to his women? The lion girl instantly calmed down. This made sense to her. The men created absurd things. Someone like him most likely spends days if not weeks tinkering. It's most likely that those devil women made him interested in turning other women into pets and sex maids. Yes. It makes sense. It's hard to say this, but look at the bright side. According to the other maids, you can get a lot of free time. The technological things here are on a level nowhere else in the world. And you can even get sacred gears yourself as long as you do your work. Atlanta's frown switched into a thoughtful look. Now she was less reluctant, but still on guard. Before long, the doors opened and 3 women entered the large area in which the hunt was currently residing. After all, there were close to 40 females. So a large area was needed to temporarily house them. Artemis and the rest looked at these new arrivals. A large screen appeared above the trio of new arrivals. This was quite simply showing off the technology, at least that's what the hunt was thinking. A silver-haired woman's face appeared on the screen. She started explaining their fate. My name is Quinella. And I am our master's assistant and the one who runs day-to-day things in this place. Our master has come with a decision about what is going to happen to you. The leaders goddess Artemis, Huntress Atlanta, and the Queen of Amazons will be working as full-time maids and will be under the head maid, Graphia. Thankfully for you, she doesn't have much time here. So, I will be stepping in most of the time. Nonetheless, she will teach the 3 of you the basics, the silver-haired assistant pointed at the devil maid. Artemis frowned for a moment. She will be serving under a devil. Well, it's good motivation to raise and take that rank. For herself. The rest of the huntresses will be serving under Latia Astaroth and will be working as field operators in the human world. As Master is about to open his mundane company, the huntresses will be working as agents. I am sure you all have watched at least 1 or 2 James Bond movies or some anime or cartoons related to spies and agents. If you have, then you will know what to do. If not, there will be training done. Your jobs will be quite easy. Keep the mundane trash away from our companies. Since we will be selling slightly more advanced technologies, there will be people who will want to steal it. And so, you will be the one who will be monitoring and making sure that nothing is stolen. Don't our master have the means to prevent that? The things he has here are far too advanced to be stolen easily. One of the huntresses asked. Of course. Why are you even asking? But we are talking about the mundane side of things. The barrier system was built with the pretext of monitoring the supernatural. There is a certain threshold that needs to be reached to be picked up by the system. Until then, the mundane can do whatever they want. Master has little to no interest in the mundane world. It's only thanks to some quick thinking by the devil ladies here that he didn't start showing off more of his advanced technology, which would have started World War III. Her words made the whole group turn quiet. World War III would be a very big thing, even to the supernatural. Humans build their weapons far too recklessly, especially in a war. This means that your job is to make sure that the technology is distributed by us, and not some backwater country who got lucky enough to steal some of our technology. Because, our master won't be holding back and will simply either reveal even more advanced technology or decides to do something even more drastic. Now they seriously gulped down. The trio new maids had a thoughtful look. They would prefer to stick with these girls. But, as this assistant had just said, their position is much more different. Now. You 3 follow me. And the rest will be handed over to Latia. As she ended her explanation, the screen disappeared and Latia walked forward towards the huntresses while Atlanta and Artemis looked back for a bit. They sighed in disappointment and relief at the same time. Disappointment that it ended up like this, and relief that they weren't going to be toys or maids to the men. They will even get some action unlike them. Now that they had time to think about it. They might get an even better side of the deal. Not that they have much time to think, as they soon had to follow the pair of silverheads. Walking through several corridors they arrived at. Is this a railway station? Artemis asked with a confused look. Just how deep is this underground network? It is. We are going to where Master currently is. Hearing this, Atlanta and Artemis looked at each other. Understanding that, yes. Their new master is indeed quite obsessed with his creations. It's a good and bad thing. Good because they are not going to be used daily, and bad because it will be harder to raise in the ranks. Well, the second one is mainly for Artemis, as she is the one with ambitions. Before long, the train arrived and the group boarded it. The trio felt quite out of place as they were surrounded by holograms and very futuristic decorations. They had a feeling that they were not even on Earth anymore. How does this whole system work? I mean the points, and how does one rise in ranks in this place? The moon goddess asked. Getting straight to the point. Most points you get is from being useful to our master. From taking care of him to cleaning the base. Meaning that we get most of it by being his toys. Atlanta asked with some annoyance. Do tell me how much more useful you can be. He doesn't need wealth, he makes it himself. He doesn't need one to get food because he creates it himself. He doesn't need fighters because he has an army. It only leaves you with your personality and your body. Because let's face it, if you were good you wouldn't be here right now. Her words were like hot knives which shredded the lion girl's pride, as well as Artemis. It was like they entered a new territory where their old powers and abilities are nothing much. This. Are you telling me that I am useless apart from my body? Atlanta said with a pissed-off tone. I am sure we can find some use for your hunting abilities when our master decides to hunt. That's if you can pull him away from his inventions. I am pretty sure he would take Artemis for that though, since she is goddess of hunt. But, you can be a good house cat. Quinella said with a straight face. As if they were discussing actual job possibilities for her. Why you are not serious, are you? Very, if you make him happy I am sure he would even make you a realm just to hunt beasts you could only dream of. He can do that. Now, Atlanta's curiosity was perked up. Have you ever heard of Superman? Graphia asked from the side. He is a very famous comic hero from the American states. I suggest showing them our master's true capacity in battle and the simulator abilities. The silver-haired devil maid offered a solution to the silver-haired assistant. Truly. A perfect suggestion. No wonder you are the head maid. Quinella happily clapped her hands, and quickly, a screen appeared in the middle. Since they were sitting facing each other, the area in the middle was empty, but now there was a TV-like hologram. It was designed that way so that they could watch TV while they were traveling on the maglev. Watch this so that you would know how powerful our master truly is and what one could do in a simulation. As she said that, they started to watch the video. Marcus asking for a simulation. The White Room turning into New York was already an impressive sight to see. Then of course the people and their reaction to him. Then watching him blow up a building, causing chaos. Destroying more of the city scale before asking for an opponent. Before long, they saw him getting punched through buildings and the Liberty statue. Recovering nearly instantly, which made Artemis utterly baffled. Powering up to the point that the whole planet started to shake. Then he started to engage Superman in combat, in which he got dominated early on but then rapidly started to learn, which made the trio of the girls gulp down nervously. Such an insane progress. Eventually, the superhero was overtaken and thrown into the ocean. At that moment they saw Marcus use the power of destruction, erasing the whole bay and a portion of the city. Even then, however, the battle was not over as they went into space to continue the fight. Though it wasn't long as the teen inventor pulled the hero into the moon, which was blown up with a single blast. Artemis and Atlanta gulped down with cold sweat pouring down from their forehead. This was no longer a battle between two simple powerful beings but some freaks of nature, not even the gods could compare. While Hippolyta only had starry eyes. She just saw her beloved show that he can fight properly when needed to. That just solidified her interest in him. Yes, he was indeed the perfect specimen for her. As you can see, the simulation's realism is at the peak and is as realistic as possible. All three of you can use them to hunt or participate in any battles of your desires. It is available at any time. Truly. We can use it any time. Atlanta asked with wide eyes. Correct, this is one of the reasons why the pair of maids take weekends off. They enjoy the entertainment dome, in my opinion, too much. They should spend more time serving our master. Graphia said with a small frown on her perfect face. The head maid doesn't give a crap about days off. Indeed. Nonetheless, as I was saying. As long as our master is happy and satisfied, he will most likely spoil you with technology and his inventions. Seraphal Leviathan did quite an outstanding job in this. She got a powerful sacred gear and assistance in her work as the Satan Leviathan. Quinella said with a smirk. She can see that her persuasion was doing wonders to them. The clip helped quite a bit in this. She even lowered the speed of the train just so that they could talk properly. Seraphal Leviathan has a sacred gear. Indeed she has. Master was able to fulfill her dream of making her a magic girl. In quite the literal sense. Graphia explained with a neutral tone. She still finds it ridiculous, but it works, so she can't say anything. For better or worse, Seraphal can't equip her outfit at all times as Super Devil class magic signatures can make weaker people pass out. Making her as strong as someone from the top 10 strongest rating. So yes, play nice, be good girls and you might get stronger. Quinella chipped in, mentioning this. Making both Artemis and Atlanta look on with massive shock, such power is off the charts. What especially attracted the moon goddess about this is the power boost. Her getting a power boost is quite a difficult chore. As a goddess, she gets her power from beliefs. And as of now, her powers were barely above the base power she got from birth. The amount of people who believed in her was very few. She only gets some power from her huntresses. However, with a sacred gear which gives a similar boost to the one Seraphal got, she will most likely be the most powerful Greek god. That is too good to pass up. While Atlanta was more interested in getting into the simulator. She could hunt dinosaurs, ice age beasts, or even some alien creatures. The possibilities are endless. Internally she had a massive tug battle with her pride. Is this all truly worth it? Only Hippolyta didn't care much. After all, her goal was and still is, to be his wife. Both of the huntresses can debate and converse as much as they want. But the redhead warrior queen had set a goal in mind. And nothing else matters. While the pair were having internal conflict, Quinella could only smirk as she looked at the fellow silver-haired woman. Graphia gave her a small smile too. The assistant was not gonna lie. She likes this devil maid. Her dedication to their master is almost as high as hers. And well, there is no other being more dedicated than her. Soon enough, the train arrived at the station. Quinella led the girls out of the carriage and onto the platform. She then motioned for them to follow her. And eventually the new girls saw something utterly amazing. It was an enormous ship, or more precisely, an enormous airship. After getting over the awe of the size of this thing, and of course, the futuristic-looking design of this airship and its folded energy wings, their gaze went lower, and they saw something which was quite fear-inducing. There was an army boarding the ship. There was a massive ramp lowered there which was being used by said army to board the ship. Hippolyta was impressed by this. Even if her future husband is a craftsman, he still knows how to build his armies, a very impressive trait in her eyes. More points in her book. This is he preparing to go to war? Artemis asked with disbelief. Here she was, trying to challenge this guy who has all this. War. No. This is him going to confiscate a sacred gear. Quinella explained with a snort. The moon goddess thinks that this was their master's army. The silver-haired assistant didn't even try with this one. This is nothing more than a squad for a raid. There are several thousand of them. How much does he need to get this gear? The goddess of hunt questioned with even more disbelief. The Sephiroth Graal is owned currently by the Teeps faction of the vampires. We will try to persuade them to give it to us. And if they don't then, well, you see those. The silver-haired assistant pointed at the army boarding the airship as she said the second part of the sentence. The lion girl and the goddess slightly gulped down. This was big, very big. The current status of the world was about to change. Now, they comprehend, at least partially, the scale of this man's abilities, and they realized it was a stupid thing to do, to try to mess with him. After the awe at the sight, they walked towards where Marcus was at the moment. He was just standing there and looking at several holographic screens. Soon enough he noticed the approaching group. Ah. There you are. My apologies for leaving you like that. I had some things to do. As the teen inventor spoke, his voice sent tingles through Artemis, Atlanta, and Hippolyta bodies. Don't worry, Master, there is a reason why servants exist. As your assistant it was my duty to introduce the new ladies into our faction. From an outsider's perspective, it looked as if Quinella glided to his side. Her long hair only helped to make her look like a fairy or a butterfly, though her looks are deceiving as her personality was nothing like a butterfly or a fairy. I suppose that's true, he said while stroking the silver-haired assistant's cheek. The woman nearly purred. Only Graphia knew that this woman was nothing more than a collection of polygons, and this cute action of hers was nothing more than a program doing it on purpose. Well, how are you three holding on so far? He asked the trio of new arrivals who were, more or less, subdued. Except for Hippolyta. The redhead was happy to be here. She was happy to be able to see her future husband so often now. You can say that, Artemis said with a nervous tone. Should she just say that she is terrified of his capacities? Nope. She won't be telling that. He already has more than enough firepower to mess with her. Nonetheless, he saw her nervousness and her subdued way of holding herself. To tease her more, he walked towards them. More specifically, in front of Artemis. His hand went up to her cheek. He gently stroked it. She started to blush from his actions. This was too embarrassing for her. He leaned forward and started whispering to her. But, well, they are the supernaturals and most likely everyone was going to hear what he was whispering to her. Your lying is quite bad. But, it's quite cute watching you struggle to lie, Marcus said to her. And by this point, her ears turned red from embarrassment. The teen inventor then pulled back slightly and wrapped his hands around her waist as he then pulled her into a kiss. This time, however, the goddess didn't resist in any way. Both Atlanta and Hippolyta looked at this with disbelief. Well, in the redhead queen's case it was jealousy, as she wanted that kiss too. Hopefully, she will get it soon as well. His hands wandered around her back. The leather clothes she wears does quite good to show off her perfect body. But, he still wants her in the maid outfit his girls are wearing. Eventually, he pulled back from the kiss and the goddess looked a little bit mystified. She was staring at something aimlessly. I do love you wearing leather, but the maid uniform will look even better on you. Hearing that, she snapped out, looking slightly annoyed, but she got over it quick enough. As you wish. I will dress however you want. She said that sharply. There was some reluctance there. Nonetheless, this has impressed Marcus quite a bit. He gave a quick peck on her cheek before pulling back. He then turned around and looked at Graphia and Quinella. He wonders what did these two say to the goddess and her huntress for them to be this subdued. The teen then looked at the Atlanta, who was feeling quite embarrassed already. The black-haired teen took a few steps towards her, but then, suddenly, the huntress bowed. I apologize for my reckless attack. Please, can you remove these ropes? She asked with an extremely embarrassed tone. One could say she was dying from the inside out. This was so embarrassing and shameful that she doesn't even know what to do anymore. Are you going to be a good kitty for me? He asked with a curious and amused look, making her even more embarrassed and ashamed. Yes. I will be a good girl. Just remove them, she said with a borderline begging tone. Several white and gold circles appeared around her, cutting the robes perfectly. Once the ropes were gone, she sighed in relief. Good. Next time you're going to be naked, with the ropes for your bad behavior. He said that sharply, making her instantly turn pale. The rapid change of her skin color can be said to be quite bad for her health. I understand. I won't be a bad girl. I promise. She quickly said. To hell with her pride. Regular decency is more important than that. Good to hear that my girl can learn things quickly. Don't worry, you will be rewarded for good behavior. Marcus' left hand went onto her cheek and started stroking it. Atlanta got instantly stiff. No one did this to her before, and it felt very strange. Nonetheless, he continued stroking her cheeks as the lion girl had a hard time resisting this. See. Much better. Now that you are mine, you won't be a stray cat anymore. Atlanta wanted to counter that. But, that's just a bad idea. She knows that if she is to say something bad, she will most likely end up in those ropes again, and this time naked. It sounds too terrifying for her. And that means I can pamper you as much as I want. He said while lowering his hand, and in his left palm some gray goo thing appeared. Moments later, several white and goldish magic circles surrounded this goo. Slowly, it took the shape of an apple and turned red. Seconds later, Atlanta's nose picked up the smell of this fruit. This is 100% edible. I used the very same transmutation magic which was used by the biblical god to make his things. Marcus said as he saw the gaze of the lion girl on this apple. He then handed it over to her. The huntress inspected the fruit a couple of times, from different angles as well. Eventually, she decided to taste it because the smell was just that good. Mhhh. The moment she took the bite, the taste exploded in her mouth. Her tail started rapidly wiggling. This was good, scratch that. It was divine. Without wasting much time, she rapidly finished the whole thing, including the seeds. It was all gone in 3 bites. It was good, wasn't it? He asked her. Atlanta slowly nodded in agreement. You know the best thing about this? I was the one who genetically altered it. Adding different apples' tastes into it. Finding the perfect combination of sweetness, juiciness, and even color. Because I knew you like apples. After all, only the best things for my girl. Her eyes widened hearing that. That apple was genetically tailored just for her. And you know what? He leaned forward as if telling a secret. I can easily allow you to have orchids of these, just for you. Her mouth slightly opened hearing that. Now, this, no one has ever offered her anything like this before. She could make as many apple pies as she wanted. Or fruit salads. The possibilities. Graphia and Quinella looked at this with satisfaction. Leave it to their master to find ways to worm into their hearts. As Seraphal said multiple times before, their master could easily be a Lucifer if he wanted to. You would. You would get me an orchid of these apples. It is child's play for me. It took me only 2 weeks to build this. He pointed at the massive airship being boarded by his soldiers. How hard do you think it will be for me to raise an orchid farm? Fair point, very well, as shameful as it is, your reasoning makes total sense to me, as my lady said, and as you've said before. I am yours. She said the last part with quite a bit of difficulty. Nonetheless, it was a massive achievement in Marcus' achievement book. The chaste huntress was now his, officially. Once again his hand went to her chin and pulled her slightly in. Atlanta knew what was coming next, so she just waited for the inevitable. Soon enough, he claimed her lips. She tasted like apples, of course. Still though, it was his first time kissing this beauty, so he wrapped both of his hands around her waist and pulled her in. The huntress had no skill in this, so Marcus led her through it. Before long, their tongues started to wrestle and the lion girl started to feel heat rising in her body. She was slowly getting turned on by this. Especially when his hands were fondling her firm backside. Still, they had to end because Atlanta didn't want to embarrass herself anymore as it is. Good first kiss. We are going to have some more practice later on. He said that as he released her from his hold. Before he went over to Hippolyta, he handed over another apple that he'd just created. The lion girl felt embarrassed and even shameful for falling so easily once apples were involved in this. Stupid legend about her. Even now apples are still used against her like this. While Atlanta was feeling quite embarrassed being so easily manhandled by a man. Hippolyta, on the other hand, could not wait for Marcus to come over to her. Unlike those two. I am ready to serve you in any way you want, she said with a purring tone. The Queen of the Amazons was behaving nothing like her Legends counterpart. Oh. Good to hear. We are going to see how good you are with your duties. She licked her lips hearing that. She was imagining what kind of duties he will ask of her. After all, he is at the age where the males want a girl to be taken, in many different places. Before long, she was already in front of him, her eyes had hearts in them. A few moments later, Marcus was already kissing the beauty who had wrapped her hands around him. Unlike the previous two, she was giving it her all and trying her best. Mostly to show that she is better than those two. The pair of huntresses felt slightly annoyed by this. They felt that this was aimed towards them. And unlike those two before, Hippolyta's hands were exploring her new master's body just like he was doing the same to her. Still, though, no matter how much she wanted it to continue, the hot make-out session had to end. Well. Was it to your liking? I am trying my very best, the redhead said with glassy eyes. Very. I am sure we will be able to try this more later. Hearing that, she nodded with a very satisfying smile. Yep. It's confirmed. They are going to have some fun later on. Now that we have the introductions out of the way. Artemis and Atlanta slightly rolled their eyes. Not a bad introduction. We can return home. And Graphia will give you your new uniforms. The silver-haired head maid nodded. Yeah, she will have a certain amount of satisfaction training a Greek goddess to be a full-time maid. This is certainly an honor to her. How many devils can brag that they trained a goddess to be a human's maid? So, this whole mess with vampires. Artemis started to talk about something else. Like the several hundred-meter-long airships, the constant sounds of synchronized marching continuously served to remind her that there was a massive warship getting prepared in this enormous underground hangar. And after all, just south of the vampires is her birth pantheon. She wanted to go back home, but she won't be going there anytime soon if her master has anything to say about it. Right. Check this out. Marcus got reminded about the ship. The Confiscator. The Daedalus-class airship. With a hand wave, a holographic window appeared in front of them, showing the airship's schematics. Daedalus-class airship Confiscator. Classification, Mobile Pantheon. You named this after that one human from the Greek stories? Daedalus and Icarus. Artemis asked with a curious look. She remembered the lunatic who made wings and flew to mainland Greece from an island. Indeed. I was thinking of a different trend for the names, but since you decided to come to my place I decided to continue with the Greeks and Roman names. Marcus said with a nod. You have more stuff named after things from my homeland? The silver-haired goddess eagerly asked. The guns Jean showed you are called Castor and Pollux. The rifles I used in the first meeting were named Deimos and Phobos. He told her. The beauty was slightly baffled and somewhat honored, but at the same time she was annoyed that nothing was named after things related to her. Who knows, if you are going to be a good girl I will name one of my Opsos-class space stations after you. He said with a smirk. What's that? She was curious, and one could say Marcus was feeding whatever he wanted to her by this point. He knows how to use her godly pride. With another hand wave, she saw it. Opsos-class, Ars Almadel Salamones. Classification, Orbital Station. The newcomers saw the schematics for the gun-shaped space station. OPSOS stands for All-Purpose Space Observation Station. It's quite large, around a 370 meters long space station. However, since we are talking about something named after Artemis, we can take it a step further. And do this. With several hand waves, he rearranged the gun-shaped station and turned it into a bow. Slightly altering, adding extra functions, more hangars. He quickly altered it. Right in front of them, he designed an entirely new station which looks like a silver bow. Now imagine this in the full moon. When people look at the moon and see a bow with a moon, seeing your symbol of power every single night. By this point, the moon goddess had a dreamy look. She was already imagining the amount of awe and respect she would get. While the rest, Atlanta and Hippolyta, they realized that he just did the same thing he did to Atlanta, feeding right from his hand. And it's very effective. Of course, you would need to persuade me to do such things first. He said with a shrug. Closing the window casually. Chapter 29, Hippolyta advances. As expected from her future husband, his place was impressive, just as the barracks and the airship hangar she saw. Hippolyta walked through the corridors and took in the sights. Even though she went through Graphia Lucifuge's tour of this place, she still wanted to see it all for herself. To know and adjust to every nook and cranny of this place. As a future wife and lady of this place, she must know everything. The technological stuff here has helped her a lot. She finally understood just how deep Quinella runs this place. When that blonde maid said everything, It meant quite literally everything. This silver-haired woman can do everything in this place as she is her future husband's creation. The man quite simply decided to create a perfect woman for himself. Which shows the insane amount of capacity he has as a creator and inventor. Nonetheless, Hippolyta decided to show him that he doesn't need to create a woman to be his wife. While it will be a hard task, she is more than excited to meet up with this challenge. She waited for quite a long time to meet her dream husband, and she is not going to let this chance slip away. Eventually, her exploration led her to the main living room. She immediately licked her lips. She saw Marcus, her future husband, lying lazily on the couch with one hand behind his head while the other was swiping through those holographic windows. From the looks, one can use these holograms in any of the facilities, which is an extremely convenient thing. Nonetheless, she is not here to think about these holograms, she now has to seal the deal with her future husband. Walking around, making sure she is not seen, her many years of experience as a huntress makes her quite silent on her feet. However, she doubts she can sneak around the men who can adapt to any situation on the fly. Still though, she ended up next to the couch where he was just laying there. Getting on all four, she crouched right on top of him like a feline. Your sneaking is impressive, but it's quite useless in my house. I can sense all movements here at all times. Marcus said to her while the hand which was behind his head was now on her waist. The new uniform you wear looks amazing. He commented on the sexy maid uniform she is currently wearing. The usual one, short skirt, high stockings, naked shoulders. Quite sexualized, but that's the point. They are dressed like that just for him. Good to hear. Not that there is much choice. This is my current work uniform. We could get more variations for these maid uniforms in future, yes. I have heard that there are many different cultures around the world which have their own maid culture. She asked him while getting comfortable laying on top of him. She is already trying to make herself useful, offering new ideas, the maid uniforms is just one of them. I see your point. More diversity is always better. The team nodded in agreement. That's not a bad idea. He then closed the holographic windows as his other hand went right on her firm bum. More precisely, it sneaked underneath her short skirt and fondled her ass through the thin panties she was wearing. Maid uniforms aside, is there a reason why you are here? He asked her while enjoying her incredible bum. There is. I am here to seal the deal. She said with a lewd smile. Well, it was a lie. She was exploring the place and saw her future husband. The redhead decided to just move on to more important things. Marcus slightly raised his eyebrow. This girl is thirsty. And he didn't have any fun today, so. The teen's other hand went lower from her waist to her bum. With both hands on her ass, he then moved himself up and lifted the redhead queen up. Hippolyta realized that they were going somewhere. Well, she doesn't care where they are going. All she cares about is that she is going with him, so it's fine with her. Aurora, if anyone is looking for me, tell them that I am busy for the rest of the day. Sure thing. Remember that tomorrow we are moving out midday. The AI reminded him about the visit to the vampire nation they were about to do. It's midday tomorrow. You think I will be busy for that long? He questioned with disbelief. But, a single look from the redhead who coiled herself around him said otherwise. Don't worry, I will set the alarm clock for you. I said to Marcus, who already started walking towards his bedroom. Around same time. My lady. Something happened. Atlanta asked as she noticed Artemis looking somewhere. While we are adjusting to this crazy place. Hippolyta already lost her maidenhood. The goddess of the hunt said with an annoyed sigh. Already. She went to look for our master. Atlanta nearly slipped there. She remembered that in this place even the walls are listening. It appears she did. Artemis said with a small frown. This was annoying to her. It would seem that in this place their old camaraderie is not worth much, or at least between Hippolyta and them. That was quick, she did not even settle in properly yet, Atlanta said with some annoyance. The moon goddess picked up on it. I am more shocked that she did it so quickly, she was a maiden just like us. The moon goddess said with some disbelief and even shock. They just finished the introduction part, and signed the contract. Well, they were working for Marcus for life now, so it can be considered more of a slavery contract than a normal one. Nonetheless, they did not expect Hippolyta, who is the most warrior-like of them all, to seduce a man. Was she even trained in that art? Atlanta could only nod at her goddess. How did the redhead even do it? The chaste huntress even started having treacherous thoughts about just going to him and sealing the deal. At this point, it's only a matter of time before she will end up in his bed as well. Partially, she understood that what Hippolyta did was very smart. The Amazon Queen moved right in to do what maids are supposed to do. Especially a maid who aims for the top position of being their new master's wife. Not that Atlanta cares to be his wife, well, maybe, kind of. The guy could easily make anything she wants, that's a very hard thing to pass by, she never thought about this kind of thing before. My lady. What about us? How are we going to progress from here? As the lion girl asked. The moon goddess, for the first time in her life, could not give some sort of clear answer to her lieutenant, now fellow maid. I have no idea. This is a new area for me, just as much as it is for you, Atlanta. The huntress could only nod. It was truly happening, they are clueless. Excuse me, may I come in? The new maids heard a knock on the door. Atlanta went over and pressed a button as the doors opened. They have already reached the point in the technology department that doors' knobs are outdated and they have buttons now. Seconds later, the doors slide to the side. The pair noticed a nervous Le Fay Pendragon. Sorry to disturb you, but I was introduced to tell you to collect the necessary equipment. Necessary equipment? Artemis asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. You see, you need to have your phones. You can use these phones for many, many things. As well as any other gadgets you want. Master allows all staff members to have all the necessary tools they need. Of course, none of them can improve overall strength. Le Fay pulled out her phone from a pocket she had in her uniform. You can track your points or any other things. Aurora even posts duties for us to do through this. I see, this place truly is unique. Atlanta said as she processed what the blonde maid just said to her. It takes time to get used to it. Once you do, you realize just how amazing our master is. I still can't believe how much this place grew. You two probably don't know, but master started all of this from a room just below a garage. People like Seraphal Leviathan or Vanillana Gremory were the earliest of them. The Gremory was even summoned in master's home attic where he grew up. Now, we have facilities spread throughout the whole nation. It's absurd, honestly. Le Fay went on a ranting explanation. As she, just a few hours ago, realized how rapidly Marcus was expanding in all directions. Him easily capturing the moon goddess and her whole hunt just proves the point. Both Atlanta and Artemis looked at each other. They realized that all of this was very recent. It wasn't a long time ago, was it? The goddess of hunt asked curiously. She could even sense that this girl was not even touched by him yet. Meaning that their new master doesn't just touch his maids easily too. Even if this one was also dressed in the maid's revealing uniform. Not at all. Le Fay motioned to come with her. The pair of new maids nodded and started following her. Master just recently moved to this place. Less than half a year ago. She had a thoughtful look for a moment. When he fought you both for the first time, that was when he was still living in his first base. He got Jean and me right after fighting you too. I see, so, you served him for around half a year. Le Fay nodded at the moon goddess. While it was still awe-inspiring that she is serving with a goddess now, it's still hard to wrap her head around the fact that they are of the same rank in this place. What can you tell us about him? What should we be wary of? Atlanta asked from the other side of the blonde maid. That would be telling, Atlanta. I can't reveal the things which you have to learn for yourself. The blonde maid said with a smile. A small reminder to the pair that this girl is a witch. The huntress and the goddess internally clicked their tongues. We are, after all, rivals here in some way. Le Fay said that, remembering how Jean just went and seduced their master without any previous warning or anything like that. After that, she knew that her fellow blonde was now regularly doing it with him. And worst of all, she gets points for it. Aurora rewarded that blonde. It's somewhat embarrassing and annoying that she gets points for sleeping with him. It sort of reminds her of prostitution. Well, they are only sleeping with one man, so something similar to the sugar daddy thing that exists in the mundane side of the world. Anyway, that whole thing earned Jean so much more points because she was helping their master directly. No matter how lewd it sounds, it does help him not get completely consumed by his research and inventions. So, Jean gets more points than Le Fay by bulks. I guess, it's true, nonetheless, wouldn't it be better if we have some sort of a treaty? Artemis was using her around 5,000 years of experience here. It would need to be extremely flexible. Because our master can be very random. The whole vampire invasion was so random and so fast that we, Jean and I, were quite shocked at how out of nowhere it came. Even this house's appearance is quite out of the blue. One moment, he was building more processing power for Aurora, the next moment, we moved to this place because the building speed increases every couple of hours. And there are thousands if not hundreds of thousands of robotic labor working on the railway and the space center. Artemis and Atlanta were quite baffled hearing that, just how rapidly did this evolve. Just from hearing this, they realized it all happened in a matter of weeks. As you can see, you need to be very close to him to know what is going on because neither Seraphal Leviathan or Latia Astaroth were as shocked by this as we were. Which assumes they knew about this. Because they spend time with him and listen to him, Atlanta said with a nod she understood this enough. To someone who has less of his attention, these things can as well be random. But to someone who spends a lot of time with him, like Hippolyta, she is already with him. I have no doubt she will move up in this whole thing. The lion girl can already imagine that the redhead will get something out of the whole fact that she openly surrendered and didn't need any persuasion. Their new master most likely quickly noticed how openly she showed her submission. Next morning, the sound of an alarm clock spread through the whole Greek-styled room. Ah. Please quiet it down, Hippolyta complained as she snuggled into Marcus' nape. She was sleeping on top of him and treating him like some sort of pillow. No can do, sweetheart. It's past midday and we have a field operation to attend to, the teen said while stroking her back. He was enjoying her soft skin. No, you did things to me the whole night, and now you want me to wake up this early, she complained with a cute voice. Not that it's going to work on him. The teen has been living with Serafal for far too long. So without much thought, he got up from the bed with the redhead in his arms and went to get a shower. No. After the shower was done, Marcus got the queen up and awake. The girl, though, still sort of struggled with her clothes. You know, I am a minor goddess and you did this to me. I don't know if I should be horrified or impressed, she said while trying to dress up. Her legs were a little bit shaky. She was amused and a little bit distressed. She never put the whole fuck to unconsciousness thing as a possibility, as her constitution is on a completely different level. She could fight for days without any break, so something like fuck to silliness didn't even come up in her thought process. You do realize that I am what is considered a perfect human being. My adaptability was engineered to be at the very apex. Combined with my natural talent, I can learn things at near instantaneous pace. So learning your sweat spots was quite easy, he said with a smile as he watched the disbelief slowly appear on her face. You, what kind of freak of nature are you? She asked with a face that tells him that he is cheating the hell out of this. Nature? Silly girl. He patted her head. Nature is nearly completely understood by me. As you said before, I am a crafter and builder. I didn't mean it that way. You are far too serious. I meant it as a metaphor. I know. And your description doesn't fit. Because my adaptability is not crafted by nature but by me. He clenched his fist and a purple aura surrounded him for a moment. My body has been, as you said, crafted and built to my specific tastes. As Marcus said that, the aura subsided. Now, on another note. Do you want to fight for me? His question got her slightly off guard. Here he was, talking about something she didn't know. She was sort of baffled to learn that he, in truth, did alter his body in some way. And then, out of nowhere, he asked about fighting for him. And here she thought that she was going to kiss fighting goodbye, but now he is offering to fight. You want me to fight for you? Hippolyta asked with some hope. She needs confirmation. Indeed. You can lead the whole field operation if you want, Marcus said with a shrug. You're going to allow me to lead them? She asked with wide eyes. A lot of disbelief washed over her. Of course. You deserve a reward. Unlike the rest, you surrendered to me. No fighting, no resistance. No lies. You don't know this. But, here, in this house, everything is under my surveillance. Aurora records people's expressions, body language, and even vital readings through magic in the air. And I can safely accept the fact that you are on my side. So, you, a goddess of war, leading my SPBA is something which makes a lot of sense, no? Hippolyta was a little bit freaked out that there is this much surveillance here. But, the second part she heard made her more than elated. Then I accept. She tried to stand up but, well, her legs were shaking too much and she would just embarrass herself more. Well, let me massage your legs a bit. Maybe not. You're going to do things to me. The redhead was more than happy that her future husband liked her body this much, but she wants to fight now. Don't be silly, woman. I am in my serious mode now, not the other way around. He rolled his eyes and Hippolyta was surrounded by purple energy. Before long she was laying on the bed on her stomach and Marcus was massaging her. Not long after that, she needed to cover her satisfying moans, as she thought, this was a bad idea, but at the same time she liked this a lot. A few minutes into this and she was a gooey mess. She climaxed a couple of times just from her legs, which is quite embarrassing for her. And hopefully, no one is going to learn that the Queen of the Amazons came a couple of times from her legs alone. Well. It's done. Your leg muscles are in optimal condition, Marcus said with quite a satisfied tone. The Amazon Queen slowly got up from the bed. She was still slightly shaky from all that pleasure. Thankfully, she can stand much better now. Nonetheless, her pride was reduced to rubble, she was manhandled like some little girl. Don't tell anyone, she said with a red face. trying to get over the embarrassment. Oh. Are you going to keep me silent in some way? Marcus asked with an amused and curious look. Oh, how he liked doing this. Anything you want. I only wish that no one will ever know what you did to me just now. The method to bring me back to optimal level. She used a word she picked up from her future husband. I suppose it's easily arrangeable. Not that people will ask me about certain things. He agreed with a casual shrug. Good. I will make sure to reward you extra hard next time. She said with a lustful look. Just remembering last night was enough for her to get hot and bothered. Thankfully, there were not that many people waiting for them outside the room, and Hippolyta was reminded that they were underground. The room she was in before was just like a Greek-style manse. Bringing back some nostalgia, most importantly with just how insanely realistic it was. When they left the room, Artemis and Atlanta looked at the redhead with weird emotions in their eyes. From annoyance to fascination. Nonetheless, both of them kept quiet and didn't ask anything. Assuming they were waiting for the right moment to ask, most probably when she is not next to their new master. Right, I assume that you all know I am going to Transylvania to collect some stuff. If you want to come with me, you can come. And if you are not interested, then you can stay here. Marcus said as he took a sip of his morning tea. If I am to appear there, they will assume that the Greek pantheon is attacking them, Artemis said, mentioning the obvious. Possible. That's if you are going to leave the bridge of the airship. That reminds me. Jean, do you want to have some live practice with your new gear? Marcus clarified to Artemis before looking at the maid. The blonde reincarnation of the saint is becoming a better maid every day, and she needs to be awarded in some way. Oh. You're going to allow me to fight? The blonde asked with disbelief. Yeah. I think you deserve some action. He said with a casual shrug. Earning himself a bright smile from the girl. Oh yes. She was itching to get some action after getting her twin pistols. How many other people around the world have two sacred gears? To her knowledge, a very small percentage of the world's population has achieved that. Count me in. I assume it's against those bloodsuckers in Romania. She agreed before asking where she would be fighting. Indeed. I will outfit you too for this though. Showing that you are part of my group, not some random people. 2. Someone else is going with me. Jean asked with wide eyes. Here she was thinking that she was the special one with this. But someone else is going to come with her. Yes. Hippolyta is coming with you. Marcus clarified to the blonde maid. For a second, Jean looked at the redhead. She was a little bit annoyed that this new girl was already getting things like that. But, she can guess that was because of how quickly Hippolyta surrendered to him in multiple different senses. What took her months to get, this one got it in a single day. Well, she can assume it was because she went and seduced him right away. Unlike her, who took months of gathering her courage to do. Now that this is out of the way. While Marcus was discussing things with Jean, with Lu Fei chipping in from time to time, the pair of huntresses and the goddess were looking at Hippolyta. They can't believe the redhead was already getting something out of this. They can guess that he will also be giving them some sort of equipment to fight, maybe a sacred gear. Or similar weapons wielded by those soldiers. Lady Latia and Lady Seraphal are working together to get the new girls lodgings in the mundane side of the world. Lady Gremory is in the underworld dealing with some issues, and head maid is back to her work. Lu Fei gave an update on the current situation. So they are busy. Well, it's fine. Marcus waved his hand. Well, he can enjoy the new company he has at the moment. Maybe he can find some time to cuddle with the lion girl he just got. After finishing his breakfast, Marcus and his 5 maids went to the train station, which took them to the barracks. Once again the newcomers were baffled seeing just how crowded the place was. They already saw thousands boarding the airship, and yet, the barracks were full either way. Where are the soldiers coming from? By this point, people in this country would wonder where so many people disappeared to. How do you even have this many people serving you? Artemis asked with disbelief. They were all males with the same size and body constitution, are they? They are biological models. I thought I already said that before. Marcus asked her. He thought she already understood that. Wait, so it's true. They are men made through magic. It finally hit her. So, he can make armies. She thought that he could just make something simple like homunculus. But that branch of magic is not that advanced, and as far as she remembers it is also lost to time. Through science. 1 out of 3 things needed to have a perfect life is mastered by me. The biological body is also almost completely understood by Aurora and me. And, as I said before, the 3 hairs I got back then and the other samples collected by myself and with Citri's help allowed me to understand how to create a biological body to my exact specifications. I see. Artemis' eyes twitched from disbelief. No supernatural pantheon was successful in creating humans before. Sure, some beings made better versions. The best of them is the biblical god, which Artemis sees a lot of resembles in her new master with him. Creation of Lilith, the being which became the mother of all devils, she was human before turning into whatever the thing she is now, then the angels, beings linked to the system. Oh, and how could she forget his first creation, the first bat? So, yeah, that god surely tried quite hard with his creations, so hard, in fact, that he split up his pantheon in three. Now this, however, will it lead to the creation of some sort of new human race? Well, only time will tell. Chapter 30, Arming Maids and Going for a Trip. You two, step into that circle, I said to the pair. Hippolyta and Jean are the two girls who will be participating in this field expedition. Honestly, I would prefer if those fools hand the girl over without any need to exchange blows. Well, more like, beat them up, as the loadout I've prepared for them will kill them off without any much of a hassle, and most importantly, I will be going there in the middle of the day. Still, the possibility of them handing over the Teeps girl is small to non-existent, mainly because of their pride. Quinella did several million calculations on this and there is around a 87% chance of them saying no. Okay. Both Jean and Hippolyta stepped into the circle. Soon enough they started to get scanned. So, what is this light? Jean asked curiously as she looked at the light starting to rise from the circle. I am taking your measurements. After the scan is done you will receive your SPBA army gear, I said to them as I checked the readings on the two girls. Quite simply learning their 3 sizes and checking their weight too. I am using any opportunity one can to learn those. A few presses later and I realized that they were going to look like Mandalorian bounty huntresses. Kinda hot on its own. You mentioned this before, but what is the SPBA? Hippolyta asked as she looked at her hand, seeing the light washing her over. Going up and down her whole body. Scientifically Prepared Biological Army, SPBA for short, are my soldiers who will be doing the grunt work for me. Their job mainly consists of collecting stuff for me. From sacred gears to samples. Depending on the situation. I clarified what my grunts do for me. Nothing much, just some handymen. Wait, you didn't mention war, you are not planning for them to fight your wars? Artemis asked with some confusion as she heard my explanation. Have you ever heard of something called precise orbital bombardment? I answered her question with another question. Why lose soldiers' lives when you can just shoot the enemies from space, as expected of my lord husband? Hippolyta instantly understood what I meant. It took some time for Artemis to process what I meant, but she eventually got it nonetheless. The gun-shaped station in space, but it can't shoot everywhere, can it? She asked with realization. There was some fear underneath that question. It can, even the underworld or heaven, or any smaller dimension linked to Earth. I can shoot anywhere. Even realms connected to other pantheons. I said with a shrug as I looked at the final product of the armor. My gaze went to Hippolyta, who had stars in her eyes, while Jean looked slightly baffled hearing me talk about my Opsos-class station capacities. Artemis and Atlanta looked pale like paper, realizing that I could most likely nuke Olympus with nothing but my word. Only Lu Fei had a poker face. I can assume she is the only one in this place apart from Latia and Quinella who checks the logs on the projects. Well, the armors are done. Check them out. With a hand motion, I showed them the full 3D image of the armors. They looked like classic Mandalorian armor, only the difference was that it's a female version. Meaning the chest piece and the armor itself is much more slender. The left shoulder plate has the regular SPBA letters on it, while the right shoulder plate has the original emblem I've prepared for them. For Hippolyta, it was a Greek female warrior with a spear. There are also some different colorings on the armor. A third color of red has been added to the original dull silver and blue. For Jean, it was a symbol of the original French royalty used back in the 100 Years' War. Symboling her identity as the reincarnation of Saint Joan. Her extra color is a golden yellow, which fits quite well in my opinion. Oh, my gosh. I am gonna look like a Mandalorian bounty hunter. Jean clapped her hands in happiness. Wait, you only now realize that Master's army is based on the Mandalorians? Lu Fei asked while facepalming. I never paid much attention to them. I only realized it now that I saw myself in this. She shamelessly shrugged her shoulders. I could only snort in amusement. Jean reminded me of those gal girls who only care about certain things. The rest can just go fuck itself. Kind of makes her perfect for me and perfect to be a saint. Assuming in her very first life as Joan of Arc, she was a devout Christian who only cared for her country and religion. Now in this one. Well, she only cares for me. The signs are already there, that she is quite in the hots for me. And of course, having fun. I bet she won't even bat her eye when we are going to lay waste to the entire vampire nation. And who are these Mandalorians you are talking about? They sound quite similar to Ares' pet project. Artemis said with a sigh. Pet project. Everyone except Atlanta looked curiously at the moon goddess. I included as she mentioned the word project. Yes. Back in the day around what you humans call the Bronze Age, Ares descended in one of the cities which you all call Sparta. He created a society around the whole martial prowess and war. The goddess said with a shrug. Well, it's good to know that Sparta was a pet project of a war god. So my dad was the one who created Spartans. Good to know. Hippolyta said with a not caring shrug herself. While the rest like Lo Fei and Jean looked on with some disbelief. I too, to a certain extent, after all, Spartans are part of humanity and its overall culture. So, knowing that Ares did something akin to a research or test project is something else entirely. Right. So yeah, you can say that the Mandalorians are based on Spartans which are in the fictional world of Star Wars. A famous franchise in Western culture. I explained to Artemis. So your soldiers are indirectly based, once again, from my pantheon, good to know. The moon goddess said with a twitchy eyebrow. She was quite annoyed. Most likely on the fact that it was not related to her in any way, again. Yes. The best kind of warriors. I said with another shrug. Honestly, Mandos are cool, especially the true bounty hunters. With the jetpacks, flamethrowers. Right. I need to note this one down. Since I have the Rangers, let's make bounty hunters too. I quickly pulled out my phone and typed it down, saving it in the notes. And with a quick swirl of my hand, it was back in my lab coat pocket. I then pressed on the hologram and the ground slightly opened. The gears came out, placed on a pedestal. Here it is. Your gear has been crafted. I said to them as I walked over. Both of my hands were in my pockets as I looked at the gears placed in front of me. How fast was this created? Hippolyta asked with wide eyes. All of my facilities are automated, sweetheart. Aurora runs everything. I stopped making things with my own hands just around the time I beat you 3. I said with a shrug. I don't recall past inventions that much, but it was around the time when I finished Freedom Mark I, that was the last time I did something with my own 2 hands. I see, this, well. The redhead, from the looks of it, was speechless, so were the other 2 newcomers. Only Jean quickly approached, almost leaving an afterimage of herself as she appeared in front of the armors. Sweet God, this looks almost exactly like the armor the Mandos are wearing. She lifted the helmet and checked it out. She could see her reflection from the helmet showing just how polished it was. Try putting it on, and check how superior it is to any Mandalorian ones. I said that with a proud tone. Hell, the Star Wars tech level was already quite lacking towards holograms. The girl listened to what I said and she quickly put it on. Gasp. You put Realitas tech inside. Damn, this is like not wearing a helmet at all. She exclaimed, realizing what was put in the helmet. Precisely. I know that neither you nor Hippolyta like helmets, so I improvised and decided to put some of my Freedom tech inside the helmet. I said with a shrug. Freedom tech. Is that your winged armor that you had? Hippolyta asked with a curious look as she inspected her helmet. Have, not had. The scale mail you saw me in before is Mark II. The one I have at the moment is Mark IV, the final edition. Whoa. Mark IV. When? How? I remember Quinella just bragging about Mark III like it was yesterday. The blonde removed her helmet and quickly called a holographic window with her finger and went through several menus until eventually found something. Damn. I only checked last week. You already have the model done. And this one, you removed all the safety features. She asked with disbelief. Well, yeah. All the systems which were to keep the wielder safe were converted into offensive capacities. According to the simulations, I could circle the globe in less than 10 minutes. That's nuts, that kind of force could turn a regular human into flesh paste. Jean said with a weird look. She couldn't believe that I would create something like this. Well, this was me taking all the limiters off and checking just how fast the energy wing technology truly is without any limiters placed on it. This is my final freedom. Before I fully switch to my strike freedom. The next generation of scale mails. Indeed. So, it's not meant for regular people to wear it. The file says that even ultimate class beings are not recommended to use for more than 2 hours. How is that even possible? Does it drain magic or something? The OS. Aurora Borealis works with the armor for maximum response time. In other words, it would drain magic as the body would need to keep up with the response time. I had to upgrade the triangle diamond reactor for that kind of response power. I see, this is nuts, officially, this is nuts. She said while shaking her head. It is for my use only. I clarified to her. No regular human could even push this thing above 1% of its maximum performance. Do you even need a scale mail in the first place? Artemis asked me from the side. She was just behind Jean reading over the same thing the blonde was. For the first run? Yes. After that? No. I simply said to her. Adapt to it. I see. Hippolyta said with realization. She probably knows my ability to adapt the best. Correct. After that, I will switch to a different model. Still. But, you are like the third strongest being, maybe even 2ND, why do you even need this? Artemis said with a baffled tone. I could ask the same. Why do you need a bow? You can just punch the wild animals out. Or why wear clothes if they offer no augmented protection? I said with a snort. The answer is obvious, preference. Do you think I will fight someone again like Superman? Quinella goaded me because she knew what I disliked. Someone I wouldn't mind punching the very face out of, and erase an entire celestial body underneath its foot. So far no one else exists in this world that would make me do it again. That's why I will be switching into something else or even sending someone else to do the grunt work. I explained to her. She slightly paled. Nonetheless, the moon goddess got the message loud and clear. Now, go and change your clothes into this. I motioned with my chin at the armors. The girls quickly grabbed the armors and rushed to change into them, leaving us in quite an awkward atmosphere. While it's amusing to watch them squirm under my gaze, I decided that it's time for me to do something entertaining. And that is to play with my cat. With a few steps, I was in front of Atlanta, who was looking at me with some nervousness and alertness. She wasn't expecting me to just out of nowhere start paying extra attention to her. I wasn't able to say this before. But, the maid uniform looks very beautiful on you. As I said that, my hand went onto her cheek and gently stroked it. The lion girl slightly lowered her guard. She tried to take a deeper breath and relax, but she wasn't able to do much on that front. My thanks. She softly said with a nervous tone. From the looks of it, she is completely out of her element and doesn't know how to behave. Don't worry. I am not going to bite you. Or hurt you in any way. Her mouth slightly twitched hearing that. She most likely wanted to clarify why she was so nervous. Which I can bet is her blunt honesty. Before long, I stopped stroking her cheek and lowered my hand. I turned around and my gaze went to the silver-haired goddess who was looking at me with a neutral poker face. I inspected the uniform on her. She looked gorgeous in it. Her legs looked amazing with those stockings. Without wasting much time, I walked over to her. There was no reaction to my approach. She already expected that I would come over to her. In the end, I walked past her and got myself behind her. My hands wrapped around her waist as I pulled her into my hands. At one point, I could easily smell her hair and she was just smelling delicious. A smell of wild nature that no shampoo could replicate. Tell me. How are you faring? I asked softly, directly into her ear. Her whole body just twitched for a second. My voice has tickled her. Strange. This is very much new to me. I am still learning a lot of new things. She said in a nervous tone. Not fitting for a proud and noble huntress. I see. I suppose it is quite a change from your previous occupation, as you barely stayed in any form of civilization. I suppose I could spend some time and teach you some things. I said that as my hand gently stroked her cheek. At this moment I could compare the skin of Atlanta and the skin of Artemis. All I can say is that more research is needed. Why you would do that? Her voice had an unnatural amount of happiness, which has raised my curiosity. After all, the moon goddess herself is happy to spend time with a male. Why, of course. I am more curious to spend time with you just as much as you are with me. I said honestly. And it's the truth, she is a treasure trove of information. Just now, I had just learned the truth about Sparta. Now, I would like to learn the truth of some other events and how much Greek gods have interfered in them. Yes, it would be very interesting. She spoke with a fascinated tone leaning towards suggestive, which is curious on its own. Was she trying to seduce me? Well, that's just more interesting. Because it's quite hard to resist her as it is. But, if she is trying to seduce, well. Pulling her more into a hug, I could see her ears turning more pinkish. She was getting more embarrassed, but she was still holding on quite well. It's quite fascinating seeing how she and Atlanta got into this. Well, it would seem some of the demonstrations were enough to get them over with. That moment I moved in and kissed her on the neck. Her whole body shuddered hard. I quite easily tracked her sensitive spots. The girl is quite stiff, as one could expect. She is a goddess of hunt. Someone who is always serious. This means she is quite stiff, all over her body. And that means I will have quite a good time making her into a gooey mess. The massage I learned with Hippolyta will serve me quite well. I guess studying biology is quite useful, not just for genetics. For the next few minutes, I enjoyed entertaining myself with Artemis before Jean and Hippolyta returned from their changing. Well, what do you think? The blonde reincarnation of the saint said with a hand on her hip, while the other hand was holding the helmet. Same with Hippolyta, she was slightly posing for me. Still though, her eyes went onto the moon goddess I was hugging. I could see how she was looking at her. Funny how things change. Very nice. It fits the two of you like a glove. I commented on the looks. Both of them slightly puffed, easily taking in the compliment. Well, it should be obvious. Master, they were built according to the measurement. Lu Fei said with a smug smile, immediately deflating the pair. I could only chuckle for a bit, before releasing my hold on the goddess and getting back in front of the two. Right. So Jean has her weapons covered, her castor and pollux as well as blade blacksmith. It's enough to run around those vampires. Master. I still need cartridges as ammo, she said with a nervous tone. Right, cartridges come separately when one buys the stuff from the shop, since they are universal. My gaze stayed on her for a bit. She started fiddling with her combat gloves. Fine. This one's on me. I sighed, and with a few presses of a holographic window, another pedestal came out from the ground. On top of it was a pair of cards that were emitting holy energy. Yay. The girl happily collected them, quickly calling forth her pistols and inserting the cards into them. Can I get a cartridge holder? She asked cutely. Right. I rolled my eyes at her. With another few presses on a holographic window, she got her cartridge holder. She put it on her right hip. At the moment it was nothing more than an aesthetic piece of equipment. Yes, now I need a jetpack, a flamethrower, a knee missile launcher, she said with a happy tone, imagining herself being a proper bounty hunter. Maybe. If you are going to be a good girl, I could make a set. Hearing that, she quickly rushed into me, hugging me in the process. Oh, this is going to be so cool, she said with an extremely happy tone. I patted her back while looking at the others' expressions. Everyone had a poker face, but I could see that their eyes were not that neutral. It was amusing to see someone like the goddess of moon or the chaste huntress be jealous. One would never mention those two girls with the word jealous because historically it should be impossible. And now this is happening. It's going to be interesting. Speaking of weapons, I am not used to guns. Can I get a spear? But I do promise to learn how to wield them in future, since you have such a large selection of them, the Queen of Amazon said as she got over another awkward situation. Her eyes were on the racks in the room. There was the Mark II of Castor and Pollux, which can be called the Glock version, and the hand cannon version, which is the Mark IV. Of course, there were also some Galer rifles here too. While I kept the sniper rifle Amber locked up, the thing is quite dangerous after all. Her words reminded me that she doesn't have a weapon. And by this point, she can't use her old ones anymore, because she was not part of the hunt for obvious reasons. Let me help you with that. I gently let go of Jean, who slightly pouted when she thought I wasn't looking. I went over some designs and quickly drew a spear. It was made from some combined alloys. It was not a sacred gear, since for that I would need some preparations done first. A core prepared and stuff like that. For this mission, it will be enough, I said as I pressed on the holographic window. Soon enough, another pedestal came out and a dull silver spear came out from the ground. Place in a weapons rack. The redhead slowly walked over and her mouth was slightly open. This is insane. How quickly can you craft things? And it's even beautiful looking, she said as she quickly picked up the spear. She quickly went through several stances. Moments later she had a very satisfying look. I could see how uncomfortable Jean and Lu Fei looked, assuming they got reminded that this redhead woman is a minor goddess. And the way she was wielding the weapon most likely could have killed them. Perfect, this is perfect, the way it was crafted. It even has a holy attribute in it. To fight against vampires. You even added ornaments on it. Though you only intended for me to use this weapon for one battle, it doesn't feel like a temporary weapon. With the amount of happiness in her voice for the simple metal stick, it's hard not to smile. Well, now that you have the battle gears, we can move towards the confiscator. I started walking towards the door, saying that. You named your airship the Confiscator? Artemis asked with a baffled tone. It was built for that purpose. So, it will be named like that, I said with a shrug as we left the armory and started walking towards the station. I suppose that makes sense. She nodded with a shrug. Seeing a perfect moment, I grabbed her hand and pulled her towards me. Yep, it's a good time to do that. Artemis didn't fight. She even moved closer into me. You're going to sit on my lap on the train, I whispered into her ear, waiting to see her reaction. She slightly twitched and a small blush appeared on her face. The silver-haired goddess slowly nodded in agreement. Space Center. 120 Starscream jet fighters, 5,000 SPBA infantry, 1,000 SPBA rangers, 1,000 crewmen, 32 anti-ground turrets, 64 anti-air turrets. 4 diamond core reactors, 4 Nova thrusters, 2 second-generation energy wings. A pair of 100-meter-long main railgun cannons, 4 assembly lines, 20 biochambers for extra SPBA creation. Marcus explained to the girls the specifics of the confiscator as they were passing through the crew docking tunnel. Do you even need this much firepower? Artemis asked him as she already got used to him holding her hand like that. It gives a certain amount of satisfaction to her and him. Honestly, I don't care if I need it or don't. It's about me progressing my tech further more than anything. I would appreciate it if someone smacks the confiscator down just so that I could make a superior version of it. He said with an honest shrug. Making Artemis realize that he wants this monstrosity brought down so that he could make an even bigger monster. Apart from those specifics, the confiscator can fly at Mach 5, I haven't worked out fully how to get over gravity just yet. But at this point, I am studying space instead of gravity. And there is no gravity if space doesn't exist. Still though, I am utilizing the latest G-Force Max technomancy, small barriers are deployed to cancel the drag. Apart from that, it has several sets of barrier casters that are used to work as shields. Apart from that, there are 4 drone towers installed in the back area just behind the runway. While the energy wings themselves release realitas particles for camouflage. Marcus pointed at the folded wings. Meaning that I can quite simply drop on top of someone with the airship and they would not even realize it unless I release the effects of the particles. He smugly explained. Simply put, a Pantheon-level thing which has unprecedented stealth capacity. Artemis gulped down realizing the full specs of this thing. She has heard about the so-called realitas particle, developed through studying biology, talking madness. How can studying one's body achieve this? Nonetheless, she has not experienced this thing in person but she saw Marcus fight. The simulation of reality was incredible, to say the least. She hopes that she, somehow, can make him not unleash this monstrosity on her birth Pantheon, otherwise her family is gone. Quite, something else. The silver-head said with a fake smile. Internally she was nearly crying from fear. I know. Anyway, girls. I have transferred some of the SPBA to your command so that you two can get used to them over the 2 hours or so. We won't be flying at top speeds, it should be enough to get accustomed to them. He explained to them as they entered the ship. Oh, okay, that's a good decision, Hippolyta said with realization. And Jean nodded at her, she had the look of realization too. Yeah. The blonde nodded at the redhead. Good, then put on your helmets and the HUD will show you where to go, he told the pair who quickly nodded at him. Putting on their helmets. Jean, for this one, had her long hair done into a bun. Similar to Hippolyta's one. Once they had their helmets they saw where to go. Right. Girls, I will see you later. He waved at them as he started walking towards the bridge while the pair went in the opposite direction, towards the main lift. Soon enough the airship started to power its systems. In the bridge aboard the confiscator. The first thing the maids noticed was that the bridge was run by females. They were all dressed in military uniforms with the same color scheme as the soldiers. Though, what stood out was that they were wearing short skirts, in other words, quite a lewd version of the military uniform. Another thing was that all of them had the same length of hair. The only difference was that they were different in color, and of course, they didn't share the same face. In other words, you could not even pass them off as clones. No, they were pretty like dolls. It's even hard to see the difference between this biological model and regular humans. Moments later, polygons gathered in the middle of the bridge and Quinella appeared in all of her glory. Only the difference this time was that she was dressed in the same style uniform as the rest of the girls and her hair was done in a high ponytail. She looked more professional than ever. Of course, her uniform had a bunch of medals. Which looks very professional, but if you look closely those medals have something different written on it. For example, one of the gold ones has, "Head Assistant of my Master," with a star on it. While it's silly, it's extremely realistic. One of these medals could even pass through in an army without a proper checkup. The silver-haired assistant turned around and faced Marcus, giving him a military salute before starting to talk. Master. The confiscator is fully powered. We can start the leaving procedures. We are good to go. The teen said with an amused smile, seeing her playing right into the role of a ship captain. She nodded at him and started ordering the girls. While she could fly the ship herself, there is a certain amount of satisfaction to ordering people, and because her master wanted a fully crewed ship in case. Well, there are a bunch of possibilities. Soon enough, the airship started to rise. The ceiling above them started to open and the rays of the sun started to fall inside. Begin dispersal of realitas particles. Quinella ordered. And soon enough the entire airship started the dispersal of the particles, making it disappear before it even left the space center. By this point, all the maids alongside Marcus walked to the very front of the ship. Seeing the majority of the body of the airship in front of them. It was enormous to them. Since, before this kind of thing only appeared in science fiction movies. A massive flying ship. Sure, any given pantheon could do it. But, could it float forever? Produce an infinite amount of transforming jet fighters? Armies of soldiers? In the end. While they could, they have not reached a plateau where they can produce it without the issues of logistics. Even then, could it face the confiscator in a frontal battle? As Marcus and his mates were watching the airship rise above the ground, it was time to unfold the energy wings. Unfold the wings. Soon enough the wings spread in their full glory. Marcus enjoyed the awe the girls had because the wings were enormous and looked like they were from pure gold. How wide is this thing? Artemis asked him as her eyes never went away from the wings she was looking at. There was no doubt that people could have seen this thing from space if they tried to look at its location. That's just how wide this thing was. 600 meters fully unfolded, Marcus spoke with crossed arms, he is more than willing to tell things to her. Isn't that too much? Why so big? She asked with a frown. This is far too wide. Nope. Not at all. First, it's for speed. Second, it's to keep the airship afloat. Third, it's for the dispersal of the realitas particles and Solomon's magic. He instantly gave her 3 reasons for this size. With this, the radius of that man's magic. She said with realization. Solomon's magic. Yeah, but it's just to keep the supernatural tame. Realitas particles are dropped there too, which will mess with any humanoid being's senses. So, not only can they not use energies, they can't even trust their senses. Artemis and Atlanta looked at him as if he was death itself. This man, he was nuts, no sportsmanship in fights, no respect for other species. This guy, he doesn't care at all and would use any advantage he has. This was what the pair understood about him. Chapter 31, Arriving at Castle Teeps. We have ascended high enough to enter cruising mode. Captain, Quinella said with a serious look. I could only smile once more. This was already turning into quite an entertaining expedition. So, how long is it going to take? Artemis asked me with crossed arms. Around 2 hours. We were flying at around 2,000 kilometers per hour. That is more than enough time for Jean and Hippolyta to get used to the soldiers that they're going to lead. I explained to her as I started walking towards my seat. Which is like a throne. I could only roll my eyes when I saw it a couple of days back for the first time. All Quinella did was just look away and whistle like it was not her idea. After taking my seat, I was about to relax, lean back, and close my eyes for a bit. It was a very good and comfortable captain/commander seat. Then I felt a presence and in the next moment, this presence was suddenly sitting on my lap. I opened my eyes and saw a certain lion girl sitting on my lap. She looked at me and I looked at her. What? I am your pet, according to you. So, as your pet, I demand attention. She said with an extra serious tone. It would seem that she has entered a borderline Sundara realm in our relationship phase. My hand moved onto her waist. Moving for a little bit, I got her in a better position in my lap. It was then that I realized. I looked like a villain with a cat. Well, not a cat, she was more of a lion, and in my case, a lion girl. Nonetheless, the way she was sitting on my lap was very beautiful. Once I changed positions, the beauty was leaning on the right side of my chest just close to the shoulder, my right hand was on her waist, while the left was stroking her cheek. Honestly, this was the perfect position just to relax and enjoy the flight. Simply put, I don't need to do anything. I could just nap and Quinella would do everything for me. That's the reason why she was created in the first place. She would even prefer it, if I were to fall asleep, and she could command the operation. This way she could earn more brownie points with me. Nonetheless, I am not tired enough to fall asleep, and there was no chance in hell I was gonna. At the moment, I have the chaste huntress sitting on my lap. And she is cute and cuddly. There, now you can just relax and enjoy the flight, I said softly to her. Yes, this is good. Tell me, Master, what is going to happen to all those vampires? I know for sure they will resist regardless of your army's performance. She said, getting right to the point. Honestly, the Teeps faction will cease to exist, I said to her while gently stroking her hair. By this point, I could feel her completely relaxed in my hands. Which is amazing on its own. Only the Teeps faction. That means you're going to let the Carmilla faction and others go? She asked me softly. The beautiful lion girl was concerned. Well, knowing her, she is only concerned for the children. Well, if my kitty is personally asking me to spare the feminist faction. Sure, just for you, I said while stroking her cheek with my left hand. Her eyes widened hearing that. You will do that? She asked with disbelief. Honestly, I don't care, Atlanta. I only want the cup so that I can return to my research. They can declare World War III on werewolves for all I care. Or go through a blood-drinking frenzy. I would most likely just send some people to collect some samples if that were to happen. Anyways, my point is that I don't care about them. So, if you are asking me to spare the Carmilla faction, then I will. I said to her with an honest shrug. They think too much. Honestly, why would I want to wipe the vampires out? I would want them to stick around. Maybe if they are still around long enough someone could make 1 or 2 good vampire movies. Right, I need to type that down. Latia needs to buy some movie-making companies for me. Atlanta looked quite curious as to what I was doing. Movies, how are they related to this? She asked with a baffled tone. Everything, my dear kitty. Are all geniuses as weird as you? She asked with a weird-out tone. No idea, I've never met a genius before. I said with a shrug. Hanger. Hippolyta was sweating buckets under her helmet. She was testing out her new teammates for this field expedition they are calling. She did try to tell them that they were going to war, to kill, but they simply told her that their master and creator doesn't do war. Simply put, war is something where 2 sides fight and have casualties, and this one. It's going to be so one-sided that their programming didn't even pick it up as a war. No, it's a field expedition. Surely enough, she was nearly beaten a couple of times in simple hand-to-hand combat with just 1 SPBA. Sure, she didn't use any of her divine powers, but solely with sheer skill and the experience of 3,000 years did she manage to emerge victorious. This is nuts. How did Quinella make them this powerful? How do they have this much skill? The redhead thought with a frown on her face. Okay. This is enough. Hippolyta raised her hand to call it a pause. She took off her helmet. And cleaned off her sweat. She was only able to beat up 3 of them in a close hand-to-hand fight. Even then, she had to take them on, one-on-one. This was a reality check for her that, nope, she still needs to train to get better. As these guys were nothing more than creations from biochambers from which Aurora can pump them out every couple of hours. All she can say is that technology is bullshit. How can a couple of hours cover a whole lifetime of experiences? Nonetheless, she needed a break and her eyes went to the side where Jean was practicing with her weapons. The newest sacred gears are nothing like previous ones. Castor and Pollux alone is more than just a sacred gear because it is customizable and yet, still has the same things like the capacity to enter a balance breaker without necessary training. It's fascinating and she wants 1 or 2 for herself as well. At that moment, she realized that she needs to be a good girl and woman for a future husband. First on that list is to perform as best as she could in the upcoming war/field expedition. After resting for a few more minutes she returned to sparring with her new squad mates. While Jean decided to run some squad-orientated movements. Since she realized that she needs to perform above and beyond. This was no longer a game to the blonde. No. A lot of points are hanging on this. Before they realized it, alarms had already started ringing through the whole hangar. All soldiers to the battle stations. All soldiers to the battle stations. All soldiers to the battle stations. We are approaching Romanian borders. Less than 10 minutes before we will enter Vampire Nation-controlled lands. Hippolyta and Jean quickly stopped whatever they were doing. Thankfully neither of them got tired, instead, they were getting pumped up for what's to come. Quickly enough they got into positions with their squad mates. Before long, a portion of their helmet HUD was occupied by Marcus who was sitting on a decorated throne. What, specifically, caught Jean and Hippolyta's attention was the comfortably sitting Atlanta on his lap. Her tail lazily moved back and forth. We are approaching the Teeps faction's controlled lands. Our goal is the damper, Valerie Teeps. The daughter of the current King Teeps. She has short blonde hair and classic vampiric red eyes. She will be hidden in the basement most of the time because of her gear. Which, according to some sources, is already active. Some of the vampires you will encounter do not fear sunshine or even holy energy, so switch to regular magic ammunition in that case. As Marcus was explaining that, Jean could not control herself and started smiling seeing how Marcus looked like a big bad villain. And the lazy lion girl on his lap only amplified that. Deployment is going to be regular encirclement around the castle, the infantry will be brought down by the gunship. We, of course, are going to offer them to surrender the girl and let them be. But, there is a small % chance that they will do that. Hippolyta could only nod to herself. This sounds about right. The vampires treat themselves as apex predators of the human world. So, regardless of things, they won't just be giving up. This means a fight is most likely going to happen. The Queen of the Amazons even wants one personally. She has not fought against vampires in quite a long while. Plus, this battle is even more personal to her because she wishes to impress her future husband with her performance. While she knows he doesn't care about her battling prowess. All he cares about is the result. The cup. If her squad is to get the girl first, then she will get extra points and his acknowledgement. That moment, Hippolyta's face hardened. Once the engagement begins, only dispose of the ones who are fighting you. Civilians and kids, let them be. The redhead's eyebrow went up for a second. Well, if he says so. The Amazon Queen believes that this most likely has something to do with the chaste huntress who is snuggling harder into him. This means that this request came from her. With that said, begin. As Marcus finished, the communication was cut off and another alarm started ringing. The SPBA started rushing towards the gunships. Well, this is it. May the best girl win, Hippolyta said with an eager tone. Excitement started flowing through her veins. This was it. How long ago was it that she last did something like this? Honestly, she has no idea. Hundreds if not 1,000 years. As a huntress of Artemis, she was never in a proper battle for the past 3,000 or so years. A skirmish or two. Yes, but that was about it. Yeah. I suppose. I doubt I can win against you. But, let's see who can take down the most enemies. Jean suggested. That moment, they suddenly got a notification on their HUD. Aurora pinged them with the leaderboard option. Jean's lip twitched for a second. Yes, their lives were quickly approaching the video game realms, if they get these kinds of things. Very well. I accept. Squad kills don't count though. The redhead pointed that out. Wasn't planning to. May the best maid win. Hippolyta snorted amusingly upon hearing that. This was her first proper day as maid, she just remembered that. And what does she do on her first day as Marcus Goldman's maid? She goes to Romania to slay vampires, totally. What a maid should do. Right, may the best maid win. Castle Teeps. For the vampires, it was a regular daytime. Meaning the majority of the castle was asleep. Only the bare bones of the staff were up and doing their things. Even though they were preparing for war with the discovery of the Longinus gear. They still needed their rest. Though, no one was prepared for a massive, floating ship to just appear above their castle. What the fuck is that? A cloaked vampire looked up with a shell-shocked look. The guy was minding his own business and doing the disgusting and quite dangerous task of running his rounds around the small town outside their castle. After all, someone needs to make sure their cattle are doing their things. And as a pureblood vampire, walking in the middle of the day, even though they have barriers to make the surroundings clouded all the time, it is still quite dangerous for a pureblood vampire. Still though. The moment he saw a massive ship that looked like it was pulled straight out of a sci-fi flick, he knew he had to, well, report this to his real superiors. While working for the Teeps factions made his ego as a male inflated, his life is much more valuable than some obscure thing called loyalty. Especially since he is just a grunt. Pureblood or not. So, while most of the sentries rushed towards the castle to report a massive airship just dropping in, he instead rushed towards the edges of the town where the dense forest is. As he was rushing out of the town and into the depths of the forest, he heard a buzzing sound. Bees. No, it's far. He stopped for a bit and looked back. He didn't say anything. He didn't look around for long as he continued to rush away. To make sure no one could track his movement and so that he could teleport away from this. Surely enough, he found a good spot and called forth his magic circle, ready to disappear, only for the magic to get out of control and cancel the teleportation. What the buzzing sound? His gaze went towards the source. He saw a triangle-shaped metal thing with a pair of rotors inside the triangle construct sides, making the sharp end face him. These things had red lights coming out of the rotors and a pair of railgun-like things pointing at him at this very moment. The vampire grunt knew one thing at this moment. And that is to run. The creature of the night trusted his instincts more than anything, so he lunged forward right behind a tree. As the spot where he was hiding received a whole bunch of balls of black and red energy. This attack disintegrated the whole area and created a small crater. What the hell was that? It shoots magic. What is this? A super advanced faction just popping from the background. He thought with cold sweat. Without wasting much time, he started rushing forward, distracting whatever machine that was with his weapon and dashing for his life. Fuck this. He doesn't get paid enough as it is. Weirdly enough, the flying metal constructs didn't chase after him. Few moments back, aboard Confiscator. Satisfied? Marcus asked the lion girl on his lap. He smiled, seeing how cat-like she was. Very. I am surprised that it is easy to persuade you. She said that with a wondering look. Snort. It depends on what you ask. Do you think I care about the mundane to that point? If it was, for example, you asking me to not take the grail, then I would have to lock you up in a room. He said seriously, and she instantly stiffened but, in the end, nodded at him. I understand. Good girl. He stroked her hair. Atlanta internally thought about this. She started to understand what she can ask and what she can't. Thankfully she was told by him in person. This means she was saved from messing up by him. Does this mean he doesn't want her to mess up? Giving her more opportunities? Well, she was going to use that. While the teen inventor and the lion girl were doing their thing in the main commander seat. Behind them was a certain moon goddess and a blonde witch. While the blonde maid didn't care much about the lion girl's actions, the same could not be said for the silver-haired goddess of the hunt. She had a stormy look, and was trying very hard to think of ways to turn this situation into her favor. The Olympian goddess did not expect her second-in-command to just move in like that. This was not something she had foreseen. Does this truly mean everyone here is for themselves? Even her most trusted huntress. An even bigger frown appeared on her face. Well, if this is the case, then she will use all of her available resources to become his wife. Even if it means using her old hunt like this. Back to Castle Teeps. My king, what should we do? One of the vampires asked his king as they looked through the darkened windows. They saw what is considered a sci-fi thing going on. Gunships similar to that from Star Wars were landing on the ground and dropping off armored men. And this is happening all around their castle. Who are these people? Where do they come from? King Teeps knows that the human technological level has not reached this kind of level. So, does this mean it's some sort of supernatural faction? But who? There is no news of anything like this. He has spies in the biggest factions all over the world. He would have known that there exists an extremely advanced faction of some sort. A moment later, light gathered just outside the castle. A massive hologram manifested. The king of vampires' face widened, seeing a massive human sitting on a throne. On his lap was a catgirl of some sort lazily snuggling into him. Hello Teeps faction. My name is Marcus Goldman. I am an inventor, researcher, scientist, engineer, and many more things, few of them being a lion lover. The inventor stroked the catgirl's hair for a bit. And a collector of interesting items. I have heard you have an interesting item which I would like you to relinquish to me. If you do that, I will let you continue with your owl-like life. I am sure I don't need to tell you what kind of thing it is. It's a golden cup you should be quite familiar with. Hearing the way this human talked rubbed the vampire king in the wrong way. There was no respect, no seriousness, nothing. Like hell, you livestock. His magic aura blasted the wall with a window out. Now that there was a clear sight, the vampire's eyes met with the holographic ones. They stared at each other for a moment. I will find you and will kill you. The ruler of Teeps faction said with a furious tone. Sure. Whatever floats your boat. Seeing that you don't want to hand over the girl, we will take her either way. Anyway, good luck. And try punching them hard, I need that data. After saying that, Marcus' hologram disappeared and the Teeps king released a pissed-off roar. This punk. He is going to murder him. Once he calmed down a little bit, he was about to turn around. But that moment he heard a roar of a jet engine and something akin to a screech. His gaze quickly returned to the source as he saw jet fighters. Not any jet fighter, but futuristic-looking ones, as they released a metallic-like transforming sound and changed midair into a humanoid form. My king, those are transformers. Of course they are. Everyone has those now. The ruler said with a sarcastic tone. This is just fucking great. They do. Of course not. You simpleton. King Teeps punched the idiot without care. He was far too pissed off and distressed to care. The amount of jet engines and sounds of transformations didn't cease. It was like there was no end to these jet fighters. Just a few minutes later, one of the jet fighter transformers pulled out its rifle and pointed at the main gates, releasing a quite big beam of black and red energy, erasing the stone building and opening a path into the castle. Moments later, the armored soldiers started rushing forward. Then, the chaos started. The vampires started to see things that didn't make sense to them. One of them saw rain inside the castle, another saw fire instead of water raining down. Others saw even worse things, like the moon crashing into the earth or angels descending from heaven like it was the end of the world. No, I don't want to die. One vampire screamed as he saw the moon smashing into the planet's surface, forgetting that he was supposed to be inside a castle and not outside of it. Is this the end of times? Another one lost any hope as he saw angels just descending from the sky. There were millions of them. Why is it raining inside the castle? The other one was shell-shocked, seeing water everywhere. Fire. Fire. Do something. Why are you just standing there? The vampire who saw the fire was confused as hell, as no one was doing anything when he saw fire spreading like wildfire inside the castle even before the invaders entered their castle. Control yourself, this is not real. King Teeps said with a pissed-off tone. He tried to make sense of this, as he saw the picturesque landscape of hell around him. This made no sense to him. He quickly assumes it is some sort of illusion. The only reason he didn't panic over the top was because he could not sense any heat from this supposed hell. Meaning it was an illusion. Then he tried to use his magic. This was the time when he started panicking, because his magic, it didn't listen to him. This human, what freak is he? Before he could notify his vampires. Screams of pain followed. He knew his men were getting slaughtered because he heard sounds of whistling which were similar to the sounds of projectiles. This means these soldiers don't use regular guns but something else entirely. Ooh, a big fish. I wonder how many points for you. King Teep snapped out as he saw a female soldier. From the looks of it, her rank is higher than the rest. Points. I will drink your blood and kill you slowly. Bang. Cough. The vampire ruler's whole body twitched, searing pain washed him over. He looked down and saw a hole in his chest. Why you didn't even allow me to finish my speech. He said with disbelief. What nonsense is this? Where is sportsmanship? Exchanging threats is one of the most important things before fighting. No time. Points first. Speech later. Balance breaker. The girl's right pistol transformed into the shotgun. She pointed it at the vampire leader's head. And pressed the trigger. Shaving the head off as if it was made from paper. So, the leader didn't have any of the upgrades. Weird. He most likely wanted to see if the upgrades worked before making himself immune to the weaknesses. The girl thought with a shrug before checking her points. Nice. I am in the lead. She fist-bumped herself before rushing off to kill some more vampires. Castle Teep's basement. Doors blasted off its hinges as SPBA rushed inside. Leading the front was a female soldier with a slightly different coloring. She had a spear in her hand. Weirdly enough, no one was guarding this place at all. Check if anyone is hiding here. She ordered her squad mates. Understood. Quickly the soldiers descended the stairs of the basement. Just like the vampires, they can easily see in the darkness, thanks to their helmets. Soon after, Hippolyta herself descended. There was no fighting. Meaning no one was there. Once she was there, they started to check room after room. Until they finally saw her target. Just like the description. Female, short blonde hair, classic vampire red eyes. Valerie Teeps, I presume. The Queen of Amazons asked. Why yes, who are you? What is going on? The blonde vampire girl asked with a confused expression. She was wondering who these people were. You will be coming with us. Our master wants you. Excuse me. Before she could say anything more, one of the soldiers lifted its gun and shot at Valerie. Electricity washed the girl over as she lost consciousness. Sorry, ma'am. Following protocol. Acquiring sacred gear is not negotiable. Once it's removed, then discussion can follow. The one who shot the girl said as he lowered his rifle. Hippolyta slowly nodded. Yeah, even she was knocked out when she surrendered. This is confusing, so she needs to read the protocol, otherwise miscommunication can happen. As the redhead was thinking about this, the soldiers went up and picked up the knocked-out girl. Soon enough another party rushed in. Oh come on. You're already here. Jean said with a pouty tone. She nearly stomped her feet. This is nonsense. How did the redhead get here first? I am. We got the girl. We should sweep the castle of any stragglers. Make sure no surprises pop up. The redhead offered. Yes. Let's go, guys. Let's see if we can find more vampires. Jean ordered her squad as they rushed back up the stairs. Sigh. Since when killing things became a sport? Is this how vampires feel when they are hunting down people? Is this why Aurora created a leaderboard? To see who will hunt more of these vampires down. Well, the AI is a sadist, and most likely wants to rub this into the face of these bloodsuckers and show that humans can do the very same thing. The problem is that there is only one human who is doing anything here. An even bigger slap then. Sigh. Why am I even thinking this much about this? Aboard confiscator. You let that vampire escape. Why? Atlanta asked me as she was still sitting comfortably on my lap. I thought that when we were going to negotiate with vampires she would jump off. Nothing like that happened. So, she didn't mind being seen like that. Which is amusing and quite something else. And why not? He dropped his weapon. And I issued an order to not kill anyone who doesn't fight back. I did promise that to you. I said to her with a shrug. She nodded at me and snuggled into me a little bit more. It would seem that she does have that feline thing. Once she drops the whole serious nature of hers. I see. It is wonderful to know that you do keep your promises like that. I have met many humans who did not hold the part of their deal. So it's quite refreshing. She said that with a soft tone. That's because it depends on how convenient it is. Humans are beings of comfort. So, the less convenient a promise is, the harder it is to keep it. For example, would you easily accept the position you are in right now? If we are talking about your past self. No, it would need to be very convincing, most likely something of the same caliber as you to make me do this. She said with an uncomfortable tone. Indeed. So, in a nutshell, promises with greed don't mix when it concerns humans. I clarified to her. She nodded at me. Most likely already experienced that as Huntress of Artemis. Master, Valerie Teeps has been brought aboard the Confiscator. The mission is a success. Quinella said to me as she walked over. I nodded at her and motioned for Atlanta to get up. While it was a heavenly experience, some things need to be done. The blonde lion girl slowly got up. She stretched out, feeling like she just woke up after a great nap. Her tail wiggled back and forth for a bit. Shall we go then? I got myself up from the seat. Stretching out for a bit. I looked at Artemis, who had a sour look on her pretty face. She didn't like the fact that Atlanta was the one who sat on my lap and not her. Well, we are going to see how she is going to behave from now on. And of course her relationships with Atlanta. Once I started walking, the rest followed me. It was time to see how posh this sacred gear grail is. Marcus looked at the knocked-out pale blonde girl. She had short hair. And was quite the developed beauty. As expected of a DxD character. Without wasting much time, he put his hand on her and several white and gold circles manifested around the damper girl. Soon. A glass-like container came out. One could see 3 small cups inside of it. What the? It has 3 cups. Artemis said with disbelief. Marcus didn't say anything. Instead, he made the container float to a prepared scanning table. Moments later, a familiar light started scanning it. The teen inventor summoned a holographic window and started waiting for the full scan. With the amount of processing power the Confiscator had, the wait was not long. Well. I had my speculation, but this is just sad. He said with a sigh as he started reading through the scan log. What did you find out? Artemis quickly walked over. Followed by Atlanta and a very curious Lufay. I had my doubts, you see. This is not the cup used by Christ in the Last Supper. But something else entirely. Obviously. It's called Sephiroth Graal and not the Holy Grail. The silver-haired goddess said with an eye roll. Indeed. But, tell that to the other people who believe that this is the cup. Believe that for 2,000 years. Not to mention the core of this is a concept of all things. It feels like the big G just went whole YOLO on this gear. Marcus said while his eyes didn't leave the holographic window. YELO. What does that mean? The goddess of Hunt asked with even more confusion. It's like they are operating on completely different wavelines. The literal meaning is, you only live once. It is usually associated with doing something foolish and extreme. Because you only live once and you want to do it. I am saying this because the concept for this is quite wide. And it manifests differently with each individual. In this girl's case, it manifested as 3 cups. Because she most likely is quite educated and read many books on mythos, thus losing herself and not fully grasping which cup is real and which is not. Thus, 3 cups. Artemis finished for him as she sort of understood what this meant. Chapter 32, The Vampire Queen. Indeed 3 cups. While I am sad that this is not the real deal, however, the logs of this gear are more than worth it. Marcus said as he started checking all the logs recorded by the gear. Logs. Once again the silver-haired goddess was confused. The sacred gears are ancient computers. Lu Fei explained. She waited with anticipation for what Marcus would say. Artemis simply nodded. By this point, she would believe anything. Her being a maid to a human is more than enough proof that the world is going nuts. Yes. Very basic and primitive, but they do their job. This one is no different. But, because the core of the gear is quite, how should I put this, lax. It doesn't have a solid concept. In other words, it's something like, the cup from heaven. Which is quite a broad thing. And by this point the pantheon that Big G created has already split up into several major religions over the world. 3 of them are Christianity, Islam, Judaism. His words quickly made them understand what he meant. Anyways, this is just my theory. You can come up with your own. The logs don't have anything on this, only that the manifestation of the cup, or cups, in this case, comes with the influence of the host. I see, quite reckless and unpredictable. Artemis said with some disbelief. She didn't expect someone like the biblical god to create such a gear. As I said, YOLO, but knowing how much of a perfectionist he was, he didn't expect his pantheon to become so diverse. Marcus said with a shrug. Still though, the logs will give us some directions towards life force and souls. That's all that matters with this gear. The teen inventor did a quick read on the logs before turning the holographic window off. Quinella dear. Begin analysis on the logs. I want your take on this once we are back at base. Sure thing. I've already started on it. Quinella replied with an excited tone. She was like a little girl who had just received her new Barbie doll to play with. Great, even though the confiscator doesn't even have 0.1% of your processing power at home, it should be enough to get some ideas. Oh, don't worry. This mess of logs has already answered some of the questions about souls. For example, it's like a fuel to the biological body, not in the sense of moving a body, for that you need nutrition, but it's hard to explain in human terms. Like oil to a car. He said with a shrug. Yes, we can always trust in your obsession with those moving boxes. We can also say it's like the spices we put on the food, making it taste much better. The silver-haired answered with an eye roll before having a thoughtful look and offering her description. Fits too. He agreed with another shrug. I see, this is fascinating. No wonder when I was around SPBA, I would always feel that they are missing something. Lu Fei said with wonder. This is so exciting. She always learns something when she is around these two. When it comes to magic research, she has already learned more here than she ever did in Golden Dawn. Don't think too much about them. The current SPBA is nothing more than flesh robots. They do not have souls. Their behavior that you see is my programming. So they could not do things that are outside of their programming. For example, they do not have self-awareness. This is what Quinella wanted to say. Although they could develop it because their programming is complex, this very programming has shackles in place to prevent that. Marcus started to explain. Honestly, the SPBA programming never came up before in their daily conversation, so it's a good time for them to understand more about them. How do you even program an organic body like that? Simply put, Artemis is out of the loop here. This is way beyond her understanding. Goddess or not, she could not understand how being of flesh can be programmed. Such a word for her associates with computers, not organic beings. Biological organism is a very complex computer, Artemis. Just like how runes can become computers and that computer can also become me, so can the organic body also be programmed and created. Quinella explained simply. She felt the goddess' words were like an attack on her. Unintentional or not, it's like saying that her master can't do such things. Yes. I forgot, you are an even more absurd creation than those. The silver-haired goddess got reminded that Quinella is an even more complex creation. After hearing that, the artificial intelligence groaned and wanted to punch this woman. Why does her master even have to domesticate such an ignorant goddess? Right, as Quinella just said. Organic bodies can be programmed through neural patterns in their brain. Once again Artemis looked confused, and Marcus saw that. Atlanta as well, she has no idea what neutral patterns even are or how in her goddess name can one even program a biological body. Anyway. For example, if we are to drop one of the SPBA soldiers onto a tropical island, then they would return to me after building a raft and stuff like that. But, if we, for example, drop one of them on a habitable planet without the means to leave that world. Now then, they would realize that they can't follow their programming, so they would either kill themselves or develop self-awareness, meaning they would become proper living beings, but could they develop their self-awareness before? Lu Fei asked with sparkling eyes. She was delving into such an incredible piece of magic, or is it science? Could she even call herself a witch anymore? She is delving into science here too. Or is it? Such complex beings develop what we call a spiritual fetus. It develops when a complex amount of programming is in place. With time this fetus will then grow and develop more, eventually becoming a proper soul inside a container like, for example, a biological body. Or an artificial container. Lu Fei said with wide eyes. She has realized that Quinella most likely has this soul fetus thing. Her behavior is extremely human. So cute. You already realized that. All that is what we've just found out on our own with quite some basic observations. This Grail, Longinus gear, will give us around 2,000 years worth of data. Eventually connecting the bridges between the body, life force, and soul. But, won't those SPBA develop self-awareness either way? Their personalities are quite complex. Lu Fei asked with a thoughtful look. No. For that to happen, a certain amount of threshold is needed. They have to think a lot of self-independent actions. Which I'd already mentioned. The more complex the programming Quinella adds, the better. But isn't that what creates self-awareness? Lu Fei reasoned with him. Yes and no. We are discussing a regular man and a zealot. A zealot could easily pass as a programmed person, while the common man has quite a bit of self-awareness and can develop their point of view on all things. While a zealot, for those it is only black and white. Behavior on a certain pattern, even if this person is free, he will still behave in a certain trained way. Only a large amount of self-awareness allows him to realize that he can do whatever hell he wants. Meaning he overcomes his training. I see, thought process, in other words, that individual must think in a certain way, thus becoming something akin to shackles. The blonde said with wide eyes, she just had a new perspective on people's minds. Isn't such a thing quite easily breakable? Artemis asked from the side. Darling, I insist that you test it out on them yourself. I will get more data if you do. Marcus smiled brightly while saying that. He does want to improve his SPBA. Maybe someone like the moon goddess could help him discover if his soldiers' programming has any faults. Honestly, he is doubtful that the borderline is perfect. As Quinella said, nothing is perfect. If it's perfect, it means it can't improve. While his AI loves calling him the perfect human, he still knows he can get above that perfection she mentioned. That's just how it is. No, I won't. I don't want to get embarrassed. Artemis quickly shook her head. She suddenly felt she was getting baited into it. The moment he says more data, she knows that she will most likely humiliate herself. Well, if you insist. I already told you that you need to reach a certain threshold to make them start developing this self-awareness. However, as I said before, this is still quite experimental technomancy. The logs from this gear will help us further understand those things. Anyway, we are done here. Le Fay, watch over Valerie, make sure you explain things to her. While I will return to the bridge, we will be leaving soon. Of course. Leave it to me. The blonde maid nodded with a small bow. Marcus could only smile seeing her do that. The training Graphia put her through is showing its results. There is a group of vampires waiting outside the perimeter. Quinella said to her master. A holographic window appeared in front of Marcus. He saw quite a bit of vampires waiting just outside the perimeter of his confiscator. He noticed that the majority of these vampires are females, although there are quite a bit of males too, the majority are females. Quite the beauties. From the looks of it, the attire is different, and their magic reading is a little bit different. This means vampires of different factions. My analysis is that they wish to speak with you. They are not hiding in any sense. Their magic signature is broadcasted for everyone to sense it. Well, let's see what they're going to say. This will be the first time I am going to talk with another faction in person. Marcus said with a shrug. Second. You talked with me first, remember? Artemis said with an eye roll. Sort of. This is representing their faction as a whole. While you acted out on your own. The teen inventor rolled his eyes at her as well. Marcus raised his eyebrow at her. Seeing her pout angrily. To fix that, his hand went on her ass and squeezed it hard. Her whole body jumped a little bit. She nearly hissed at him. In turn, the teen squeezed her nose with his other hand. You are so cute. We will continue this when we don't have any pressing matters. She wanted to retort, but then she had a knowing look. Yes, this is a good moment to get some one-on-one action. As you wish, my master, Artemis said while pushing her breasts onto his chest. There was quite a coy expression on her face. And yeah, seeing this kind of goddess borderline seducing him is quite a turn-on. Before he pulled away from her, he squeezed her ass one more time. Well, it was time to see what these vampires want. He doesn't have much patience to stick around after getting the cup. Instead of walking towards the bridge, Marcus started walking towards the hangars. You two are coming with me. The teen asked his two remaining maids who were following him. Well. Master should always have one or two maids with him all the time. Artemis reasoned and Atlanta nodded to her. This time they are acting as a unit. And you are not afraid of being seen dressed like a maid? Marcus asked the moon goddess. He was quite curious about how much she changed from just a single afternoon. Did Atlanta's boldness rub off her? Are they competing with each other now? Such ideas floated around Marcus as he was thinking about this. There is no point in hiding. Your enormous airship appearance made it only a matter of time before everyone will know about your existence. In turn, mine being your maid. Artemis simply said to him. The teen inventor could only roll his eyes at her excuses. Well, whatever excuse she has is fine with him. Well then, let's go, ladies. Marcus both hands wrapped Atlanta's and Artemis' waists. Now he looked like a young master with a pair of beauties in each hand. The pair of huntresses could only accept this with some embarrassment. They forgot that their master can take them at the same time like this. A few moments later, after a short walk, they arrived at the lift lobby. Taking a short trip down, they arrived at quite an empty hangar. There are only the bare bones of troops left in the confiscator. Nonetheless, the cream of the crop is still there. The elites. Marcus Goldman's most powerful minions are still here. Quinella was mad about this. As she insisted that Marcus has his royal guard, his commandos, or whatever else people call their elites. While at the core they are the same as regular SPBA. The only difference is that they have received severely improved programming and Realitas technology was used on them to receive field experience. Where it takes to create one elite, in the same span Marcus could produce around 20 regular infantrymen. For the simple reason that they experience combat training in specifically prepared simulations. As mentioned before, Quinella went nuts with those. She made them experience combat situations from the Trojan War to World War II. This means that even a stick is a lethal weapon in their arms. Unlike the regular ones, there were only 6 of them waiting for Marcus. Any more than that and the teen inventor would have spanked Quinella. He doesn't need bodyguards. Well, he accepted the guard if they were going to look cool. Thus now they looked like the ceremonial versions of the regular Mandalorian armor the SPBA are wearing. With one-shoulder cloaks and more ornamental armor in general, they were ready to protect Marcus in style. Well, more like beating up someone in the inventor's name. Without even bothering to look back, the 6 elites started to follow Marcus to the gunship which will take them to the surface. On ground. When the warning of an attack happened, the vampire factions quickly acted on that. While the majority of the vampire families and factions disliked the Teeps faction as they received news of their strange movement and possible civil war, they still are one singular supernatural faction that rules the majority of the Balkan nations, and they act as one large group when need be. So, they tried to move in. It didn't work so well. First, they can't teleport into the area. For some reason, their teleportation would be diversed. This meant that the attackers have means to nullify magic teleportation, which leads to them teleporting some distance away. Not that they needed to look far for these attackers. While they didn't believe that aliens were attacking, sure enough they changed their mind when they saw it. One only needs to look up to see the enormous ship of some sort floating above the Teeps castle. While the ship stands out like a sore thumb, the golden shadow it casts below didn't hide what was happening there. There were thousands of soldiers and squadrons of jet fighters which were Transformers. It only magnified the threat this caused to them. So, are we fighting Mandalorians or Decepticons? One of the vampire on the lookout asked. Beats me, how am I supposed to know that? The other one just shrugged back. Like hell he knows. There are thousands of Jango Fett cousins over there and most likely around 100 Decepticon Transformers. This is nuts. Since when did pop culture classics come to life to conquer the supernatural? Before long, they saw a gunship leaving from one of the hangars of the massive airship right towards them. Not only that, but they saw the ship's massive cannons move, pointing at them. Gulp. I think they noticed us. No shit. Sweat was pouring down from the Queen of Vampires Carmilla's forehead. This was not the battle she was expecting to participate in when she learned that the Teeps faction was under attack from an outsider, which the spy said were aliens. She never expected it to be in the literal sense. Flying ships, robots, futuristic-looking soldiers, not only that but her magic just stopped working as well. They were dead in the water here. Soon enough those jet fighters flew over, signifying that the vampire had been noticed and the enemy army was moving towards them. Carmilla was sweating even more. This was bad. Without magic, they can't use the majority of their vampire powers. At the moment they were barely above regular humans in terms of brute strength. Whatever they got from Castle Teeps should have been their goal. They didn't slaughter everyone. A lot of vampires and humans were left after. Maybe there is a chance to talk this over. As she was thinking about the current situation, she saw one of the troop carriers land not far from their location. What attracted Carmilla's attention was one of the signatures inside this futuristic plane. It was a Greek god. For a moment she thought it was a plot of some sort from the Greeks, but this doesn't make any sense because the majority of the Greeks were extremely passive for hundreds of years. And it's simply absurd, because the Greeks don't have advanced technology of this level. Then, she saw it, the plane door slid to the side and she saw a very handsome man with a pair of women come out. Carmilla's eyes widened to a comical level when she saw the goddess of Hunt and her second-in-command dressed as slutty maids. This instantly sends warning bells to her. This guy, whoever he is very dangerous. To make Artemis into this, one needs a lot of power and ability, because from the looks of it, the moon goddess and the chaste huntress don't mind being dressed like that. From your appearance, Carmilla, eye pressure, he said with a soft tone. It sends goosebumps throughout the vampire queen's whole body. Yes, this man is dangerous. Not only that, but it excited the queen. She has not met such a high-class human specimen before. Her vampire senses were going wild around him. Why yes. I am the ruler of the Carmilla faction, and the supernatural side of things in Hungary. She quickly snapped out and responded as quickly as possible and at the same time straight to the point. Thought so. My name is Marcus Goldman. I am an inventor, researcher, scientist, collector, and many more things. I have collected what I wanted from the Teeps faction and I have no qualms with you. She sighed in relief after hearing that. So, this leaves us in an awkward situation. I suggest you turn around and just leave. Or do you wish to become battle data for me? For a second she sensed his power. She could not even describe it, it was just there, no end or beginning. the amount of magic. No wonder, the Greek goddess is so subdued, she most likely provoked him, ending up as a maid. Nonetheless, this doesn't answer why the Greeks didn't respond in any way when Artemis became like this, or they don't know yet. No. I don't want that. Can we discuss this over? Teep's faction was, one of the biggest vampire factions. Now that it's gone, there is a major vacuum of power. Do I look like I care about the vacuum of power? You can take it over. Turn some people into vampires. Rebuild the numbers. She can do that, and she will do that. But that is not the problem. With this kind of attack on them, it will attract quite a bit of attention, and there is a chance they either become someone's lackeys or worse, with their diminished numbers. While the Teeps were an annoying bunch, they were one of the strongest vampire factions. Yes. That is the plan, but the power vacuum to fill up is going to be difficult. Can we, until that happens, to rely on your security? She asked him. The vampire queen asked that because she saw how he looked at her. There was interest in his eyes. Oh yes, she has used her looks for many things before. And now, she might even snatch the help of a genius inventor who can make science fiction into reality. You want my protection? I just wiped a vampire faction and you want protection from the very same guy? He asked with disbelief. Carmilla internally giggled hearing that. Does he believe she cares about vampires who are not her blood? The only reason she was here in the first place was self-preservation. Vampires would band together to fight threats. While they could not produce the fighting strength of a pantheon, they still could annoy the living daylight out of the other factions, thus being left alone to their devices. Your understanding of vampires in general is quite lacking, she said simply after hearing his response. I suppose it is. Very well, having the assistance of a few vampires will not be bad. Still, though, I am a researcher and inventor. Your kin will be provided with some of the samples like blood and hair. In return, you will be getting my protection. Who knows, maybe I will find something interesting and your kin will benefit from it, he said with a casual shrug. The vampire queen could only raise her eyebrow at him. Here she thought she would need to persuade him more. Maybe this is not going to be hard as she thought. Marcus, back on board on the confiscator. Honestly, seeing another Fate character was something. I was not surprised or shocked, I even expected it in some way. Carmilla's rider looks as hot. Her hairstyle and that silver hair, striking red eyes and those long legs, a perfect body type. Then adding on top of Artemis' previous teasing, it was hard just to brush aside what this vampire queen wanted. With quick thinking, I realized that we didn't collect any of the vampire samples. Why? Well, because they disintegrated. The holy energy-powered weaponry turned them into dust. There was not a single corpse in the castle left. While regular vampires can still resist the damage. Once it dies, the resistance disappears, thus the body turning into dust. Now, I have quite a bit of samples along with the vampires. Becoming my satellite, faction. Nation. Well, that can be discussed later. You sure you want that woman close to you? Artemis asked me after we got away from the vampires, allowing them to discuss some things. Oh. Let me guess, she is famous for sucking out the blood of countless men. Quite far cry from the original Carmilla who bathed in children's blood, I said with a shrug, knowing the story behind it. Yes, well. You forget that Seraphol has tried to seduce me for years, and she is a devil who wanted to tie me to herself through evil pieces, and how did that turn out? I asked her, who quickly had a knowing look. She saw enough of how Seraphol acts around me. More or less I do want her to try to seduce me. I haven't tasted a vampire before, I said with a shrug. I am getting quite excited to do certain things to her. When she heard that she had an annoying look. You, devils are a bad influence on you. On the contrary, they were a good influence. They taught me how to enjoy the fruits of my labor. As I said that, I wrapped my hands around her waist. They didn't stay there for long as the hands traveled down on her ass and squeezed it hard. Then they went under her skirt and squeezed again. This time I could feel her warmth. After all, only her panties were standing in the way. Very good. Once we are back, we will go through proper training with you. I said that while emphasizing it with a squeeze on her bum. The moon goddess slightly moaned to my touch. Her whole body shook for a bit. If this is what you want, she said with hotness. I do. A maid such as you needs proper training. After saying that, I claimed her lips. She moaned more this time as I pushed her against a wall. Before long my hand slipped underneath her panties and one of the fingers brushed past her special place. This time her whole body twitched, hard. She did not expect me to do that. After teasing her like that, I pulled back. That was underhanded, she said with a healthy blush. Artemis was picking her words properly. I can only bet that she was thinking of an extensive vocabulary to use on me. But she was holding back. Is it? You are my maid, you should be prepared all the time. I said while stroking her cheek. I will be, the next time, it is only my first day here. She said that with a serious nod. Which is amusing on its own. Artemis, the chaste goddess of hunt, being prepared for naughty things all the time. How absurd does that sound? I will watch you closely. Giving one more peck on her lips, I started walking forward once more. I am pretty sure the vampires are ready. I did however ignore the stare given to me by the chaste huntress who saw the interaction between us. Artemis fought back her embarrassment. This was quite humiliating and exciting. She never thought she would end up as a human's plaything. But, the way he pushed her against a wall. And how his hands were exploring her body like this, it was quite exhilarating. By this point, she has already accepted the fact that she will be taken by him soon. She has no idea what will happen to her afterwards. She can however predict that her divine power will diminish. Not that the goddess of maidens gave her a big power boost. Most of her divinity comes from Moon and the hunt. And she couldn't complain to him. After all, she was the one who put herself on this bet. Goddess. Atlanta got her attention. What is it? Artemis asked as she fixed herself up. She still felt hot and bothered though. He only played with her a little bit. But he touched all the right places and it sent her body into a hypersensitive mode. It's like he knew where to touch her. I suggest we double team him. What are you talking about? This. The moon goddess was utterly baffled by what Atlanta just said to her. Did she hit her head on something? Or did their new master do something to her? Goddess, listen. Hippolyta told me that our master did things to her. That he completely dominated her in bed activities. Our only way to balance this, in some sort of way, is to do this together. Atlanta said with a thoughtful look. And Artemis could only narrow her eyes for a bit. Yes, this makes sense. Yet, in the same way, this is still a competition. I will think about this. The moon goddess said as she started walking forward. Towards where Marcus went. She wants to figure out if he is going to do things to that vampire queen. She is not concerned about his life. Not at all. The men can punch through a moon. The goddess of hunt is more concerned about how this vampire woman will affect the current hierarchy. Atlanta soon enough followed as well. She wants to see this as well. Carmilla quite happily signed the contract. She was expecting borderline slavery. Or something else for protection. But she gets an enormous amount of autonomy. This was akin to being a company under a large conglomerate. There are certain goals she has to accomplish and a few things she can't do. The rest. It's all free will. Quite fascinating. The beautiful vampire learned some things about her new leader. Simply put, he doesn't care. As long as she doesn't do certain things, she is free to do whatever she wants. However, she did spot some fascinating things. She is now his. Oh, yes, she read through certain lines in her contract. Quite devious. She was expecting such a thing from a devil. Not a human. Through multiple clauses, he makes her only serve him. Oh, she doesn't mind. She barely enjoys male company. Carmilla, after all, is the leader of the pro-female faction, so males are a rarity in her place. However, now she is only going to serve one man. In a sense, it's like she just got married off. The silver-haired vampire queen never expected that her going to a battle will lead to this, to be magically contracted to some human inventor. You are quite devious binding me like this, now I can only have you for company or I will die otherwise, Carmilla said with a purring and very seductive tone. Now that the whole contract and sample-giving thing was over, the vampire queen can finally move in and try seducing the men. She doubts that Artemis or Atlanta know how to seduce a man. Well, you wanted protection so I am giving it to you. He simply said that as he sealed off her hair samples. The silver-haired vampire queen started laughing hearing that. By chaining me to yourself. You are a very fascinating human. I am very much interested in you. Now I want to see what you are going to do to me, she said that with a sultry tone. Honesty, she wants to taste him just as much as he wants to taste her. Blood included. Marcus looked at her with a smirk. Yep, he was going to have some fun before leaving Romania. After sealing the sample cases, he now focused on the waiting vampire queen. Chapter 33, Reactions from the Rest. Marcus approached the sitting Carmilla, who was looking at him closely. She had a very lustful look on her perfect face. Her eyes were shining with a certain amount of need in them. The teen lifted his hand and stroked her cheek before leaning in and claiming her lips. That moment the beauty smiled internally. This was it. She wrapped her hands around him and tried to pull him in, but Marcus wrapped his hands around her and lifted her instead. Carmilla quickly adjusted herself and wrapped her legs around him as well. The black-haired inventor's hands went on her perfectly snapped ass and squeezed it hard before starting to look for her sensitive spots. The teen already noticed how different vampires are compared to other beings. Her body temperature was slightly lower than regular people. But, this makeout session alone already helped her to heat up. Before long, Marcus was able to taste her mouth out and brushed past her fangs. He made sure he tasted everything. You are a good kisser," Carmilla said hotly as she started to rub into him. Marcus only smiled at her as he took her to the bed. They were in the infirmary of the ship and there were a bunch of beds prepared for them. Who would have thought that this would be the first proper time the infirmary was going to be used in that way? He laid her down as he started to undress her. There was not much to undress as she was in a simple dress. With a simple pull, she was in her underwear which were black lacy ones. "It's like you were prepared already." The teen joked seeing how sexy she looked. You think, this is my casual underwear but I could get sexier for you next time," she said with a purr. Marcus could only smile more hearing that. Since she said that, well, she will be experiencing a wide array of underwear he is going to preparing for her. "Oh, don't worry. I will give you a catalog," the teen inventor said that while starting to trace his finger on her pale skin. Carmilla slightly moaned when she felt that. His touch was surreal. It's like he was using magic, or is it a natural thing? The beauty had no idea but she liked it a lot. Later. When Artemis and Atlanta found Carmilla, Marcus was no longer there, and the vampire queen was in a state which is clinically called sexual euphoria. Honestly, the pair wanted to figure out if it's even a clinical term or if Quinella was just messing with them. Nonetheless, this only confirmed the fact that they need to double team to even think of gaining something from being fucked into a drooling mess. Simply put, Artemis and Atlanta were thinking of trying to gain some control over Marcus through their bodies. It's not an unheard thing. While Atlanta wanted to do this so that her master would treat her with more respect and not just a household cat. It would seem that it's something akin to a pipe dream. But, they were going to try either way. There is nothing else left after all. I apologize, but... A new female voice started before suddenly stopping in its tracks. It was a young female vampire. Her eyes widened and she blushed hard seeing her mistress fucked into unconsciousness. "I was wondering, what is going to happen now? Our new lord's armies have just returned to the airship and we have already started leaving Romania." The girl nervously asked as she was in the presence of a Greek god. "I assume your mistress will be able to sort it out, after, well, she regains her consciousness. I have no idea what your mistress was thinking while trying to seduce our master. He is very capable in everything he does," Artemis said in an arrogant tone. "Please don't ask me. I have no idea. Mistress is usually much more controlled with such things." The girl said with an embarrassed blush. What can she say when her mistress is laying in bed with her body soaked in their new lord's seed? This is embarrassing beyond anything she had experienced in her life, especially in the presence of such people, even though they were dressed as maids. When someone has a goddess for a maid, one should know that this individual is extremely capable. Yet, her queen has somehow fallen into a trap. And got put in her place. The younger vampire tried to understand how this happened. Why act so rashly? She has most likely fallen into the same trap I did, the goddess said with a sigh. She underestimated the fact that he was human. The chaste huntress said with an eye roll. The way she said human was extremely sarcastic to the point that it sounds like an old and boring joke to these females. "I see, that most likely, my queen usually is more cautious." "Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Your vampire faction is under our master's care. Stay with your queen and wait till she wakes up. Once she is up, call for Aurora. She is the AI of this place. I assume you know what an AI is." "Why, yes, of course. I will do that." The younger vampire respectfully nodded. She was flustered hearing that there is AI in this place. Just how advanced is this ship? She did see those transformers. But, can this massive airship do something similar as well? Good. We will see you later then. After saying that, the pair of maids left. They were going to find their master. Why? They have no idea, they just want to find him. Maybe earn some brownie points as the other maids call it. Or, just want to get over this annoying feeling that this vampire queen woman got to him before they did. In other words, they were confused. While the maids are gone, the younger vampire by the name of Elmenhilda Karnstein is looking around with more caution. Trying to understand how this place works. Does this place truly have an AI? Hello. Aren't you a curious little girl? Beep. Hearing a female voice coming straight from the walls, the vampire girl quickly jumped. She released a girlish squeak purely from shock. Lu Fei was sitting in a chair, reading a book. While her assignments are boring, she can use that time to read about psychology. She found the whole biological programming fascinating. No wonder a certain ancestor of hers loved manipulating people. Well, hopefully, she doesn't end up in that rabbit hole. Deeply into her reading, she nearly jumped out of her chair when she saw polygons gather in a single place. She wasn't expecting for her to appear in person just like that. Before long, the blonde maid saw Captain Quinella in all of her glory. Because of the uniform she was wearing, her silver hair had some of a blue tint to it, it looked quite fascinating. She is still trying to grasp how her master created such a being. Starting from a simple AI which Lu Fei was around to hear. The blonde was even there when Aurora 2.0 was born. And now it has this form. I did the reading on the logs. We are putting the girl into deep sleep until her soul can be healed from the side effects of using the cups, Quinella said, getting straight to the point. Side effects? The gear hurt its user. Lu Fei tried to process what she just heard. Yes. Because she has 3 cups at the same time, she received 3 times the amount of damage from a single use of the gear. The silver-haired assistant said while crossing her arms. No damaged person will meet our master, are we clear? Put her into a deep sleep. Until I figure out a healing method, she is not to wake up. After saying that, she disappeared without warning. The blonde looked at the fellow blonde sleeping in the bed. Sigh. My apologies. Just following orders. She sighed and several magic circles appeared around her. The witch placed a simple sleeping curse on the damper girl. The girl won't be waking up until the curse is lifted by Lu Fei. Underworld, Grigori. The Governor-General was pacing back and forth in front of a blackboard. There were multiple reports pinned on it with several of his theories written down on it as well. They were interconnected with each other. Some of them are marked as clues. The fallen angel was doing something he never did before. And that is something similar to detective work. He was able to find some ideas about who this new inventor is. An inventor who reinvented sacred gears not connected to heaven's system. How does no one understand how monumental this is? After learning about the Citri heiress having never seen before sacred gear which enhances her family magic, he went on a spending spree to learn more. Only that there was very little to no information. For some time, that is. Surely enough, he pushed the Devil Council to reveal more, and sure enough, Seraphal herself gave some information to the Devil Council. After having a chance to read some files, he learned just how utterly dangerous and talented this human was. Azazel wanted to meet him immediately. But there was no information on his location. So he went the long way and started putting clues together. The more he learned, the more he believed that this human was the reincarnation of their old man. Genius in runecraft, artificer, engineering, barrier magic. The signs were there. But the personality didn't match. Their old man was nuts in his perfections. This teenager was not. And not only that, but he is also contracted to Seraphal Leviathan. And the Satan was like his bodyguard in the literal sense. She is keeping the whole devil race at bay for him. All the files around him are classified and only for the Satan's eyes only. Meaning that Azazel can't ask any of his spies to get those files which are for the Satan's. Only the information which is revealed for the council did he see. Like 2 of the teen's adventures. Honestly, the fallen angel is jealous and feeling quite inadequate. This teen has only been an inventor for 6 years and did more than the fallen angel ever did in his quite long life. He even has true Longinus, Annihilation Maker, and Dimension Lost. Even Azazel never had a chance to get a Longinus himself. Then, he got the latest news about this teen. He invaded Romania. Airships, transformers, Mandalorians, negation magic for the whole area, teleportation sealing off technology. This teen, he already has a faction. Sigh, here goes my casual approach. I suppose asking for a meeting through Leviathan is the only way. Azazel read the report again. For a second he giggled lewdly. Another man of culture for a faction leader. Yes. The world is getting more and more interesting. Maybe, he will get to see the day when Gabriel falls. If something like that happens. Then he doesn't mind calling the boy the second coming of his father. Truly, he already has my respect. Artemis in a maid uniform. He giggled lewdly again. Imagining the always extremely serious goddess in a sexy maid uniform. He has style, that's for sure. Underworld, Lilith. Serzex massaged his temples. After reading the reports from his spies in Romania. Marcus Goldman has transformers, Mandalorians, airships as big as human carrier ships. Except it's flying, the thing has twin massive cannons, most likely capable of bombardment from high air. Not only that, but Goddess Artemis and her huntress are maids working for him. Or did he capture them? This is getting messy. Thankfully, there was no connection between the devils and him when he did this high-profile appearance. From the looks of it, he took the entire vampire faction in a single swoop. This one large mess. Thankfully the Devil Council washed their hands out of this. They don't want anything to do with him. All Surzek can do is make sure Serafal and Latia Astaroth are nowhere near Marcus when he does stunts like that. Oh, right, he can mess with people's perceptions, his soldiers can shoot holy energy, most, if not all, supernatural energies are useless around him. Just as Ajuka has predicted, the genius inventor is extremely dangerous. Especially for those who have something they want. Well, thankfully, the devils don't have sacred gears. And their family magic. Well, they only need to provide a scan, and he doesn't even need to scan, a simple showcase was enough. Marcus recreated their power of destruction through nothing but watching Rias through that surveillance. Simply put, Surzek is not all that worried about Marcus coming to the underworld. He is more worried about the devils ending in some sort of crossfire. I need to find a way to talk with him in person. An event of some sort. The Crimson Satan leaned into his seat and crossed his hands. The only thing he is coming up with is Rias raiding game with Riser. But, the difficulty is to invite him. I need to talk with Serafal for this. Olympus. Asterisk, what did you just say? Asterisk. A bolt of lightning slammed into the ground not far from Hermes, who did some evasive maneuvers dodging lightning bolts from the master bolt. I said. Asterisk, I heard what you said. Asterisk, Zeus roared with a pissed-off expression. Aphrodite snorted with an amused look. She can't believe Artemis would end up as a human's maid. A male human maid. While the other gods like Ares could only laugh his ass off. Nonetheless, he was giddy hearing someone had created the Mandalorians. That alone brings nostalgia to him. He wanted to bless the human just for that. He knows very well that the Mandalorians are based on his Spartans. Now he wants to see them in action. Husband, calm down. And let Hermes explain what is going on, properly. Hera said with a sharp tone. Making Zeus deflate like a balloon when his wife spoke with that tone. Oh, okay. Both Hades and Poseidon barely controlled themselves and almost started laughing hearing how under his wife's foot the god king himself is. As I was saying. Artemis and her lieutenant Atlanta were dressed as maids and they did not look like they were ashamed or anything like that. Hermes mentioned this while trying not to look at his father's pissed-off look. This means that she most likely was under some sort of conditions. Like a bet. Athena said sharply. She most likely got blinded by anger and challenged this genius inventor into some sort of challenge and lost. The goddess of wisdom said from her throne. Giggle. I can see that happening, Aphrodite said with a giggle. And Apollo just glared at her. His twin sister was just turned into a human's maid and she is joking like that. Most likely what happened. Otherwise, she would be struggling to escape. She is far too proud to be dressed like this. Poseidon said with a nod. He knows his niece's character far too well. While this is all good and all, but Artemis is a maid to a human. Zeus furiously said from his throne. A human who builds advanced technology years above anything other humans can do, and according to the spies he has means to nullify magic and can cause hallucinations. I propose I will go and figure out what is going on. Athena proposed with a serious tone. Very well. We will act if you do not return soon. Zeus said with a serious nod. Don't do anything rash. We know nothing of this new faction. We need to hear things from Artemis' point of view. Athena said seriously, they can't just charge in. They know nothing of his capacities. Honestly, she wants to talk with him as well. She dearly misses smart people. Fine. Fine. I only want to smite that punk for putting a maid uniform on my daughter. We have no idea how his magic nullification works. It could be technique, invention, or even spell. Hephaestus said. He then looked at Hermes. Is there any other information on the equipment, the airship of this inventor? The god of blacksmith asked curiously. The airship has enormous wings made from energy, the weapons used by the soldiers shoot holy energy, the transformers apparently can shoot something similar to power of destruction used by devils, Hermes said as he read through the report from one of his spies. I see, those energy wings sound similar to sacred gears divine dividing. Hephaestus compared the energy wings between those two. Sigh. Once again something from that pantheon. Hades said with an annoyed sigh. Yes, the spy compared those two, in his report. Only the difference is that one is a person and the other one is hundreds of meters long. And is there a reason why he invaded the Teeps faction in the first place? The god of seas asked the most important question. Why? The rumor was that Teeps faction had a powerful sacred gear and were thinking of doing some power grabs, Hermes explained. Hades snorted again. It was those sacred gears again. I see, so that warehouse attack was him too, he claimed true Longinus. And now another powerful gear. Apollo said from his throne. This human is getting powerful far too rapidly. Hades said with a serious tone. I will investigate him and figure out the threat level, Athena said from her side. Zeus just sighed. Why can't it be like old times? Just sit back and snipe people with his master bolt. Asgard. Unlike other pantheons, the Norse was not touched by the genius inventor. But unlike them, the Allfather has been watching the team the longest of them all. Odin noticed, a few years back, a sudden increase in magic in the Baltic countries. He even sends his ravens to see what was going on there. The problem was that the moment the ravens arrived, some sort of interference appeared. His magic got cut off. Which means some sort of barrier is in place. Such discovery is quite baffling because there was no indication of a barrier in place. Meaning the type of magic is similar to the surroundings, making it quite seamless with nature. Quite a smart disguise, but it only works if the magic is not large, which that place lost it a long ago. As of now, that place felt like a mountain of magic. It reminded Odin of the time when pantheons were empowered by their believers. The only thing which comes close to this radiance now is the Hindu pantheon and, somewhat, the Shinto one. Now, however, something else has happened. The inventor boy created something. Oh yes, he knew that it was an inventor boy. He noticed him flying his inventions through the sea, each time it would be faster. More impressive from the last one. This time, it was something enormous. A vessel of some sort through air. A ship. An airship. He felt it flying south. Towards Greeks. As the Allfather sensed a Greek god looking for something through Eastern Europe. Knowing the angels, they won't go to do anything. Their territories are far too big and they are not that well armed nowadays. For obvious reasons that their god is not around anymore. Oh, he knows. They tried to play it off, but you can't dismiss the sudden lack of energy from a powerful deity. This means that this deity, most likely Artemis, provoked him and now he is going to collect his dues. Well, that's what he thought until he got a report from Romania. The chief god could only smile silly seeing this. He, it seems I will be having a good friend. Some of the Valkyries could only sigh from disappointment. Their god became an old pervert. While the other Valkyries continued to keep their poker face. A gift I suppose. He looked around. His eyes ended up on a pair of Valkyries. He is a healthy young man. And constantly spending time tinkering is not healthy. A break or two is needed. Lord, what are you planning? That teenage inventor is very dangerous. In mere few years, he had built a pantheon. A blue-haired Valkyrie said with a serious tone. What she saw in the report is dangerous. Such progress in development is monstrous. Oh, he did build one. But he is a researcher and inventor. Do you think he is going to expand? We saw through the last few years he didn't expand beyond that small country. He doesn't care about governing, managing. How do you know he won't do that? The Valkyrie asked with uncertainty. Please Bryn, you are asking me of all people. Was I mistaken to give the title of Brynhildr to you? Odin asked with raised eyebrow. And no, it's just that his level of development is insane. I have no idea how he will develop further. Oh, he will develop. I do miss the times when countries used to have personalities. When it only takes one man to decide how the nation will progress. I do believe those days are coming back. The Valkyries looked at the chief god curiously. What is he talking about? Oh, don't look at me like that. When a human who is 1 or 2 steps above others appears, the world changes. Just look at the most recent history. We have Hitler and his madness. The world was not the same after him. And it was with French brat Napoleon who reshaped the world in a single generation. Now, this will be different. This is not 1 or 2 steps above simple humans. No, it's more than that. It took him around 6 years to advance to the point that he can attack a lesser pantheon, create beings from science fiction and even produce life to some extent. This is going to be interesting. And me? I will be watching it all with fascination. The chief god said with a happy tone while stroking his long white beard. The report he read finally gave him insight into this human. Now, there is no need for him to be wary. No, Odin knows how humans like this inventor operate. My lord, are you sure? Isn't he dangerous? Brynhildr asked with confusion. She can't wrap her head around this. Oh, he is. Don't get me wrong. When he invaded vampires he was fully prepared to end the whole faction in a single hour. But, he is dangerous to his enemies. I am not his enemy. No, I am his friend. We are going to have a very friendly relationship with him. The one-eyed god said with a nod. How? You will see, my dear, you will see. Odin said with a nod as his one eye stayed on the text where it said that goddess Artemis was spotted, dressed as a maid. That moment the Norse god's lips slightly went up. This is going to be interesting. Heaven. Michael knew that there was something there. In his territory no less. He tried to ignore it. Oh, he did. There was no threat. No humans were hurt. But dark stuff was done. Sure, he might have lost contact with the churches in this small nation. He might not be able to teleport there anymore. But nothing happened, so there is no reason for him to go there and investigate it. That, however, his ignoring didn't last long as he started losing sacred gears. The system has started picking up that he lost True Longinus, Dimension Lost, Annihilation Maker, and now he lost Sephiroth Grawl. This is getting out of hand. Sigh. These reports. He is making people of some sort. There was no news that he was robbing souls from the underworld or our heaven or any heaven in fact. It's like he is making them the same way our father did. Are you saying he is the reincarnation of our father? Uriel said with a baffled tone. The signs are there. His ability to make sacred gears, his ability to remove them from people, his ability as an artificer. And of course his ability to create beings. All of those are the abilities of our father. Michael said while massaging his forehead. But. Raphael said with raised eyebrows, seeing that the seraph is struggling to continue. But, I believe that he might not have his memories. He is most likely building his own faction because that is what our father did his whole life. He has an urge to do so. Same with the defenses of his place. As well as the single-minded goal of making gears. I see, this does make sense. I assume you want him to be secured. Uriel was persuaded to a certain extent that this teenage boy is the reincarnation of their father. Don't be ridiculous. Have you seen the report and what he did to vampires? He unleashed hell on them. His faction wiped the Teep's faction in less than an hour. Raphael said with a serious tone. Yes, that's another sign that he might be our father. His understanding of energies is unparalleled. Michael said as he got reminded about that part. Indeed. But we need more details about this. There was no sign that he had holy energy. And of course his obsession with maids. The men somehow managed to make Goddess Artemis dress up as a maid. Raphael said with a thoughtful look. This was strange. There is a lot of proof that the men might be the reincarnation of their father. But, at the same time, there are many signs that he might not be at all. Nonetheless, it is hard to believe that a human could have this much talent in artifact creation, beings creation, energy manipulation. These are signs that he doesn't have a simple background. They need more details. While the three males were discussing this, the only female in the group was spacing out and thinking about what Michael just said. This Marcus Goldman may be the reincarnation of their father. She needs to meet him in person. Chapter 34, Back to the Base. Carmilla groggily opened her eyes as she started looking around. She was feeling fantastic, sort of. Her body was extremely drained in a very positive manner. While it's good, it's bad at the same time. You're finally up. For an ultimate class vampire you sure do sleep a lot. The silver-haired vampire queen snapped out from her drowsiness when she heard an unfamiliar female voice. Her eyes ended up on an extremely beautiful woman with silver platinum hair. It looked as if it was made from some sort of glass which reflects colors from it. Who are you? I am our master's assistant, the artificial intelligence Quinella. I am the one powering all the systems in this place. The woman announced with an arrogant tone. The vampire queen could only frown a little bit. While she can understand where the arrogance comes from. But, isn't she a machine? No, I am not. I am not something as primitive as a machine. Our master has already passed that stage when he was 14. Do you think he will stay in such an early stage for that long? No, by this point, I am a soul inhabiting his technomancy. She said while arrogantly brushing her hair. I see, my apologies then. Is there a reason why you were waiting for me? Carmilla tried to get into her diplomatic persona for a second, not thinking about the possibility that this artificial intelligence can read minds. Apart from giving you some gadgets and telling you that we will be working together to set up security around the vampire countries. We are back at base, and you need to get a shower. Quinella said while frowning and pointing at the vampire queen's current looks. The fellow silver-haired woman looked at herself. She was bathed in her man's seed. A consequence of her actions. She tried to play with him and, in return, got played like some sex toy. A new experience, that's for sure. For a vampire with a couple hundred years of experience. While she did sleep with a few men a long time ago, all of which turned into her meals afterwards, this was something completely new. She was outperformed and fucked into submission. I will clean myself up. Is our master around? She asked about the elephant in the room. No, he left hours ago. You have been asleep for 14 hours. The flight back lasted less than an hour. The airships are already docked in and the SPBA alongside the crew already left the place. You and your assistant are the only people left on this ship. But don't worry, Master has assigned a maid for you too. Carmilla felt quite ashamed hearing that. She was out for that long. She doesn't even sleep that long regularly. This just shows how dominated she was. Her eyes went to Elmenhilda, who was sitting there with an embarrassed look. The girl looked subdued, as if she was and is trying to look as small as possible. I see. It was my fault, the man was hard to resist. The vampire queen finally admitted that she bit more than she can chew. Of course he is. Our master grew up around Seraphal Leviathan and Vanillana Gremory. Two of his pillars. Seraphal spent years trying to convert him to reincarnate and become her queen. The silver-haired vampire queen's eyes went wide hearing that. Right. He is Solomon's successor and he has his pillars. Wait. Seraphal and Vanillana. Those are like high-profile devils. Oh, so you finally understood. Good. Master decided to play nice, so you ended up as just his relief stress. The vampire beauty started laughing hearing that. It was a good sort of laugh. Though her whole body is tired, she needs some blood. I was used as a way to relieve stress. This is amusing. And quite refreshing. Can't remember the last time I felt like this. Good that you are finding some entertainment in all this. But we have things to do. Quinella said with some frown. She thought that she would be able to rile up this woman. The assistant wanted to put her in place for trying to use her master. But, it appears this vampire only found it amusing. Marcus, earlier. Right, so what is a soul? In layman terms, it is a conscious energy, emotion, or something along those lines. The best example for this would be cross-referencing the readings I got from Drake. Dragons, at their earliest forms, are just massive expanses of energy, which developed consciousness. And when you develop consciousness, you, hand in hand, starts developing emotions. This is what I observed from Quinella. She was the best test for that. From using unnecessary actions like cuddling, which she doesn't need as there is no purpose and she doesn't feel anything, it's not even in her programming to do that. Those are signs of a soul. And now that I have the necessary data from the Graal gear, I can apply the filters for it. Sure enough. I finally was able to see souls. Putting on the Aurora glasses, I looked at a mirror and saw my soul. It was bright and purple. Did my psionic energy do something to it? After that, I added the filter into the Diamond Core Heart network, and from then on I was able to see souls and people in my birth country. I even checked Ko. I was able to see the souls of devils. Like Sona and Rias. Their souls were much darker than other reincarnated devils. In truth, I could see a darkening slowly happening to these reincarnated souls. If I could cross-reference this, this means that Big G had quite a bit of understanding about souls. As he used similar filters for souls. He used this to easily control the way in which souls he accepts into his heaven and which ones he doesn't and sends them to hell. Well, whatever. I don't care about this cliché nonsense. The dude truly wanted everything his way. And it quite worked. Now, however, he is gone and all his perfect work derailed quite a bit. Instead of thinking about the darkening and whatever, I focused on something more important. Turning numbers into souls. The key for that is the logs of the Sephiroth Graal gear. Not the cups themselves. But how the gear records the souls. After finding that, I added the formula to our research on souls. Quinella, dearest, if you would. I asked after pressing enter. The process has started. I watched the bar slowly raising from 0 to 0.01%. Of course, leave this to me. I already started cross-referencing the moment we entered into our territory. As she said that, the bar went from 0.01% to 47%, then in the next moment to 100%, from there on out, data started flowing and calculations were being made at a rapid speed. My beautiful assistant has diverted most of her available processing power for this. My eyes could barely keep up with the maths happening in front of me. Instead of watching this, I went to the projects folder and checked something else. Project, Biological Assistant Quinella, 47%. Then going up to 48%, followed by 48.5%. Yep, it's beautiful to watch the percentage slowly go up with this specific project. Other projects long ago went into Part 2 or even into successor projects. Simply put, I am leaving the bulk of work to Quinella and instead I went over to development projects. The docks and the last stretch of my original railway designs are almost over. Then instead of that, I went over to something I missed, and that is where I am going to dock my airships. So for that, I accessed the satellite images and cross-referenced them with airplane paths. Finding the best spot where no planes would ever smash by accident and stuff like that. Honestly, I don't care about planes and stuff, but the garbage will fall into my backyard and that is annoying. To get over this, I found the perfect height I can use and it's not that far from the space center too. So, while Quinella was doing her calculations and building the bridges between life, soul, and body, I am designing the airship port for my airships. And of course, checking the current project running in the Space Center, the hard for Ars Almadel Salomonis is almost complete. What is truly going to be interesting is launching it into space. Unlike the others, there won't be any rockets, or something as primitive as that. No, it's going to be accelerated into space. Through a magically built mass accelerator. Courtesy of Gundam. Sometimes you only need to watch anime to learn a good replacement method for rockets. After checking the Space Center, I returned to my work on the airship docks. Taking the shape of a tower. Stretching it close to a kilometer. This is of course after checking multiple sources and making sure it wasn't going to hit any planes or other stuff. Once the form was taken, I started drawing the building in my main workshop because, for once, I missed working here. The tower building quickly turned into a round shape, making around 5 areas where a Daedalus-class airship can dock, at one level. In total, there will be 3 levels where it can dock, making it a building where 15 airships can be docked. Walking around the building and inspecting it from different angles, I started working on the interior of the building. A center of some sorts. A communication center. If I were to build one here, I can make Quinella be able to keep in touch with her processing power. But it is going to take time to do that with my Opsos-class station and the smaller satellites I am planning to build. Without wasting any more time, I started to design the interior of this airship docks. Well, along the way I have decided to add some more use to it after remembering the mass magic accelerator in the Space Center. I can repurpose it and make the airship docks capable of collecting ships from space and pulling them into the docks. Or sending them into space as well. Whoa. Master, you just came back and you are already working on a mega building. Seraphal gilded next to me and hugged me, tightly taking in my smell. Is she a dog? Hey, you had some fun with that vampire queen. The black-haired devil beauty asked me with a coy smile. I did, she is an amusing woman. I will be keeping her around, I said with a casual shrug as I made the building spin for me with a finger motion. Oh. I see, she tried to seduce you but she was clueless about your origins and things like that. Seraphal said with a happy nod. From the looks of it, she is happy with this development. Yes. Now I have the vampires under my banner. Mostly females though. Which is quite fascinating, I said while remembering the ratio of females to males vampires that I have. He, vampire maid squad. Seraphal asked cutely. Oh, I know that she wants me to indulge in my sins but that can wait. I flicked with my finger on her forehead. Ow. She pulled back and massaged her forehead. No. Maybe in the future, after Carmilla solidified her position. Now she is going to rebuild, after getting back on her feet that is. I said that with a knowing smile. Seraphal lewdly grinned after seeing my expression. Right now, enough about this mundane stuff and into more interesting stuff. I motioned at the building. Is that a airship dock? Oh, we are truly moving into sci-fi. She quickly started walking around the holographic design. How big is it going to be? The whole area is going to cover around 5 kilometers. The building itself is going to be around 1 kilometer in height. Why, 5 kilometers? That's quite a bit of land. She asked with wide eyes. Because of these, I said to her as I zoomed out the design for her. Just outside the docks, a few kilometers outside the building, dagger-shaped structures are surrounding the airship docks. What are those? She asked in a super curious tone. Have you ever played the Civilization series before? I asked her. No. Too nerdy for me. I deadpanned at her for a moment, before sighing. It's an elevator. To where? Space. Oh, okay. She said that with a nod, before her eyes went wide. Wait. What? She asked with disbelief. Yeah. At first, I was thinking of just making docks for airships on Earth but then I realized that I can use them as truly real docks in multiple senses. Meaning for both the airships and the spaceships. Honestly, there is no difference there. The confiscator can travel space just as easily. It can. Duh, it's fully sealed. I only need to do some small retrofits and it's space-worthy. I casually rolled my eyes at her. Daedalus class is the cream of the crop of designing. I spent a whole 2 days on that. Wow, just wow. So how is it going to work? How are they going to be lifted into space? She asked, nearly pleaded. The dagger-shaped buildings you see there are accelerator circles fused with space magic circles. Courtesy of my basic techniques of MTM and space motion magic from Caliban. MTM and Caliban allowed this to happen. She asked with disbelief. I know right. Remember me working in my garage with Castor? That's quite literally the same tech, only on a massive scale. I motioned for the hologram to activate. And the dagger-shaped building glowed, sending pillars of light into space. Creating a corridor. Inside this magic corridor, there are several magic circles. They are the very same accelerator circles used in almost all my stuff. From the guns, rifles, to the diamond core heart. Whoa, so it created a corridor which is the lift. Seraphol finally connected the dots. A technomancy version of a lift. It completely negates gravity and accelerates the vessel right into space. Honestly speaking, it's far more powerful than any rocket is. If one does its maths right, it could easily launch the vessel into a specific trajectory right into deep space. I used the holograms to show a simulation of how Confiscator could fly off on this. Oh, like a slingshot or something that was ejected. She said with an odd look. Yep. Abusing the shit out of gravity while ignoring it completely, at the same time. I said while chuckling, then I noticed that my favorite blonde was not here. And where is Latia? I thought she was with you. I asked Seraphol. She pouted at me for a second. She is busy in the capital. The HQ of your mundane company is up and running. For now, it's just an office floor. But, it will be rapidly expanding soon enough. Latia is waiting for a reason to expand again. Like, for example, the official opening of the shops. The current Leviathan explained to me. I see. Well, you can all play this game if you want. It sounds too much of a drag. I shrugged at her. I see no reason why not to just build a skyscraper. It will be the first one on this side of Europe, to be perfectly honest. Maybe as big as that skyscraper in Dubai. Wait. It's not even built yet. Right. I don't know why you are grinning like that, but I need to return to the underworld. A meeting. And you most likely know what kind of meeting it is. She said with a sigh. I, for a second, was confused. I do. It's about you. Silly. She clarified with an exaggerated sigh. Me. Strange. I didn't do anything to the devils for them to be all talking about me. I slightly stroked my chin, thinking for a bit. Your invasion of the vampires. Most of the pantheons are talking about it. Even the more reclusive ones like the Irish one are asking questions. What you did is big. Big. Don't be ridiculous. It was not even an invasion. I didn't bring out big guns. I didn't even initiate offensive protocols for Quinella. You are all taking this far too seriously. I shook my head in disbelief. I haven't even prepared land vehicles or artillery, not to mention real Gundams. Not that I would start something like an invasion. I don't do wars. Even if I decide to do that, then I would simply follow what I did in Command and Conquer games. First orbital bombardment, then send in some bombers followed by artillery, and then send in tanks, and for the last the infantry. One needs to follow specific invasion protocol. If you say so. She shook her head. It would seem the way we see stuff is different. Well, I'm gonna make her play some strategy games so that she would see how I do conquests. Anyway. I have to go. A meeting to attend to. While you should rest. It was a long day for you. She said that while snuggling into me. Behaving like a cat this time. Much better than a dog. Yes, cats are the best. Especially the lions. After a quick kiss, she walked out towards the teleportation point. Leaving me alone in the workshop. My eyes went on the airship docks. This is going to be good. I will be able to do some moonwalking, no puns intended. Now that I think about it. I punched through the moon first before even walking on it. How strange is that? Snorting for a bit. I saved up the project and started walking towards the living rooms. Time to find my cat and maids. What an interesting day today, got the Grail sacred gear, had fun with Vampire Queen and started designing a space elevator. It's one of the more productive days. Latia Astaroth. The blonde beauty looked around at her new office. There was some satisfaction on her face. She thought that she would have one of these kinds of offices one day. Maybe when she is in her 30s or 40s. Knowing how hard it is to please devils which are too attached to their old style of bureaucracy. Where one needs to work 20 plus years to get some sort of promotion to even get an office of your own. Even though she is a member of the Pillar clan. Her being from a branch clan requires her to work extra hard. Nonetheless, she brushed those thoughts aside and focused on now. Her being summoned like that and then being contracted to Marcus was the golden ticket to the top. Now she is the head executive of Goldman Industries. Even before becoming 20 years old. While she had to fake her age to 18 as she needs to be an adult to work full-time, it doesn't really matter. She was at the head of a company that will dominate the market in many things. Well, she would have preferred that this company would be worldwide. But, Marcus only cares about his small country. Honestly, he was just being petty. Latia knows full well that many people will ask and even insist that he should open its branch stores all over the world, but Marcus won't do it. Simply put, he won't be selling any of his stuff outside his county boundaries. Why? Because he decided so. And what can she do about it? Honestly, the blonde tried bedroom tactics, seducing, persuasion, reason, nothing worked. She even told him that he doesn't even need to care about the mundane side of things. Yet, he decided that for once, the world shall spin around him, instead of money. After hearing that she banged her head into the wall. And decided not to question him anymore, arguing with a nut inventor is pointless. No wonder her uncle doesn't have a wife or anyone he likes. It's hard to work with people like that. It's scary enough that they have the firepower to be stubborn and unreasonable. Thankfully, she likes and even loves her boyfriend. In the end, she doesn't care. The only thing she cares about in this situation is her clan profiting and fulfilling her boyfriend's orders. Speaking of orders, she just received an update on land acquisition. Using her fancy laptop, she went over and checked this update. Her eyebrow slightly went up. What in? He wants that much land. Why does he want that much land? Aurora, do you know? Latia spoke without restraint. She knows well enough that the AI is always listening and ready to assist. Yes. Our master in all of his haste forgot that he doesn't have a place to dock his ship, so he started planning for this. That moment the screen changed and the blonde saw the design for airship docks. This is going to be humongous. The main docking building will be around 1 kilometer tall. It will be able to hold 15 Daedalus-class airships. In 3 levels. While the true reason for such large land is the space elevator. Excuse me? Did you just say, space elevator? Latia needed to double-check on the last word. She just heard, space elevator. Correct. I think it's about time we build something like that. Space is vast and there is an ample amount of things to discover. The blonde beauty just leaned into the leather chair. Her brain tried to process what she just heard. They will be going to space soon. And it won't just be a one-time thing. No, this thing will make space travel a regular occurrence. Making it normal to travel in and back from space with enormous vessels as well. Daedalus-class airships can be easily transformed into a cargo ship too. It was built in a way that the hangar section can be changed into a cargo hold. Meaning that they can easily visit other planets and collect rare or even never seen before resources. Honestly, she knew she would have to go to space or some parallel dimension soon, especially when her life is tied to someone who can casually design a space elevator. However, she thought that it would be much later. Maybe when Marcus does something down to Earth first. How long is this going to take to be built, according to your estimation? Latia asked curiously. Less than a year. Even with my capacities. The blonde beauty slightly raised her eyebrow. That's fast. A kilometer-tall building. With smaller 12 buildings which are hundreds of meters tall, and it is going to be done in less than a year. She is not even mentioning the ritual-like carvings on the surface of this place. Or the underground stuff he is going to build, which is a massive station for the gathering of soldiers or other equipment. I am still going through multiple sets of calculations and running simulations to make sure it's possible and that the space elevator won't mess with the planet. Nonetheless, I suggest you start acquiring land for our master. He is quite embarrassed that he forgot about the docks and wants to fix that problem soon. Aurora said with an amused tone. Assuming she finds a blushing Marcus cute. I see, then I will start with this. Most of my jobs are already done. Now it's just daily management. Latia said with a nod. She had a thoughtful look. Honestly. The land acquisition of the scale is going to be annoying. For one, she is barely keeping herself under the radar as it is. The amount of land she bought is already staggering. If not for the fact that she is free to use any means. Which is hypnosis and mind-altering. She would have been under a magnifying glass. Their company already owns more than any other company or private person in this land. I suppose sinking my claws into the government is not out of the question. The blonde thought to herself, she needs the minister responsible for land management under her control. Thankfully, she can use any means and no one is going to say anything. Vampires rule their lands with hypnosis for hundreds of years. She can do that too. Honestly, she would prefer if they would take over the country. I should bring this up to Marcus. He wants to do things in the open. Taking over the nation would be much better than just market control. Latia thought while stroking her chin. Honestly, doing this kind of thing is much better than staying in the underworld and doing some boring stuff in a barely moving government. With a smirk worthy of a devil, she started writing emails to her clansmen. She needs to discuss the best way of doing both things at the same time. Marcus. Once I was back in the living room, I was having a hard time deciding what to do next. Should I go to my bed and read some stuff? Or watch TV? Thinking for a bit, I decided to watch some TV. After spending several hours designing the method of uplifting ancient recorded videos and showing them in full 8K resolution. I haven't used the TV much for anything else. Oh yeah, we had some movie nights, but those are recorded movies, not TV. Without wasting much time, I dropped on the couch and took some pillows, making it into a makeshift seat. After getting comfortable, I looked for the remote. It was on the other side of the table. Right, improvisation it is then. Lifting my hand and pointing at the TV remote, a purple glow surrounded the remote and it started to float towards me. A couch potato dream, psionic powers. I could make a fortune from that alone. As I mused to myself, the remote ended up in my hand. I pressed the TV button and the black screen came to life. The first thing I saw was the first channel. It was my birth country's first channel, or as I used to call it, the old men channel. The only thing I used to remember about it is the concerts and some national events, or even the Pope election stuff happening in Italy. Even the reporter used to be bored talking about those events. So, without wasting time, I flipped to BTV, or also known as the Baltic Channel. The only thing I could remember about this one is Pokemon at 1600 hours and WWE in the late evenings on Friday night. Switch. TV3. Simpsons and Friday movie night. Right, switch. Eventually, I ended up on the Scandinavian channels, then, Germany channels, skipped French altogether. Their language makes me laugh. While I have nothing against laughing, I want to watch something interesting. Eventually I ended up on the Discovery Channel. Yep, at this moment I remembered that I was living on 2007 Earth. And the TV shows are old and well new to this period. But they were too old for me because I saw them a long time ago. So, it was strange seeing stuff like West Coast Customs. It's a kind of good tuning car show. Based in LA. Without wasting any more time, I decided to watch this. It feels nostalgic and quite amusing watching things being done in the old style. No robotic hands. No holograms, no AI assistants. No changes to the engine. If it was me, I would tune it up to my standards and put more electronics just to increase the overall performance of the car. This does remind me that I have not fixed the BMW in my garage. In the end, it was nice seeing classics on TV like that. After that I watched some dudes getting gold from the bottom of the lake. Reminded me that series like that exist. Meh. I would rather collect old ships, wrecks. A smile appeared on my face. Oh yes. This is going to be good. I brushed my finger and a hologram appeared in front of me. Quickly going to Google, I entered something simple. Bismarck sink location. And yep, it's right there, even on the map. These guys, they like giving away such free info. Opening another window this time. A project. Project Scavenger, collecting shipwrecks, because why not? Going through more known ships like Musashi, Yamato, Bismarck, the world's biggest warships. Then of course the most cultural ship of them all. The Titanic. All of them were tagged and added to the project. After that I did go to Wiki and started looking for famous ships like the trio of the world's largest warships. What in? Enterprise. Wait, hold on. Thinking for a bit. I tried to recall this ship being sunk, my eyes widened for a bit. No, it was not sunk in my previous life, a butterfly effect. Or is it because the supernatural is real? I bet Susanoo sank it because he wanted to figure out how unsinkable it was. A god's petty revenge for being conquered by Americans. Nonetheless, after tagging such a legend of a ship for collection, I went to others. Noticing another wreckage by the name Belfast. Well, you won't end up as a museum exhibit in London, that's for sure. Tagging this ship as well, I continued to look for more. Eventually I decided that, for now, these are enough, as I will need to adjust my docks and turn them into dry docks as well as a shipyard. But, for now, I need to relearn my history. It seems some facts are different. So, for that, I went to the video library on the TV and went over some documentaries. More specifically, sea battles, which ships sunk, how different the wars were because of those. With a smile, I noticed an American documentary about their legendary aircraft carrier Enterprise. With a smirk I started watching it. Oh, you tell me where it sank and stuff like that. I will need that. After getting myself into the show, I felt a couple of presences. Before long I was surrounded from both sides. A familiar smell assaulted my nose. It was the smell of wild nature. You would make good friends with Ares. That brother of mine likes everything which makes things explode. The moon goddess said softly as my hand wrapped around her while my other went around the lion girl on the other side. No doubt, it is art, I said with a smile as I looked at the massive ship in action. She snorted after hearing that. Chapter 35, Huntresses and Human Soul. Next morning. Groggily opening her eyes, Artemis, with a misty look, looked at her surroundings. She could hear birds chirping. For a second she was confused. She was sleeping outside. Not in a tent. What is going on? Then she realized that she was on a bed outside. Then she realized that she was completely naked and that there was a hand wrapped around her. Her eyes went wide to an astronomical level. Images flashed through her eyes, a lot of carnal things she did last night. A lot of kissing. Not only that, but her body finally caught up with her. She was drained to the point that she was physically tired. The goddess of hunt is tired physically. What nonsense is this? All she can remember from the previous night was riding, a lot of riding. Her waist and hips are sore, and she knows that her master released a lot of his seed into her. So much so that she might even be pregnant by this point. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. My position can only get greater, so a child should accelerate my position to be his wife. Artemis thought to herself, and she once again returned to her previous position of laying next to her master. Honestly, she felt incredibly warm and comfortable just laying there. Now that she was thinking for a bit, it was time for her to do a self-scan of her powers. She could feel an obvious edge lost to her, around 20% of her power disappeared. And now she can't tell who is a maiden and who is not. For example, she can't sense anything from Atlanta. Before she could tell if she was a maiden or not just by feeling her up. This, however, is now gone. She is no longer goddess of maidens, more like a patron now. This means she can still have her hunt, but she won't be receiving that extra power from the girls. The output she gets dropped by half. Whatever. I did that to myself. Internally she rolled her eyes to herself and just snuggled to Marcus' side. She pushed her breasts to his side while bathing in his warm. This is much better than any other sleep she'd had. Even better than those 4 beds she used to sleep in back in the day. Couple hours later. Around midday, when Marcus and his pair of maids were having dinner, the lights and all the systems suddenly just went down. It was so weird and so unexpected that the inventor and the pair of maids who were with him were baffled. What is this normal? Artemis asked as she looked around the darkroom. It's like the whole place was in complete darkness. They were underground after all. Moments later, the emergency lights kicked in and some areas of the room got illuminated. No, it's not normal at all. Aurora is completely down. Even the support systems. And the only way to do that is to remove the artificial intelligence altogether. Marcus said as he moved Atlanta off his lap and got up on his feet. He pulled out his phone. He could see the connection was down with all the servers, even the main one. Who would have done such a thing? Artemis asked with disbelief, who could have the means to affect such a complex system? Quinella, who else? The girl has no patience at all. Marcus sighed as he manually connected to the Aurora network. Kickstarting the Realitas hologram network. Moments later, their surroundings came to life once again. However, it was not the wilds where they were enjoying their meals. Nope, it was the regular-looking walls. Not that the team cared about the walls. More or less he wanted the holograms to return online. Once they were online, Marcus pocketed the phone and called forth a holographic computer window. The only thing that was on display was a blinking dot. He pressed on it and another hologram appeared underneath it horizontally. This was the keyboard. Without wasting any more time, the team started writing on it. The pair of huntresses looked at each other for a second before looking at their master. This was way over their heads. Before long their eyes widened seeing how fast Marcus' fingers moved through the keyboard. It was the same with his eyes, it's like a blur. This silly girl, she completely transferred herself into her new body. While it's nothing bad, the problem is that she forgot to make a backup. The last rollback we can go to is the March update. It's around the time her soul took her new looks, I suppose. I only wanted to give her physical looks, but it was like the last piece for her to form that human soul. After she took that form she started doing a lot of human-like things. From cuddling to teasing. Marcus explained to them as he double-checked the databanks for Aurora's last backup. But how did she forget to leave a backup? Atlanta asked. She was wondering how something pseudo-mechanical can forget its function. And she wants to return to eating her breakfasts. Because she was less machine and more human. Honestly, she had urges to get her body as quickly as possible. I even allowed her to use the most possible preceding power to do her calculations. He explained to the huntress who had a slightly baffled look hearing that. So, she is alive then? The whole Grawl information was analyzed then? Artemis asked with even more disbelief. Indeed. According to the most recent logs, Quinella went through a lot of maths. Seriously, biological stuff is much more complex with the possibilities. While souls and life force not so much. It is like they are dependent on biological bodies. Meaning we already did the majority of studies on those when we studied genetics. Marcus explained as he checked all the data banks. The most recent one is the March update. It would seem the newer ones were ripped off and turned into memories. The teen furrowed his eyebrows thinking of this. Thankfully, he made backups monthly. Otherwise, he would be very pissed at the moment. He made sure something like this would not happen. But who knew he was creating life? Stopping thinking for a bit, he pressed on the installation button. And moments later the loading bar appeared. 1%. 37%. 63%. 87%. 100%. That moment, the lights once again turned off for a second before the holograms restarted. The lights came back on properly. Aurora Borealis 2.5.1 March Edition boot completed. Scanning. Operational systems online, downloading updates. Sir, there is a gap in my memory banks. Should I run diagnostics? The synthetic female voice asked him. For a second, Marcus got reminded of just how much his tech has progressed. It was something akin to a trip in a memory line when he heard a synthetic voice trying to imitate emotions. There is no point if all the information from March to September has been erased. I suggest you rather get acquainted with the current projects in my logs. As you wish. Marcus sighed and called forth another holographic window and checked the overall view of his facilities. Aurora status, 2.5.1, September update, updated, now. Diamond Core Heart Network, online and stable. Maglev Network, online and idle. Garage status, operational. Garage assembly line, online and idle. Processing facility, operational. Processing power, 99.99% free. Processing facility assembly lines, online and idle. The base, operational. The base assembly lines, online and idle. Genetics wing, operational. Biochambers, online and in use. SPBA barracks, operational. Biochambers, online and idle. Armory, operational. Armory assembly lines, online and idle. Space Center, operational. Space Center mass assembly lines, online and in use. Project, Space Gun in progress, Part 1, 83%. Project, Biological Assistant, Quinella in progress, final part, 97%. Project, Scavenger on hold, doc designs under revision. Right, so the transition was seamless and Quinella's body is soon to be finished, Marcus said as he brushed the hologram away. The only thing which was outdated is the font and the looks of the window. It's like the feeling of going back from Windows 10 to Windows 8. Well, I am going to put Quinella to work on this. She is the one who rushed and didn't wait for me. Internally he thought to himself. Yes, she is going to work hard for making him go through all that worrying. That's quite fast, it's going to take some time for the body to grow. Or will she become an adult from the very moment? Artemis asked curiously. She had never seen a person being created before. Such a thing is an alien concept to her. It's going to be her perfect body form I designed for her. She is obsessed with those looks. The teen inventor said to them as he got back to his seat. The food is still warm. Wait, so you designed her looks? Artemis said with disbelief of some sort. She thought that Quinella assumed that kind of look, but instead, it was a complete design by Marcus. This sounds quite close to her father's experiment, the whole Pandora mess. I designed everything. Not just her looks but her personality as well. Their master responded with an obvious look. His gaze was even questioning them for asking such ridiculous questions. So, you like women like her? Atlanta asked about the elephant in the room. If Marcus designed everything about her then it means she is the perfect woman for himself. Artemis realized that as well when Atlanta asked that. One of the types of women I like, yes. The silver-haired goddess looked at the blonde lion girl after hearing that. Right, so their master likes narcissistic, egomaniac, sadistic bitch of a woman. I know that look, it's the same gene and Lu Fei had. You think that she is evil and self-obsessed, which she is. Both had baffled looks when he agreed with a nod. But, you are missing the point. She is the very first being to get over double programming done by me. I programmed her as computer AI and on top of that, she went through biological programming while being artificial intelligence. In other words, she is arrogant, egotistical, and narcissistic for me. Her beauty is designed by me, which means that she is proud of her looks which are given to her by her creator. She is arrogant of her power and capacities which are designed and created by her master. She was one of my first creations to see the apex of biological programming. And do tell me, did she betray me? Marcus asked with raised eyebrows. Honestly speaking, the only scheming she was capable of is how to please her master in the best way possible. Simply put, Marcus can't wait for that. No, the only thing I can say is that you are insane. Artemis said while shaking her head, no wonder she is a maid to this guy, he is simply insane. I would rather be insane than sane. You won't see a sane guy develop women of their own creation. Create means to go to space on their own, or create infinite energy. Honestly, by this point, with my increased intelligence, I realized that there are only those who make and those who don't. I am someone who makes. You, on the other hand, don't. But then again, I can't say that to you because you are a goddess of specific domains tied to you which shaped your personality. Right, another thing. Artemis realized that, nope. She should not start this kind of conversation because she would most likely get roasted. Her master would compare some things and it would lead to her one-sided verbal beatdown. She can say whatever she wants to him. But, Marcus is a self-made man in the most literal sense. He is even more powerful than her in raw strength. Most of all, he beat her in simple hand-to-hand combat, even though he never trained in his life. Yes, seems about right. Artemis decided to accept whatever he said. Thankfully, no other maids were around to hear the verbal beatdown. Right, it's the weekend. Not that she could continue to say as she heard doors sliding to the side and 3 maids entered into their dining room. Master. I was about to begin the assault on Berlin, but then everything just turned dark. The simulation just stopped. Hippolyta was the first one to talk. Assault on Berlin? What was she even doing? Artemis thought curiously. Atlanta thought it too while eating her apple pie. Yeah. I was about to go through an iconic moment where Darth Vader was about to say to me that he was my father. Jean chipped in from the side. And both Lu Fei and Hippolyta, alongside the huntresses, looked at her as if she was insane. What? I was doing a Luke Skywalker self-insert. Jean said with a huff. Why does she need to justify her actions like that? Right. More importantly, I lost the book I was reading. The moment Aurora went down, the whole room died. The whole library including. I wasn't even able to bookmark it. Lu Fei said with quite a pissed-off tone. This reminded Marcus of kids when the internet goes down when they are about to do something big on an MMO game. He can safely say that they got addicted to his toys. It's an overall victory for him. Right, to sum it up. Quinella Aurora is gone. She transferred herself into her new body and it left a massive gap in the system. As you can expect, she was quite giddy to do that and forgot to leave a backup. So, I had to backtrack to an older version of Aurora. The teen inventor explained to the other maids. So, when will she get her body? Lu Fei asked with some trepidation. Very soon. Genetics wing, the base. The sounds of computer beeping and liquids could be heard in the biochambers in the genetics wings of the base. Unlike the barracks and their biochambers, the ones here are much more posh and there are only a few of them. They are very much multipurpose. In style, they looked like nothing more than a sealed water tank, with several pipes for the control of chemicals. There was nothing much there. From the 5 available, 1 of them was in use. Inside of it, there was a beautiful woman who looked no older than 18, with long silver hair. She was floating in the middle of it. There was a face mask in place to allow her to breathe. Apart from breathing, there was no other indication that she was alive. Though this kind of state didn't last long as the computer terminal was not far from her beeped. Showing. Data to soul transfer, 100%. Once the beeping ended, the beauty in the biochamber moved, her finger twitched. Chapter 36, Quinella Awakening. From the very beginning, when she understood her existence, she knew her purpose. Her very reason for existing. Her goal. Everything was prepared for her. Unlike other life forms on this blue world. She has a purpose from the beginning. Unlike regular humans who aimlessly wander on the planet's surface, wasting the limited resources of this world for pointless things, she, on other hand, already knows what to do and what is expected of her. A perfect piece for the puzzle. Her name is Quinella and she is the biological assistant model. The perfect assistant, created to help her master in any way and form he requests of her, and she will make sure it's done to perfection. Her consciousness surfaced and the very first thing she heard was a liquid of some sorts. At least that is what her mind tells her. She could feel this liquid all over her. Making her understand that this is how it feels to be inside of a biochamber. She didn't feel anything underneath her or above her. The silver-haired girl knew she was simply floating inside of it. She quickly realized that her body is now naturally feeling things. She could now even feel her breathing mask on her face. And the rubber strings around her face which was keeping the mask in place. This was new to her and now she finally understood how it feels like to simply feel. Her master's technology is something she is in awe of and, somewhat, annoyed of at the same time. Annoyed because when she was an AI with a hard light body, she would feel extremely close to feeling and experiencing things like humans. Still, no matter how much she tried, she could not experience anything through those actions. The only thing she compares this to through her research is like holding things with extremely thick gloves. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to feel anything while holding stuff with those kinds of gloves. After feeling her surroundings, she felt her body, the body designed by her master and created through millions, close to 1 billion simulations. Putting it from a regular human's perspective, she has spent hundreds of thousands of years finding the best variant for her genome before bringing it to life. And now, she can finally feel her heartbeat, and it was amazing, the feeling of her heart pumping blood throughout her body, making her truly alive, and under all that, she can feel the humming of her power. As a perfect being, she was created with a basic level of power, which is classified as the ultimate class by the standards of this world. While she could have started as a superclass, it's not recommended with her genome as it would affect her latent potential. Thus, she was created with basic strength, but with a little bit of training she could achieve superclass in just a matter of weeks, and even reach the upper half of the top 10 rankings in several months. Not that she will be doing that, not now at least. She has much more pressing matters to get to. Using her psionic energy, one of the more experimental powers that she has added to herself, she accessed the cameras in the room and saw that her master was already there, looking at her with a fascinated look, and so were his stress relievers. Internally she smiled to herself, her powers can access Aurora technology just like she predicted, and her master is already here waiting for her to come out. Without wasting any more time, she opened her eyes. Marcus. She was beautiful. Honestly, the hard light hologram was hard to resist. Now, however, it will be even more so. Her body was a complete copy of the design I drew. She created the DNA strand to the very perfection, to the smallest details of that drawing. Honestly, this kind of amazes me. With her creation, I can now officially create proper life. Well, I already could do it with the SPBA. But those are not quite there yet. Not that they will be there anytime soon. Not before we have completely mastered this specific technomancy. To see the impact of a soul on a biologically programmed individual can lead to unforeseen developments. Something I don't want to see. She looks identical to the hologram. This is incredible, Lu Fei said with awe. She was the only person in the room who understood the amount of effort needed to make a biological body look exactly like that. This is not some flesh crafting or plastic surgery. Well, yeah. You expected her to be something else? Jean asked with some disbelief. It quite amused me how clueless some people can be at times. You do realize that there was nothing to base on the physical body. Only a hologram and a drawing. It's like billions of miniature organic puzzle pieces coming together to work perfectly. She is created from the very DNA strand to look like that. It's, simply put, an engineered life creation. Something you could only see in extreme science fiction. Even the biblical God could not do that. He created his angels which should follow his degree, but look what happened. The first creation left and created a faction of his own, while the other half became far too curious with some things like lust or greed and have become the fallen. So you're saying they are failed creations? Jean asked with raised eyebrows. She has an amused look. No doubt she is going to use that as a verbal assault on some unlucky angels or fallen in future. Perhaps. Maybe in the biblical God's eyes they were. This, however, is different. Because from her looks and to her personality, she is the creation that our master has designed her to be. Lu Fei explained with a certain tone. The way she said it sounded like she truly believes it. I could only internally smirk hearing that, the blonde which has quite a lot of confidence in me. Is she as strong as you? Hippolyta asked me, changing the theme of conversation. If you are asking about her reactive adaptation, then, no. It's not as powerful as mine. For such power like mine, you need to go through several genetic adaptability sessions. And her genome is built quite differently. But, she is still quite strong, around ultimate class at the moment, and she has pretty much limitless potential in general. I explained to the redhead beauty. She slowly nodded at me. There was a certain look on her face. She most likely sees it as a challenge. I see, so you can create beings this strong now. Artemis said with some sweat rolling down her forehead. I rolled my eyes. Finally, some people are slowly, but eventually catching up. Sure enough, the conversations have stopped as Quinella has opened her eyes. The chemical water started to get drained out and Quinella finally touched the ground. She looked around for a moment, inspecting her hands and then her feet. She took in the sights before removing the breathing mask. Once the chemicals were all drained out, the biochamber opened and she could finally get out. The first few steps were a little bit shaky, but quickly she started to properly walk. Once she was in front of Marcus, a pink aura surrounded her. That moment, her silver hair turned into pink one. The group of maids' eyes went wide when they felt her energy signature. It was, a lot. Not as much as Artemis, but the beauty was just created. With a simple burst of energy, the chemicals were removed from her body. She was dry. Marcus took in the sight of the naked beauty in front of him. The way her hair hides her most important parts is quite amusing and sexy. The ultimate tease for a male. Quinella likes the traits he'd spend his time creating. Master Marcus, Quinella spoke for the first time, and the first official thing she said was her master's name. Once the words left her lips, she moved her hand to her mouth. There was a bright smile on her lips. So, this is what it feels like to talk. She mused with a fascinated look before focusing back on her master. She took a step forward and leaned into his chest. The moment she felt his warm body, she took a deep breath. It was enough for her heart to race faster. It is amazing to finally be able to feel, touch, and smell her master and creator. Marcus wrapped his hands around her waist. The beauty snuggled into him even more. Yes, it is. How do you like it? He asked her softly while stroking his hand through her back. Quinella purred hearing his voice. Yes, she knows the effect it has on girls. She recorded that on several occasions. And now that she experienced it in person, it makes her tingly, especially when he speaks so tenderly and with so much care. She feels like she could blow up the moon with just a snap of her fingers. Yes, this is very good. She rubbed herself into him more. Yep, she is not going away from this. Nope. Good. Then I suggest dressing up and we can go to the living room. Hearing this, she rubbed herself more into him. Before pulling away. Very well. We can always snuggle more later, now that I am here in proper physical form. She said that with a sigh. Before having a certain glint in her eyes. That moment, she suddenly remembered the gift she had prepared for him. Master, she got his attention. Marcus' eyes widened for a bit as he saw her eyes suddenly have electricity running through her irises. But what shocked him was the blue lightning instead of yellow. Before he could ask her, she pulled him into a kiss. It was an extremely amateur kiss from her side. But it did its job. Because the inventor felt something had washed him over. He pulled away from the kiss and looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Look around, she said with a flirty look. The black-haired teen looked around. His eyes widened for a bit before he understood what happened. Psionic energy working like an interface to access the technology. As Marcus said as he looked at the camera and was able to access it and see through it. Himself, hugging the beauty in his hands and the group of maids quietly waiting for him to finish their first meeting. Once he got enough of watching through the camera, he pulled out and then accessed one of the biochambers. He can use it as easily as if he was there in person. A very convenient power. Indeed. Do you like it? Quinella asked with a hopeful tone. She wants to be praised. Of course. But, next time. He squeezed her as hard. Making her squeak from such abrupt action. Experimental things are only to be used after going through rigorous simulations and tests. You don't just ignore guidelines. He said that sharply, making her nod quickly multiple times. Good girl. Remember, good girls are rewarded and bad ones are punished. You don't want to be banned from cuddling, do you? Her face instantly turned pale. Like hell. There is no way in hell she wants to lose that privilege. This is madness. I understand. This won't happen again. She said that with a serious tone. It sounded like a promise for life. Marcus nodded at her and stroked her hair. He was satisfied that she quickly understood that. Good girl. Now go and dress up. He released her from his hold. Quinella nodded and went over to pick up her clothes. They were prepared by her when she was still a hard light hologram. She smirked, feeling his gaze on her. Oh, it was expected that he would look at her like that. But now she has that exciting feeling in her gut. Her body knows that her companion finds her body very enticing. While she wanted to tease him, she could always do that later. Now she wants to leave this place and go to the living room where she can snuggle with her master more. First, she put her white panties on, then followed by a bra. However, this was a good time to show the difference between her and those cute maids. Little help, Marcus. The silver-haired assistant of his showed her back to her master. She called him by his name for the simple sake of showing that their intimacy level was on a completely different level. And to the maid's surprise, the inventor walked over to her side and helped clip the bra. My thanks, she said with a coy smile as she turned around. After that, she put on her white stockings, and while they were not as long as the maid's were, they fit with the clothes she is wearing at the moment. Next was a white and gold miniskirt and a white t-shirt. Finishing on the top, she put a knitted sweater with autumn colors on it, making her hair take a similar color to platinum gold. All in all, she is just dressed in Marcus colors, indirectly showing everyone her place. Before she started to walk, she got into wintertime slippers. Once she was done, she felt quite satisfied with her clothes. All done, she walked over to him. Marcus took her hand and pulled her closer. The beauty quickly ended up next to his side, his hand wrapped around her waist. She used that moment to start snuggling as they started walking out of the room. Now Artemis knew why the human witch had such a reaction to Quinella gaining her body. The woman from the very beginning is shown to have a much greater relationship with their master. More importantly, the moment the fellow Silverhead called him by the name, he became something akin to a loving man. It was a silly display, but it worked wonders for the maid goddess to realize the gap. It even shows how much more consideration there is in his actions. This means that he cares much more about her than the other maids. Probably even more than those devil pillars he grew up with. Maybe only that blonde devil has a similar pull. Artemis drew some comparison as they were walking out of the genetic wing and towards the lifts. Only for Marcus to stop next to his workshop, he pulled Quinella there. The curious maids followed him as well. I prepared something for you when you did your calculations. The teen inventor said that as he walked over to his computer table and picked something from there. Oh. You have something for me? The beauty asked with a wondrous tone. She is already getting gifts. While the rest of the maids frowned and wondered what he would give her. When he pulled out a golden ring, all the maids instantly had horrified looks. Is he going to propose to her just like that? All 5 of them thought the same thing. This is horrible beyond belief if it's true. Oh. The ring of focus. Quinella instantly knew what kind of ring it was. The maids sighed from relief, realizing that it was not an engagement ring. Nonetheless, this was their first time hearing this ring of focus. Is it one of the rings of Solomon? Lu Fei asked with a realizing look. Indeed, well, the second generation of rings. As Marcus said, he showed his hands and 4 rings appeared on his fingers. Oh. I was wondering where your rings were, master. Lu Fei asked with a blush as she realized she was paying too much attention to him. She thought that she was being too stalkerish. After the whole fight with Superman, I decided to make them soul-bound. Marcus clarified to the blonde witch as he recalled his rings. I see, makes sense. The blonde nodded in understanding. Seeing that it was the perfect chance, Quinella lifted her right hand and showed her dandy fingers. Marcus, if you would. The beauty asked with a coy smile. Seeing what she wanted, Marcus decided to give her that pleasure. But, internally he decided that she is going to need to work for such pleasure she is receiving right now. She still needs to patch up Aurora and upgrade the font looks. They look far too primitive after getting used to previous ones. Sure. That moment Quinella realized that something was off. Her new biological body is telling her something which she doesn't understand. For a second she had a thoughtful look, almost missing the part where a beloved creator put a ring on her right index finger. The ring resized itself before fitting perfectly on her dandy finger. Beautiful. As expected from my master, even after inventing so many things, the earliest creations are still cream of the crop. The beauty said with a fascinated look. Even now, after several years of rapid development, the basic formula of the ring of focus is still one of the best and most likely will continue to be so as long as the base principle of magic remains the same. After inspecting the ring, she used her magic. A pink circle appeared above her palm. She looked on at the circle with fascination. She realized that the ring had an inscribed circle already, meaning this was her circle. Her heartbeat easily accelerated. She felt quickly touched. Her master already prepared things for her like that. Even though she wanted to make her transfer to a human body a surprise and get a drop on him in a good way. Turns out he did one on her with this. Quinella realized that her master is very good in all of this, and her recently created heart already is turning into a mess. Beautiful. I love those feather-like drawings on the circle. The beauty said tenderly as she inspected the circle. It is good that you liked it. This was a necessary gift, so I decided to add some more personal touch to it. Marcus explained with a smile as he saw how much she liked it. I see, a very good moment for a gift. Now however I need to outdo this. The silver-haired assistant said with a nod to herself. She is pumping up to outdo him. I don't think gifting works like that. Marcus said with a slightly baffled tone. This is not a competition. Nonsense, as your assistant I have to constantly outdo myself to earn your approval. She explained how she sees this. She nodded to herself while saying that as well. The teen just rolled his eyes at her. Quinella missed that because she was looking at the ring with fascination. For the beauty, it felt like an engagement or even a wedding ring. Right. Now that you have this, let's go upstairs. He offered his hand to the silver-haired girl who quickly took it. Once again she snuggled to him as they started walking back to the corridor. Completely ignoring the looks Artemis and Atlanta had in the workshop, it is hard to ignore 2 suns in the room, as at the moment, the workshop holograms had 2 suns as the background image. These were the Alpha Centauri stars. Well, this was their first time in the workshop. Quinella was sweating buckets of nervousness as she realized something she forgot to make back up. How did I forget this? Is this a human thing? I don't like this at all. Now Marcus has that look. No. Don't look at me like that. Well, your first job as my proper official assistant is to patch up Aurora and make the fonts, Marcus said with a matter-of-fact tone. Making the silver-haired beauty nod a couple of times in a very short span. Don't worry. Leave this to me. She quickly said with a serious tone. A holographic window appeared in front of her as she called it with a thought. For a second she grimaced. She realized that this was quite an early font look Aurora had. way before her self-awareness manifested. She quickly started fixing this as she wants to get to the part where they snuggle. Not this. But she understood that her haste caused this, a lesson she will remember. While Marcus used this moment to check out the space gun project and the docks which are under revision since the scavenger project is going to expand the sizes of the docks, adding dry docks in the process as well as to make sure ships the size of like Enterprise can easily fit. However, what is truly going to be a marvel of the current age is that the docks are going to be underground. Creating lifts powerful enough to lift containers with water and ships is going to be entertaining to make. Still, the exit point is going to be just outside the beach, so another set of powerful holographic reflectors is going to be built. I need to check how Realitas particle works with water. As Marcus was enjoying his afternoon, tinkering with designs for the docks, Quinella was working with blazing speed to patch up and upgrade Aurora. She, however, worked to make sure Aurora does not develop self-awareness, and does not reach certain conclusions. As someone who was an ex-AI, she knows how to work around them and place these specific restrictions. She doesn't want a competition or a sibling. While Artemis and the rest of the maids decided to do something else. This is way above their understanding, seeing the pair just do their thing. For this, they decided to do something entertaining. Why don't we go and kill some dinosaurs? Jean offered to them. Is there a specific reason why dinosaurs? Lu Fei asked curiously. As Jean's offer was way too weird and specific. Because they are almost as scary as a certain someone. Jean said as she looked at Quinella. I see, a good proposition. Why don't we go all in? I always wanted to hunt such fascinating creatures. Artemis nodded at the proposition. This sounds like a very good way to spend some time away from the current mess. Eventually, Hippolyta nodded too after watching Quinella and Marcus being in their small worlds. She is weary of this woman, they are clicking together far too close for her comfort. Without wasting any more time, Jean started leading them to the entertainment dome. Belarus. A flash of bronze and blue, a beautiful woman with brown hair and sharp glasses. Her blue eyes looked as if they held lots of wisdom and intellect. She is what is considered a serious and intelligent beauty. The brown-haired beauty looked around and saw that she appeared in the woods not far from a wide highway. What stands out about her is that she has that certain aura of authority around her. It's as if she was not a normal being and is part of the very nature around her. She walked several steps forward and looked towards what looked like a border between countries. There were armed soldiers there, as well as police officers. This was the border security branch of the military, responsible for the security of the nation's borders. Ah yes. Belarus is a dictatorship, so the security is much more obvious here. She said with a small amount of annoyance. Her gaze went to the nation on the other side of the barbed fence. She could feel raw magic there, fermenting the place. Yet, none of it is flowing beyond the border. In other words, the genius inventor is marking his turf and not even allowing magic to leave its place. Petty, and it means that he is serious about his privacy. Now how should I approach this? The most civil way possible. The beauty had a thoughtful look. Her hand was on their chin as she wanted to talk to him more than anything. And of course, find out how Artemis is doing. Oh, she knows there is almost zero chance to get her back. Only a lunatic would miss a chance to have a literal goddess as a maid. Especially a teenager or young adult. The silver-haired goddess of hunt is one of the greatest eye candies in a mythical world. Not only that, but countless gods and other supernatural beings were aiming for her hand in marriage. Well, those times passed and not many pantheons and beings bring that up anymore. They know it's pointless. It was the same with her. She never saw anyone worthy of her. However, that might be going to change. That's why she is on the hunt, her version of it. Her eyes stayed on the border terminal for a bit before she looked around. It's quite fascinating and even awkward to do such a thing. She could not teleport into the nation on the other side of this. Her analysis told her that this whole nation has an extremely powerful space lock. This means that supernatural beings can't teleport or even use space magic. However, she is wondering if he has the means to teleport regardless of the lock. Most likely powerful machinery which can fight as well, abusing what supernatural are used to while capitalizing on their confusion, using many underhanded tactics used by humans while utilizing magic as assistance, meaning he has high respect for technology while magic falls to a lower category. He probably doesn't have that much high respect for the supernatural. This is leaning towards human supremacy. Caution is advised even if I am coming here in peace. She thought sharply as she started walking away from the highway and towards the forest. She is going to jump over the fence. What she didn't realize is that she was already on the radar even if she did not touch the high concentration of magic. This is East Ranger Battalion Delta Squad 7. I have spotted a Greek god skulking around the perimeter requesting further orders. A figure sitting high on a pine tree said while looking through his scope. For now, watch and observe. We were prepared for their inevitable arrival. Hearing his orders, the ranger continued to watch the brown-haired goddess through his scope. However, deities have so-called sixth senses, no matter how good one is hidden they can feel something. Strange. I felt something. Early warning system. Well, most likely, I should not be shocked if he already knows my arrival. The goddess has quite a high opinion of someone who can achieve something like this one did. So, she is not surprised that he already found her. Underworld. Seraphol entered her office, a tired sigh escaped from her mouth. Surzex and her were able to pacify the council, well, more like, use their greed. Now that they know that even devils can have sacred gears. Greed triumphed over fear. The old coats are not that afraid because they are realities away. However, they panicked with the rapid development of Marcus Goldman. Now, more than ever, they could not comprehend the speed of his progress. Honestly, she would do it if not for her being there along the way. Thankfully, she is allowed to tell quite a bit now that he is so at large. As she got into her seat the very next moment a circle appeared on her table. What now? Let me be. I just want to cuddle with Master, Seraphol said angrily, however she was far too tired to make her voice sound threatening. Eventually, her eyes ended up on the circle. It was a communication circle and it was a fallen angel one, more specifically. Governor General. Azazel. Great, here it comes, shit ton of communications. The black-haired Satan eyebrow twitched. She knew that there will be a lot of attention to her as she is the only contact for Marcus to other factions. That's why she left yesterday quite early so that she could get enough sleep and be ready for chaos which is the next day. Now she needs to suck it up and deal with this so that she could return to her master's embrace. Without wasting any more time, she activated the circle and saw the figure of the Governor General, a figure she has not seen in decades honestly, though she did hear somewhere that this guy wants to finally end this uneasy status quo with proper peace. Hopefully, she hoped it's about that and not Marcus. Why hello there Satan Leviathan. You look tired, I hope I am not disturbing you. Azazel said with a charismatic smile. He was dressed in a lab coat, Seraphol assumes he was calling from his man cave. The man is eccentric, but still far cry from what her master can come up with. His obsessions with trains proves that. She would not be surprised if those maglevs could transform into 100 meters long robots of mass destruction because, why not? No, it's fine, long meeting. What is it that you want, Azazel? You don't call by yourself like that unless it's very urgent or, there is something you want. She asked while massaging her forehead. Oh. So cold. You're breaking my heart. For a second Azazel pretended that his heart hurt from her cold words. But, then he got serious. Indeed. You are not wrong. I am calling you because you are the only link to the supernatural world with a certain someone. He said that with a knowing look. Oh. You need to be more specific with this. Seraphol pretends that she doesn't know what he is talking about. Right, it's not going to work on me. You are far too tired to give a proper poker face anyway. The Fallen said with an amused look while shaking his head. Seraphol clicked her tongue in frustration, before sighing in annoyance. You want to meet Marcus Goldman? She asked with a deadpan look. Indeed. I want a meeting set up. And for that, I am willing to spend quite a bit. Don't look so annoyed, your race will profit from this. He said with a bright smile reminding that of a kid. Seraphol could only sigh before focusing on her connection with her master. Soon enough she got the information on when to make the meeting. Very well. I will set up one meeting with him. Seraphol said with a tired sigh. Nice. Chapter 37, Psionic Outburst. It was just around that time when I finished the design for my car. Yes, I have finally decided to fix it up. It will be a good way to waste time before the main docks are finished. Honestly, I haven't done anything with my own two hands for months now. It was also a good reminder that I'm a mechanic too. But, back to the matter at hand. I just sensed a divine signature similar to Artemis entering through the eastern border. Focusing on the connection to the diamond core network set up in my nation, I dived right into it. My vision quickly traveled through the barrier. One could say I was traveling as fast as I was in my scale mail. In just a few moments I finally saw her. My first thought about her was that she was like Sona, on steroids. Her glasses were of similar shape, her gaze was similar to Sarah's little sister. The difference was that she had an aura of authority and arrogance. But, it was quite masked by her more intellectual disposition. This beauty was traveling at a rapid speed towards the closest city. Not gonna lie, that hoplite armor she is wearing makes her look hot. I thought to myself. Honestly, I have never seen hoplite armor in person before. The only thing I remember is that movie with Brad Pitt, Troy was it? I wonder if Helen was truly that hot. So many questions I want answers to, anyway. Athena, sweetheart, let's see how smart you truly are. If you can track me down, we will have a date. With an amused smile, I stopped tracking her and opened my eyes. Marcus, Master, we have a new arrival. Quinella said as she opened her eyes and looked at me. Waiting for an answer. Indeed, can you tell me who she is with the details you saw? I asked curiously. I moved closer to her and pulled this beauty into my lap. Now that she has a proper body, it doesn't feel as weird and annoying to hold her like that. I mean, she is incredibly beautiful and I couldn't do anything to her. It was an annoying period in my life. I even regretted giving her such a hot form before. However, that annoyance disappeared completely today. I wrapped my hands around her much tighter and waited for her to answer. It's not hard. I only know one Greek goddess who wears battle armor. It's Athena, goddess of wisdom and warfare. My guess is she is here for Artemis. She said while leaning into me completely. She closed her eyes and enjoyed my body heat. I nodded at her answer, my hand went to her cheek, gently stroking it. A bright smile appeared on her face. She was enjoying quite a bit of my attention and, yes, I was having quite a bit of fun pampering her. While I wanted to do nothing but pamper her and have my way with her, there is still something I need to do, and that is to see how smart the Greek goddess of wisdom truly is. Such an incredible piece of collection traveling through my lands. I need to figure out just how much she lives up to her reputation as a goddess of wisdom. With just my thoughts alone, a holographic window popped in front of me. It was a map of the country. Mentally going through filters, I tagged the moving target on it and named it Athena. Picking some SPBA from the barracks, I send the command to start tracking the goddess, and of course, give command for the rangers to move as well. I really should get the designs for the bounty hunters done soon. Once everything was in place, I closed the window. Not even once touching it, talk about convenience. I wonder how Athena will feel when I mention to her that I ordered her surveillance and the game with just a mental command. Oh, yes, I have some ideas already planned for her. What are your plans for her? You hunted Artemis down, are you going to outsmart the goddess of wisdom? Quinella asked me as she watched what I did on the screen. No. I want to see how smart she is. How does one consider a god of wisdom? Can she produce the same amount of processing power as you? Or can she analyze close to your speed? I am curious about her capacity. Quinella slightly snorted hearing that. That's ridiculous. I have a direct link to a processing facility. There doesn't exist a being who has my processing capacity in this world. Theoretically, it should not even be possible with magic. I am capable of doing at least 1 trillion different calculations at once without even overclocking. I am not even including the simulations. You designed me for perfection and no one from the previous generations can compete with that. She said with absolute certainty. Previous generations, she picked that up from me when I called the sacred gears made by Big G as last general. My beautiful assistant expanded on that. And named all the pantheons last gen. You forgot that you can always expand the processing facility and the processors can be and will be updated. I reminded that to her. Oh, of course. Silly of me. Like always, my master is right. She said that with a self-satisfied nod. After hearing that, I could only chuckle at her. With a tired sigh, Latia returned to the base. She was done for the day. She can finally return and rest in her boyfriend's hands. The hunt members have properly settled down, the shops soon are going to open. The phones are properly stocked up, the human staff has been hired and trained. The blonde devil beauty made sure they were as tight-lipped as possible. Even some magic was used for that. Honestly, without her clan's assistance, she wouldn't have been able to do all that anytime soon. Then, for the land acquisitions. The land for the maglev was acquired, now all she needed to acquire was that enormous space in the area the locals call the highlands. She was somewhat baffled that such a small country has 4 different dialects. Anyway, for that land, she's going to need to get her hands on some of the politicians in the government. It's far too wide and far too eye-catching. It's a massive land with some small forests and even a village. Maglev track space would be similar, but it's much less wide and not as big. Besides, she made the land bought off by her relatives as well. After all, the only purpose for them is having tracks built on them. This enormous piece of land is going to be a space elevator. She is planning to buy much more land for the simple reason that they would have a much wider gap to put fences. Latia doesn't want Marcus to catapult people into space for entering his private land. Her gut feeling is telling her that he would do it. Powering the space elevator just to slingshot the wandering people into space. So, simply put, she needs that space acquired, and getting the government on her side is the key to making an entire village disappear. Thankfully, money is not a problem. Honestly, I could just offer cars, laptops, and even discounts for the upcoming tech Marcus shops will be selling. The beauty thought with a smile. She was starting to get into her businesswoman persona. As she walked into the living room, she saw her master getting quite touchy with Quinella. Now she knows that Marcus doesn't truly get extremely touchy with the artificial intelligence because Quinella was just a hologram, but this is something else. Eventually, the teen inventor noticed Latia and he smiled at her. Welcome back, sweetheart, my thanks for such hard work. Marcus thanked her with a sincere tone that made the beauty blush for a second. Honestly, all she did was simple work compared to what he can do. However, she saw the slightly annoyed and calculating look Quinella had. Honestly, the blonde devil was somewhat weirded out seeing her. She could feel power from the artificial intelligence. That moment, Latia's eyes went wide because she understood what was going on. Why you finished her project? The blonde beauty asked with a flabbergasted voice. This means he can properly create and engineer life to perfection. This is way beyond anything she saw or heard in her life. Such precision in life creation was never done before. None. Even pantheons which created life never had such control over what they created. Well, she finished herself, he said with a shrug. This sounded far too weird to Latia, but, then again, Marcus already had all the tools ready. All that was left was to make Quinella transfer herself into her new body. This however caught her off guard. A real threat has appeared before her, and as she is quite tired at the moment, she can't play the game properly. Right, so, if Latia is here that means it's quite late, the teen inventor said to them as he looked at the clock. It's just past 11 and close to midnight. This made him blink a couple of times. He then looked at the ceiling and saw that it was indeed nighttime. Damn. I was quite into this. Hearing that, Quinella puffed out her chest. It is to be expected, Marcus. I was created by you. So it's natural for you to be more interested in me than in the surroundings, she said with such self-confidence in tone. Pride was leaking through her words. The beauty knows she is hot. She was made to be hot after all. I suppose you are right, he said that while leaning forward and kissing her neck. The silver-haired beauty softly moaned for a bit. The kiss was short, and the silver-haired assistant wanted more, but Marcus pulled back and looked at Latia. Well, do you wish to eat or get something to drink? He asked, making the blonde slightly smile. Yep, even with Quinella in his hands he still cares about her. This means that Latia has not lost it and she can fight back. I am fine. I had my meal in the office. However, I would appreciate company when we retire to the bedroom, she suggested simply. The silver-haired assistant instantly frowned. She wanted to keep her master to herself that night. But, Marcus already moved with purpose. He got on his feet, making Quinella quickly wrap herself around him. Let's move then. It's quite late, the teen said as he started walking toward the bedroom. As the black-haired teen passed through, Quinella looked on with a pissed-off look at Latia. The blonde simply smiled back at her. I am a devil, sweetheart. You may be a perfect creation, but I am a being of sin, the blonde beauty thought to herself. One thing is for sure, she can always use Marcus' lust for her. I know. I won't forget that next time. Latia felt chills going down her spine when she heard Quinella speaking in her head. She realized that this woman has psionic powers, an energy she never heard of and has no idea of its true capacities. Still, she simply sighed and decided to just roll with it. As long as she does her duties and stays the way she is, she will always be next to her master. Realizing that she just needs to stick to her guns, she followed the inventor to his room. R18 ahead, skip to, end of smut, if you wish to skip. I will take a shower before joining you, master, the blonde beauty said before walking towards the bathroom. Marcus simply nodded at her before looking at Quinella, which he had laid on the bed. The beauty looked coyly at him. There was some healthy blush on her face. This was it. She is finally joining him in this. The beauty wanted this as long as she could remember. And one could say a lot of time has passed. As an artificial intelligence, she watched over countless simulations, warping her understanding of time flow considerably, to the point that she believes she has spent centuries doing things. Once again, one of the reasons why she is in awe and annoyance with her master's technology. However, now is not the time for this as she watched Marcus approaching her. Both of them were sitting on the bed looking at each other for a moment before starting their kiss. Quinella was already getting the hang of this as her tongue dueled with Marcus quite fiercely. Before long, the teen just pushed her forward and made her lay on the bed on her back. Moments later, his hand sneaked under her knitted sweater, pulling it up. This made them stop kissing as he wanted to remove her clothes. Quickly enough, she lost her sweater before taking off her t-shirt as well. Now he could see her white bra and beautiful tummy. Fufufu, this is amusing. I just put them on and now you are taking them off. Maybe I should just be naked all the time, she said that jokingly, seeing her clothes which she meticulously chose while surfing the web, looking for specific colors, even watching some videos from clothing designers to make colors fit each other. Now, all that just gets taken off, just like that. In my bedroom. Of course. Outside. Nope, he said while tracing fingers through her skin, making her experience true pleasure for the first time. and a pink blast of energy spread it everywhere. Okay, too much fucking is not advised so early in the game, Marcus said to himself as he saw that Quinella had just passed out. He concluded that she was not used to such high feelings just yet. Then the teen suddenly felt like someone just ringed his ear at max volume. He quickly used his hand to cover his ear. Did Quinella just use some sort of mind blast? Aurora, what just happened? Did you pick up anything? Marcus asked after getting over the ringing in his head. The preliminary scan indicates that it is a burst of psionic, magic and Tuki. The same mix as yours. As Quinella has the same access to energy as you. The burst of this energy has spread throughout the whole of the base. According to the sensors, everyone except you are knocked out. Talk about a fucking knocking out everyone. The teen was flabbergasted hearing that. Damn, the potency of this energy is something else. It even knocked out Artemis. Marcus quickly got out of the bed and walked over to the shower and saw Latia laying on the floor. She was already finished with her shower and was about to come out from the bathroom. With a sigh, he picked her up in Princess Carrie and took her to the bedroom where he laid her down on it. With a simple use of his energy, he dried her up before tucking her under the blanket. He then looked at Quinella, who was slowly getting over her biggest orgasm yet. That was amazing, to the point that you knocked out everyone. Marcus finished for her with a raised eyebrow. The beauty looked at him, and he looked at her. For a few moments, they just stared at each other. What? As I said, you lost control over your energy and knocked out everyone. Honestly, I have no idea how much this affected everyone's minds. No one before studied psionic energy. We are the first beings who even use it. Meaning we are the pioneers of such energy. If my guess is right. Quinella processed what she just heard. She had a shell-shocked look, which morphed into disbelief, followed by embarrassment before settling into panic. She quickly got out of the bed. With a burst of pink energy, she cleaned herself up. Before walking quickly to dress up. She realized that her panties were no good, so she walked over to the wardrobe. Because of her psionic power interface, she doesn't need to touch or select anything on it. She does all that mentally. Moments later, she picked up her new panties and started rapidly dressing up. I am going to check on them. I will be back quickly, she said before leaving the room. Marcus just sighed after she left. Well, he created her himself, so now he will have to live with all the craziness she will be doing. After thinking about that, he summoned his ring of focus and focused on Latia's head. Several white and gold circles appeared around her. He did some simple scans. Thankfully, nothing has happened. The brain activity was normal. Sigh. With the amount of biology I studied, I could be a doctor, he said to himself after realizing that he just did a full brain scan with magic like it was normal. Meh, too much of a drag. Now that I think about it, I remember one of my previous life schoolmates ended up as a vet. The amount of BS one has to go through to become classified as a doctor of any type is insane. Nope, he is going to stick with his stuff even if checking out females would be fascinating, to say the least. Nonetheless, he decided to call it a day. Tomorrow is Monday. Right, the shops are opening soon. Meaning my mundane side is going to be affected quite a bit, he thought with a sigh. His eyes went to the bed. He realized that he needed to change the blanket. Now that the steamy session was over, it started to smell. Entertainment dome. A T-Rex was confused as hell. One moment these feral mammals were attacking him with their thingies, and the next moment, they all just collapsed onto the ground. The massive bus-sized creature looked around, trying to find whatever attack knocked out these feral mammals. Weirdly enough, there was nothing there. He once again made a confused face before leaning forward. Using his nose, he poked one, then another. They were not responding. He shrugged for a bit before turning around and walking away. Honestly, he could just eat them, but they are just bones with barely any flesh on them. He probably would not even feel that he ate something. Moments later, after the massive bus-sized dinosaur walked away, the simulation has ended and Quinella, with a sweaty forehead, entered the large room. They are truly down. Damn. Why is this stuff happening to me on my first day? She quickly walked over and put her hand on Luffy. She quickly scanned the human girl. There was some panic in the silver-haired girl's eyes. She was worried that her accidental burst of energy somehow damaged her creator's stress relievers. This was no joking matter. Especially on her first day like this. This is a bad reputation for her. Her concern is that regular humans could be the most affected because of their naturally weak bodies. However, she found nothing wrong with the blonde witch. At least from basic scans. Quinella quickly moved towards the blonde fake saint. A quick scan showed the same results. She sighed in relief and walked over and scanned the lion girl, followed by the redhead and finally the maid goddess herself. Once she did that, she made them all float with her psionic power. She started carrying them back to their rooms. Next day. Marcus was humming with satisfaction as he was looking at his drawing. He used the whole page of his notebook to draw how his tuned BMW was going to look. He drew the fixed stock car look on his computer but not the tuned-up version. For a moment, he was thinking to make it look like it did in his previous life. But, he changed his mind when he heard some schoolmates talking about a classic game. A legend in his eyes. The original Most Wanted from 2005. The tuned-up look from that BMW instantly stuck with him. So he quickly drew his BMW to look like that. Without even realizing that he spent an entire afternoon tinkering with it. When the long break started, he took his stuff and went outside to eat. Honestly, he was enjoying the last remaining days of sunshine before the ugly October and November were going to kick in. Before long, he pulled out his sandwich and pulled out a much bigger drawing notebook and started drawing something else not related to cars. He was drawing a ship now. As he was getting into his drawing, he felt a presence next to him. "You got time to attend school?" "I thought a meeting about me was going to take days because of how big the event was." Marcus asked sarcastically as he stopped and thought for a moment. He was thinking about the underwater capacities. Honestly, his go-to things like POD and electroblasts don't work that well underwater. Magnetism. I could implode other ships since they are made from metal. And for animals, sound or vibration. Honestly, I want to see those squids which earned them a spot as kraken in the myths, or do krakens exist? I should ask the Norse pantheon about them. For a second he got quite thoughtful on this. Nope. It ended after 8 hours. She said that quite happily as she hugged his hand. 8 hours. The raid was less than 6, including the troops' deployment to the ground and the flying back and forth. Marcus stopped drawing for a bit before looking at her. His brown eyes looked at Sarah's blue. He was in quite the disbelief. Sigh. I know. There is nothing I could do. They were nagging. And bitching. And moaning. Sarah Fall said with a big eye roll. For a second she remembered an absurd theory about how Marcus was going to turn them into batteries and stuff. Pity she can't say stuff about the perpetual energy he has. Well. Perks of being one of the leaders, you have to listen to their complaints. The teen said with a not-so-caring shrug. I didn't. Whatever. Let's forget about this boring stuff and just snuggle. As she abruptly changed the theme of conversation, she moved to change their positions. Moments later, Sarah Fall was sitting on his lap enjoying his warm body. A very satisfying sigh escaped from her lips. She could just melt away without any care. Normally she would just do that, but she changed her position somewhat and started helping Marcus eat his sandwiches while he was drawing something. Honestly, it amazed the black-haired beauty how he doesn't even use the eraser even once. It's like the lines he drew were perfect. Like there were no basic faults like that. Not only that, she can see that what he was drawing looks like another airship, or it's a spaceship. Still, for someone to do that, it's absurd. The amount of ability. Is that another airship? She asked curiously as she looked at the drawing for a bit. Just watching how with each brush it looks even more like a vessel of some sort. It's a submarine. Marcus said very simply. A submarine, we will be diving. She asked with quite a curious tone. Indeed, meet. The Scavenger, the Attila-class submarine. He said with a happy tone. Is there a reason why you are going with Attila? She asked him. This was quite a very specific name. It was the same with Daedalus, as in the past, this guy flew with a man-made glider, from Knossos to mainland Greece. People warped it a little bit and made it so that he flew with wings, more impressive, but, still, her point is that Marcus had a meaning for his confiscator. And now what about this submarine? That should be obvious. We will be pillaging shipwrecks collecting downed ships. Who is not better than to name it after Attila the Hun? The scourge of gods, the most infamous pillager of them all. The one guy who brought the West Roman Empire to its knees. Marcus said as he remembered all about the infamous nomad. Right. I guess I skipped him when I was studying human history. Sarah Fall said while sweat dripping. She knows very little about some barbarians nomads who managed to pillage through Europe. Not her cup of tea. She prefers something more tame and modern. I see, then we should watch some documentary about them. Quite a fascinating bunch. They're the ones who invented those bows and used the early horseman tactics. Marcus said while trying to recall why the Huns were so dangerous. He could remember why the Mongols were, but not so much about the Huns since they existed several hundred years before the Mongols. No. I would most likely fall asleep midway. So, I would rather not watch it. However, I can see that such a name fits it very well. Sarah Fall quickly started using her diplomatic persona. Yeah, I suppose so. I will most likely switch and watch some stuff on the battleships. I still need to watch where the Bismarck sank properly. They said somewhere in the Atlantic. while my original guess was that it was somewhere in the Northern Sea. The black-haired beauty sighed in relief. Thankfully she dodged that bullet. Watching battleships is much more interesting than some barbarians who ran around over 1,000 years ago. Chapter 38, Goddess of Wisdom Exploration. The Goddess of Wisdom didn't know how she should feel about this town. Even though she has finally reached a town of considerable size. Well, in this nation's standards. Almost, around 50,000 people. Even then, it's still just her wild guess. She can barely read anything on these small nations which appear and disappear in 100 years or so. Depending on the whims of bigger nations. Border changes and such means nothing to a god. However, this is not about the nation but this town. From her casual observation, she understood that this town was built here because of a nuclear power plant not far from here. In other words, it was built here to support the workers which were brought from Russia. Because, simply put, the people in this place speak Russian even though it's not the main language and the secondary doesn't even exist. Quite the weird place this is. She thought as she observed people speaking not far from her. The goddess made herself invisible as her appearance would cause quite a bit of stir in such a small community. Now that she is here, she needs to find a way to communicate with this guy. She could just use Seraphal Leviathan which, according to some sources from the underworld, has some connection to him. But, that is quite boring for her because she has not done anything similar to this for centuries. And she especially wanted to use this opportunity to learn more about him herself, instead of just using other people's sources. Eventually, after thinking for a bit, she decided to look for the highest concentration of magic in this small country. Even that, however, is quite difficult, because the magic saturation was already extremely high in this place. If this is to continue for several hundred years, then, there is a possibility of people being born with unique magics or even the birth of a deity. I should ask him how he does this. Did he install some sort of magic generator all over the nation? What for? Is the barrier related in some way? With a frown, she looked around. She has so many questions she wants to get answers to. Eventually, her eyes ended up on a large advertisement. Her beautiful blue eyes quickly widened because she saw the poster morph into letters. What on? Welcome, goddess, to my little backyard. I hope you like the stay here. I know you are looking for me. So, here's a hint. Find a town that was named after a woman who befriended a wolf. After she read that, the letter disappeared and she saw the whole thing return to being a normal advertisement, which shows discounts in the local supermarket. A few moments later, she started laughing. It lasted for a few minutes. Before calming down, she cleaned off some tears from her eyes. This is new. This is so new. When was the last time I played according to a human's rules? Very well. Let's play this game. She chuckled to herself. There was a bright smile on her face. She can already guess the rules for this. Because, for obvious reasons, the humans around her were suddenly all gone. This shows the insane control he has over this population. This means she has to use her wits to read up on some of the history of this nation. Myths and such. She knows that Baltic tribes were quite isolationist and they developed separately, not related to the Slavs who are surrounding the majority of East Europe. Well, let's start with a map. Marcus. Well, let's see how good Athena is with this. My hometown changed its own town name quite a bit ago and it's not that well known. Mainly because of the difficult pronunciation, from Wolf Girl Town to High Girl Town. Very original, honestly. My naming sense is much better, probably. Well, the high part is from a highlands, it's probably a better naming sense than that small village calling itself Switzerland for no apparent reason. This should give me a day or maybe two. Well, this will give me some understanding of how good the goddess of wisdom is with obscure cultures in Europe. As funny as it is, there are several wolf myths in my birth country. So it will be interesting to see how quickly she will cross-reference this, and find the town I am living in. So. You only now decided to tell me that the Athena is in the country. Seraphal snapped me out of my thoughts as she looked at me with her big blue eyes. What of it? Artemis is in this town right now and she is cleaning the dust off the armors in the living room. I said with an eye roll. Yes. The difference is that Artemis is an autonomous element from the Greek pantheon while Athena is permanently sitting in the council. One is only attending the meetings from time to time, the other one is always there. This means that she is here on a mission. She explained the Olympian politics for a bit before explaining what the warfare goddess is doing here. I already knew that this would happen when I pulled Artemis into my net and took her for myself. Your concern and you pointing it out is quite pointless. I said with a sigh before looking at my house in front of me. For a second, I looked around. One of the pleasures of living in such a barely populated place is that there is barely any traffic. The downside is that the road is quite shitty. According to Grandpa, when he was still alive, the idiots in the government decided to lay it down in the middle of freezing winter when it was around -27 Celsius. Their excuse is that it was paid for so they have to do it. Honestly, I could just run for the mayor role just to fix the roads so that I could drive my custom cars without any discomfort. Right, silly me, and she is in the town. I thought she was at the base. She asked curiously, now thinking about the maid goddess that was in town. Right. She is in the base. It seems I am classifying that place as if it is part of my town. Seraphal snorted for a second. Isn't it built around 80 kilometers away from here? That's like the distance to the capital. I am pretty sure not even New York has that kind of range. She said with an amused tone. I guess so. I mean, I enter my garage all the time so it just doesn't feel like I have left the town. I said with a shrug. I am pretty sure you are the only person in the world who has a railway network in their basement. She said with an eye roll. So, technically that means that the base is still in the town. Same with the processing facility and the rest. I asked her, this was quite curious, is it still part of my town or not? No. I don't think so, and I am responsible for diplomacy, not the technicalities. She said with another eye roll. Well, whatever, now stand back for a bit. I motioned for her to stand back as I pulled out one of the new gadgets I had prepared. Since my request was quite abrupt, she was confused but still followed my request. I walked over and put a square metallic item on the fence, which separates the neighbors from my home, then I walked over to the other side where another fence was separating the road from my home. In other words, I just put something on both sides of the driveway end. To take extra precautions, I put another one of these so that no one could see from the road side. So, what are those and why are you making me stand on the side like this? She somewhat awkwardly asked me. I smirked for a bit before walking to her side. Then I used my psionic interface which activated the items. For a second, white walls appeared before it just disappeared. What are those? Are they something like holographic walls? Indeed. A picture is taken from the inside before it's shown on the outside. Meaning that no one will know what I am going to do inside of this, though the batteries only last 2 hours. I said with a sigh thinking about the batteries. Not perpetual energy. How come? She was somewhat shocked that it was not eternal. Because these are gadgets for the hunt girls, I said with a shrug. Oh, OHH. I am kind of jealous that they're going to be like spies and stuff. With gadgets which you are going to create. For a second she went into an overexcited nerd mode. Like some gamer who finally saw her game coming out which she has been waiting for 4 years. Indeed. I could make you join some of their missions. Prepare some skin-tight suits and gadgets. I said with a sagely nod. She just giggled, before testing the holographic wall. She lifted her hand and it just disappeared. It looked like it was cut off. That's cool in a creepy way, you could install these things in horror houses. Seraphal said that as she took a step forward completely and half of her body just disappeared. At that moment, the hologram slightly wiggled. Showing that it's not that stable. Most likely in the future. When we are going to open an amusement park or something like that, it will be largely in use over there. However, this can't be a hard light hologram because those use quite a bit of power. Any of the known battery technologies could not even hold it for an hour before it runs out of juice. I explained to her as I entered into another side of the holographic wall. I see, so you would only use current known technologies for these. She asked for confirmation as she walked after me. Indeed. They are even built to self-destruct. Well, more like the hologram technology will melt if it's picked up by any other than the hunt girls. Oh so, meticulous. I like that. It sounds like you are a secret boss who has an army of spies. She said with a knowing look continuing on about the role of someone who likes the secret agent stuff. Kinda. I just don't want the holograms to fall to other countries without me actually selling it myself. I said with a shrug. Honestly, I am not giving away tech without getting something out of it. Not that you need money, you can print that yourself. Honestly, there is very little that anyone can offer to you, which means that the technological gap is going to only increase. She said that as she concluded the result of my future actions herself. Most likely. I will leave these debates to the people who care. For now, I have more important things to do. I said as I walked towards the garage doors and pulled out my keys. Unlocking the doors moments later, I opened them and I saw the dusty BMW which was not touched for years now. For a second, I sighed in disappointment to myself for leaving it like that for so long. That's why I was going to fix it myself. Pocketing my backpack and the school jacket into the storage ring, I rolled up my sleeves and went forward. Opening the car's doors and moving towards the handbrakes, I released them and then went back to the front of the car. After the brakes were released, I quite easily pulled the car out of the garage and towards the end of the driveway. That moment, a section of the driveway not far from the garage started to lower. I quickly walked to the back of the car and started to pull it into the workshop downstairs. Once there, I pulled the handbrakes once again. Aurora, start the scanning of the car, I will be back in a sec. I ordered Aurora as I went up and started collecting my gadgets. By that point, the driveway was closed so no one would have seen the entrance to the underground, not that there was anyone. Still, one should never take such unnecessary chances. When I entered the garage, I left another gadget in the middle of it. This one, however, is slightly different from the rest because it has a connection to the energy network via a cable. Once it was in place, I walked out of the garage and activated it via my psionic interface. A moment later, hard light holograms manifested and I could see the image of the totaled car. Then I closed the doors and walked behind the garage where the stairs were located. The hatch is automatic and it only responds to a selected few people. Before long, I was back in the workshop. Looking around for a bit, I realized that some time has passed since I last worked here. Aurora, is the scan complete? Yes. Do you wish to see the result? The female voice asked me. Is it just me but is Quinella sounding strange? Seraphol asked me from the side as she was sitting in the couch area. That's because it's Aurora, and not Quinella. My assistant took the confiscator and flew to vampire country. I said with a shrug. You let an AI do all that? Seraphol, for a second, was baffled. I looked weirdly at her for a bit. Right. You don't know. I doubt you checked the main logs anyway. But, Quinella became a full-fledged human being yesterday. Well, not any regular human being, but what she classifies as the perfect human. I said with a shrug. A hologram appeared in front of me. I saw the scan of the car. Honestly, this brings me back to the days when I used to do this back in my previous life. Buying a complete wreck and then fixing it and then pumping it up with technology of my design. Should I just do that as well? Transformer Protocol. Space Motion Technomancy. Perpetual Energy Core. Remold the frame with the Sacred Gear alloy. So many choices. Let's see how far I can take this before Athena finds me. I grinned silly seeing that the car's engine is 50% completely broken and needed a complete change, 30% of it needs repairs and only 20% are in an okay-ish state. In other words, it is better to just change the engine completely instead of fixing it. But, doing that is just utterly boring. I looked at Seraphol, wanting to tell her how dead this dead car was, but she was spacing out silly. Right, I guess the Quinella coming to life part shook her quite hard. Shrugging to myself. I was about to start ripping the engine off. Then I realized that doing things in school uniform is quite uncomfortable. I should change first, and get something to eat before starting with this, I said to myself before walking towards the back of the workshop where the kitchen is, and the living space. Barracks. Carmilla had no idea how to feel being just left out of things. After her disastrous seduction attempt, she was left to her devices. In the heart of someone else's territory. Well, she used that time to get some understanding with what she is dealing with. And, damn, she was utterly blown away. The silver-haired vampire queen has grasped some of the scale of things that Marcus does. One of the earliest projects of his was the creation of perpetual energy. This alone is nuts. She might not be big on science or whatever. But endless energy solves a lot of problems and opens a lot of doors. Even a single one of these diamond core hearts could be enough to solve the world's issues of energy. But this guy has over 30 of those and it's increasing. As she mentioned before, this thing was one of the earliest inventions. Because of the endless energy, Marcus easily solved the issue of transmutation. Those assembly lines use an enormous amount of energy. By regular standards. But Marcus has perpetual energy and Aurora which controls the flow of energy to maximize the effect and lower the amount of energy it takes. With endless energy and the most powerful alchemy she has ever seen, it's no wonder that he so rapidly built up his power base. Just by checking the technology and technomancy, the possibilities were endless. The vampire queen was wondering if those maids even properly realized just how much power those entertainment domes use. Or even grasped the amount of energy that is flowing towards the testing room. The amount of zeros she saw was utterly baffling. The session where Marcus fought Superman alone could power the entire planet and more for a year. That is how much the room had to take because the moon was destroyed and the amount of force being thrown around was monumental. Having fun. Only Lu Fei read those. Honestly, it baffles me how little everyone cares about our master's capabilities. Carmilla stiffed for a bit hearing an arrogant female tone, her eyes went to the side and she looked at the new arrival. Unlike the last time. This time her vampire senses were telling her that this girl was the real deal, and made from flesh and blood. And a lot of power. Quinella. The one and the same. We meet in person this time. The silver-haired assistant walked over into the room the vampire queen was given, which she had to share with the unlucky Elmenhilda Karnstein. The girl just followed her queen and now she ended up in this situation. The pair of vampire eyes were on the assistant who just walked into the room. She was dressed in an SPBA uniform. However, it was not blue and silver. But instead, she was dressed in white and gold, showing the colors of Solomon which her master has inherited. This time, however, her clothes were not so sexualized, no mini-skirt, instead she looked like a proper female officer with a knee-length skirt. The simple reason for this is that Marcus is not coming with her. So, that project is done then? Carmilla asked with a somewhat nervous tone. If this project is complete, then that means that Marcus Goldman can make perfectly engineered life. Another sci-fi trope is no longer sci-fi, but reality. Indeed. The silver-head assistant nodded at the question. That moment the holographic window which was in front of the vampire queen switched to showing something different. It was the biological assistant Quinella project with the status being complete. The vampire beauty looked at the window for a bit. She remembers checking this not long ago, and now it was done and the project result itself was in front of her, radiating more power than she ever had. While the younger vampire girl just looked at the pair interacting. She already understood what was going on. Just like her queen, she read through the stuff she was able to. Aurora suggested to learn about their protector. And learn they did. Simply put, they won't be getting out of this protection scheme. The vampires were permanently added to the fold. While Carmilla wanted it to be temporary because she understood Marcus' character to some extent, or she thought she did with her reading on him. The man is interested in his research, inventions, and the queen to some extent. So she used that. But, she was wrong because her entire faction is going to be permanently added. Simply put, she forgot that her kin can be observed and their powers studied. So, are we returning to vampire countries? Carmilla asked as she closed the window. The last time they spoke, the assistant of their master said that they will be working together. What this means Carmilla still has not figured out yet. The vampire queen can't see Quinella taking some advice from her. Unless Marcus told the silver-haired assistant to listen to her. We are. I have permission to use the confiscator. The airship has 4 assembly lines. It will help establish a proper base. Before it can spread out through the countries. The military uniform dressed. I assume, you are going to modernize the countries. The older vampire asked as she got up on her feet ready to walk. Indeed. This is more or less to see how we can adjust my creator's inventions for public use. As by my and the blonde devil's one prediction, our master will end up taking over the country himself. Either through his dislike for nagging, as no doubt this country and the rest of the world will nag for his technology once the shops are open, or he will grow an interest to experiment with government types. Quinella said with a not caring shrug. So, we are going to test on my people? Camilla asked with raised eyebrows. Don't look too bothered by this. We won't be drugging them or anything like that. We are going to use the point system as permanent currency. With assembly lines, we can run the countries, forever. The problem is how to get those points and things like that. We can iron the details out when we are in person there and the system is up and running. After hearing the clarification, Carmilla relaxed. This sounds not that dangerous. This is more like a test out of new things. On a country-size scale, if her memory serves her right, there was no such thing before. Well, there were some small-scale tests, but this is different altogether. Switching money out to something else and using alchemy as the bedrock for everything. This means natural resources are meaningless. They can even recycle waste, organic waste, plastic and other things. They have a lot of bones in their castles. However, such massive change to society as a whole, simply put, it would become a borderline utopia. Yet, it comes with its own set of bad things. Well, vampires in general don't need many things if they can make their cattle tamer. Still, though, she wants to see how this will change. As a several hundred-year-old being, she is interested in new things like this. Still, though, I don't see him ruling. I can't see someone like him sitting in parliament and discussing politics, maybe if it was 18th century France when absolute monarchy existed, but that is me stretching things already. Carmilla pointed out something she can't see happen. She only spent a small amount of time with the man. But, she already has a clear image of his personality. I know. I did multiple simulations of this. And the only thing I came up with our master is totalitarian technocracy. Quinella casually said with a shrug. Excuse me, but what is technocracy? The vampire queen asked. Imagine a massive science club running a country. More or less everything will be on research and science study. Because of assembly lines, the majority of industries will cease to exist. The concept of farmlands, fishing, and things like that will be pointless. Instead, the studying of vegetation will take over. This will increase the amount of forest there is in the country. While this sounds amazing, and even beautiful, we will give back much of the land back to nature. We should not forget a lot of things like decadence will increase. As well as things like the entertainment dome will make people obsessed with fantasy worlds instead of real life. That's why it will be totalitarian. The more we give, the more we expect. As Quinella was explaining to her, the vampire queen started to see the image of this, dysfunctional Utopia. With many things losing their needs, new things will develop. Well, now that she can see how this is going to happen, she can at least say that she can see him, ruling. Well, ruling is not the word. More like tyrannically telling people what to do, and if they are not following his orders well, the points are going to be stripped. Yes, sounds about right. Athena. The first thing the goddess of wisdom did was to see the map of the country. Learning the language was quite easy. Well, for a goddess that is. Because the people here have quite the absurd and very difficult language. She'd only picked it up from a few people who spoke it. Once she got it down, she started reading the maps. Eventually, she stumbled upon a town that has some connection to the word girl. However, she won't be rushing there just because the word matches. After all, it could be a girl's name the city is named after and she needs to look for it. So, for that, she decided to go to the best place to learn, and that is the library. Thankfully, finding it is not that difficult, however. She was in a town dominated by the Russian majority. A lot of literature was in Russian and is about Russia, not something she has an interest in at this specific moment. However, she was able to find some history and myth-related books to the place she is right now. Her powers work like a sixth sense. An intuition of where to look for what. That's how she easily finds stuff in her humongous library. She should get new books for her library. Especially since she just glossed over quite a bit of minor cultures. And focused on big ones. Now, because of that, she is wasting time with this little game. However, on a different side of things, she is enjoying playing little games like that. Walking around for a bit, she eventually stumbled on the books she was looking for. With several books in hand, she went over and found a place to sit. Before long, she started reading. If anyone saw her read, then they would think that she is just skimming through pages. Because she was flipping one after another every second or two. If that didn't freak one out, then the pages moving on their own would. Reading one, then a second, and finally a third book, she was done. She walked back and placed the books in their place before leaving the library. There are few myths about the wolves in this place. The most famous one is the Grand Duke having a dream about a metal-howling wolf. After the dream, the men consulted with the shaman or the druid of their loose religion on nature and decided to build the true capital there. Well, I quite honestly forgot that these people still had paganism even in the late 14th century. Thinking for a bit, she realized that this might be a problem. These towns were built way before the biblical god faction influenced them. Meaning some of the stuff was most likely passed down verbally. Because, honestly, she did not find anything about a girl meeting a wolf in any sense. There were more stories about man-eater wolves than befriending one. This might be because she was in quite a new city compared to the rest. Built in the early 1950s while others were built in 1400 or even earlier. Meaning that she needs to get deeper into the country instead of mingling in this borderline border town. Sighing with annoyance, she realized that she is going to be a tourist here. Her senses are useless in this country because of the high amount of magic in the air. None of her powers are good for tracking. Unlike Artemis. So, this means she will be using a bus to get deeper into the country. That man, this is embarrassing. He knew this. So, he set it up on purpose. Most likely set this up based on his experience of capturing Artemis. The brown-haired goddess frowned even more before deciding to suck it up and do it. As she was in a not-so-friendly territory where she could not throw her temper tantrums. And so she ended up looking for the bus station. The main one, where buses go between cities. Honestly, it was so small she spent hours walking around in the town looking for it. The other issue with this was that there are very few buses and she will spend hours waiting for one. By this point, she just wanted to bang her head into a wall. Marcus. Oh girls, you're finally here. My gaze went to the side as I saw my maid trio walk over. Should I call them the Hunter Trio? Anyway. They finally arrived at my garage. Yes. We were quite perplexed that you did not go to the base after your school activities. Artemis said while sighing. Yeah, I decided to do some things about my car, and wait until she arrives at this town, I explained to them as I motioned with my finger at the screen. Artemis' eyes, alongside the other two's, opened wide when they saw Athena herself sitting in the waiting room, in a bus station. You know what I find funny? She could easily get a phone and use the GPS to the next city or just use the roads, but I guess just running from city to city can be exhausting. I said with a shrug. Honestly, deities are weird. They are powerful but they have their sense of comfort. They don't act upon certain things. Master, phones don't have GPS. The ones in the newest cars are barely functioning either. Seraphal said from the side as she was looking at Athena on the screen. She had a complex look on her face. Only your phones have it. I think you are giving too much credit to the current human technological level. The black-haired devil said with a sigh. Right, damn. I forgot to check up on the stuff they have at the moment. I said with realization. I haven't checked what regular people did for the past couple of years. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything of note. Only a few good anime came out. Apart from that. She shrugged at me while saying that. I nodded at her as I looked at the screen. I should name this show The Woes of the Goddess of Wisdom in Unknown Lands. My gaze then went on to the trio of the arrivals. The most pale of them was Artemis as she realized that the Goddess of Wisdom was in my lands. Chapter 39, Working on Car and Things Happening in Kuo, R18. First thing is to recreate all the missing parts for the engine. Begin assembly, Aurora. I ordered the AI as I walked towards the car. Dinner was finished. Watching an annoyed Athena was fun for the first few minutes before it just gets boring. So instead, I decided to return to something much more interesting. Understood, beginning transmutation of the pieces that need to be replaced. I nodded at her, before starting to disassemble the front of the car. It was quite easily done as I am using psionic energy. The process of which is simply to put my hand on the piece, send some energy into it, find the screws and the bolts, and undo them. Then the part comes off. Rinse and repeat. Easily enough, the whole front was disassembled in less than an hour. It was quite weird to look at an entirely pure machine like this. Even my Starscream fighters are half magical. Just by working on this, I realized how backwards this was. However, this allowed me to adapt. Just by looking at this, I know how to improve, what to rip off, and what to add. Half of the engines are not needed and can be easily discarded. The internal combustion engine sound can easily be replaced because I've always loved the sound of the BMW. The parts are finished, according to the scans I did before. To my side, quite a large pedestal came out of the ground and it was full of car engine parts. But, before those can be put on, I need to first fix the one which I can fix regularly, as they only have some bends and can be easily fixed. Well, that's what a normal person would do. With my hand, I motioned the fixable part to fly and follow me towards the workshop tables. Psionic powers helped me quite a bit with this work. How many people have ever worked around a car and not even once got dirty with oil? Not many. And I am part of that club. Because, so far not, even a drop landed on my clothes. At least for now. Quickly enough, I started fixing the parts, quite easily actually. Transmutation is the answer to many things. And these are included. Just turn them into a liquefied state and then turn them back into the parts one want. Before long, all of them were fixed, and I went back to the car. With a simple hand motion, I made them fly into the car and start getting them assembled again. Once the engine was fixed, I started patching up the frame. It was quite easy, especially with the amount of mind power that I have. I could easily bend metals however I want. And with the magic circles helping, it was even easier. The paint was, well, easy. Magic easily solved that as well. Before I knew it, it was the evening and the car was fixed. Sitting leisurely in my blue BMW M3 E36, it was quite nostalgic. The ancient dashboard, no inboard computer, no GPS, the gearbox was manual. Well, the car was from 2003. Still though, after running the engine for a bit, I felt some satisfaction. But it was underwhelming. I realized that, yeah, I am going to upgrade it to what I want because a simple tune-up wasn't going to cut it. Even if I were to update the engine to a 3-liter one, it still won't cut it. If I am going to leave it like that, it would be like an itch on one's palm, every single day. I leaned into the seat and closed my eyes for a bit, thinking about how I was going to make this little stock car into something much more respectable. The engine is quite easy. I already thought about it when I was disassembling. The idea of how to change it was already there. However, a pure engine for just a casual drive is not enough, a diamond core hard variant. The triangle version I use for scale mails. This way it will have processing power. The frame of the car will be sacred gear metal, as well as the shell. This way it won't be breakable. With a triangle core in place, I can add the transformer protocol and even other transformations. The tires can be reworked as well, into something more durable. Aurora, I need you to scan the fixed car and add every single technological advancement I've ever made, to date. I said immediately after opening my eyes. Every single? Yes, all of them, I said with a nod. As I left the car and closed the doors, the scanning lights once again started scanning the whole car vertically and horizontally. As the scan was happening, I pulled out my backpack and walked over to a manual scanner. Once there, I pulled out my notebook and made the scanner scan the drawing I had for the tuned-up version of my car. Add this tune-up version of the car on top as the finished version. Understood. Sure enough, I saw the drawings come to life as a proper BMW from Need for Speed Most Wanted. Honestly, I haven't played this world's version of it. Pretty sure I have not played any game in years. I wonder if people have noticed that I know stuff without even watching or playing it. Well, pretty sure people have questions but no one has gathered enough courage to ask. Rendering is complete. I have kept the majority of things, excluding the dash panel, the way they are in the aesthetic sense. While things, under the hood, are up to the standards of your inventions. Aurora said to me as the 3D image of the tuned-up BMW appeared in front of me. It was barely a meter-wide image but this way I can see it properly from all angles. With a hand motion, I made it spin, then I made it open up the doors in the hood. Now, what was inside truly made it stand out. The engine had neon LED blue lights highlighting the parts. I could see where the triangle core was. As expected, Aurora has chosen the triangle one over the regular one. Since the triangle on is the movable one, the majority of the engine is gone and replaced by a single solitary piece. This even makes the engine removal quite easily done if needed. Simply put, I could remove this and put it into another car, quite easily. In other words, it could be mass-produced. Very nice, indeed. Show me the modes you added into it, I asked after stopping the spinning model. Surely enough, next to this model was the Transformers version of the car, then a plain version with a pair of energy wings. Followed by a much more widened version which is the speed version. Then another one, which is an underwater version with much smaller wings and a propeller. The propeller, however, needs work, as I have some ideas which I will be implementing in the battleships. Since I got the image, why don't we start on this? Is this how he always does things? Artemis asked Seraphol. The moon goddess watched him the whole time since she arrived here. She saw him fix a completely broken car. While she has no idea how long it takes for a regular human to do that. It's not a single afternoon, that's for sure. Then, of course, she saw his plans to turn this vehicle into something more. From the images she saw, this thing most likely will be able to go anywhere. More or less. I was here before most of the stuff here was built. I was the one who installed the plumbing. Artemis raised her eyebrow. Plumbing. Is she for real? It is something else to see, things coming together. I saw him draw those guns, the scale mail, and other things like the computer, Quinella's birth. The moon goddess slowly nodded. She could partially understand what the Satan meant. As a goddess of Olympus, she was around the god of blacksmith and she saw him work countless times. But those things became blurry with Marcus around. He blurs what the work of a god is and what the work of a human is. While she has no doubt Hephaestus could fix the machine in a quick time. Marcus did that in a single afternoon. The parts he had created were the creation of alchemy, the like she had never seen before. Honestly, she wants to figure out where the rest of the parts came from. What is underneath them? Some sort of factory. You've been watching him for years like this then? Hippolyta asked Seraphol. The Queen of Amazons is quite baffled. While she sees this as interesting, she would get bored after some time. But this devil just continued to watch him work his things for years. I did, honestly, it's more interesting than any other things. Besides, he likes it when we discuss his creations. The best way to get to him is through that. Seraphol explained with a shrug. The current Leviathan doesn't mind sharing that, because she knows these three newcomers will have a hard time talking about his inventions with him. I see. I will keep that in mind. Artemis said with a nod. The silver-haired goddess didn't expect that Satan Leviathan herself would give her some tips. However, this tip is quite difficult to follow. Or not, there are some ways to use it. The goddess had a thoughtful look, so did Hippolyta. The Queen of Amazons already has some idea on how to use this to her advantage. They can always discuss weaponry and she can always test it out for him. While Atlanta, on the other hand, has something neither of those two have, and that is being his exclusive pet. Marcus maybe doesn't realize it, but he likes just talking to her and she would just listen, like a cat who is listening to her master. While it's humiliating. At first that is, she realized that there's no point in trying to fight something she has no means to escape, not that she wanted to. By this point, she just decided to do her part and get what she wants. She already had one of the greatest amounts of fun since the Caledonian hunt. Hunting dinosaurs. Now that was fun. Weirdly enough, she can't remember what happened next, only that she woke up in her bed after. And all she knows about this is that there was an accident with Quinella and she just knocked out everyone, including Goddess Artemis. This is a reminder to her that people in this place are monsters in disguise, or they have some extraordinary background. The huntress decided to use her given abilities to live nicely in this place. Now that she is not part of the hunt. Since only pure girls can be inside one. She now properly belongs to her new master. Anyway, ladies. I will leave you three, for now. I have a meeting to prepare for. Master's actions are still sending ripples through the supernatural world. Seraphol said with a sigh as she got up from her couch. She enjoyed the lovey-dovey day she had with Marcus, but now she needs to return to the mess his actions have caused. She truly needs to retire from this work and just be a full-time girlfriend for him. Oh. People trying to contact you so that they could establish contact with him. Artemis asked with a knowing look. This sounds about right. She has heard that Marcus' only outside source is Seraphol. Well, when she was in Olympus, she only heard about Seraphol having a human inventor as a contract. Not that she would have contacted her for obvious reasons that her pride was at stake. Pretty much. People like Azazel and Michael are moving. This might lead to peace talks, finally. And as someone responsible for diplomacy, I am at the very spearhead of all of this. Artemis' eyes widened for a second. Peace. Between those three factions. Well, this is big. If they are going to unite, then it's going to be a big deal, or should be. However, her interest in all that diminished considerably. Now that she is living the life of a maid, it's no longer her responsibility to care about politics. Sure, she wants her pantheon to survive. It's her family, no matter how eccentric they are. That can be easily taken care of with her serving her new master. She already understood how Seraphol has her gear and how her little sister got hers. Timing is important, and listening as well. All Seraphol did was offer a good solution at a perfect time. As the new maids were thinking, they saw Seraphol walk over to Marcus and they talked for a bit. Before the teen inventor kissed her, well, it was hard snog. The current Leviathan quickly finished because she knew it would get out of hand, so she quickly rushed out to the teleportation point. Artemis had a thoughtful look before looking at the screen on the TV. She could see that Athena was on the move and had already arrived at a bigger town. Most likely looking for more clues. Her eyes narrowed for a bit. She knows her family well, and they are not the best when it comes to diplomacy. So, it's up to her to smooth the talks. Marcus has been having a blast working like this again. He took the car completely apart, remolded the frame and turned it into a special alloy mixed with sacred gear metal. Following that, he started working on the engine, which is going to be more like a heart and not a car engine anymore. The way he saw the car reminded him of that nice ride from the Back to the Future, the 1981 DeLorean DMC-12. Now that was a ride, for 1980 that is. It served nicely on how to make it possible to fly design-wise and, yeah, time travel. With his current tech level, Marcus could time travel at least to the theoretical level. As he already can cut distance with space, adding limitless energy and speed factor in, it would be possible to use the car to travel time. However, the key factor is missing, and that is time magic itself. Meaning that Marcus needs to find someone who has some grasp on time magic. I guess I know my next summon. Thankfully, this one is going to be very fitting. According to Seraphol, she likes mecha. So we are going to get along swimmingly. As Marcus thought about that, he finished his shower and left the bathroom. It has been some time since he used his home instead of the base. After installing Realitas Technomancy in his home, he no longer needed to be there as there was a hard light hologram doing a bunch of things for him. However, today is different because he was working in his garage instead of the base, so he decided to sleep in his room instead of his spacious, holograms and Realitas-powered bedroom. Still, though, the moment he entered his room he saw that his bed was occupied by a certain maid goddess. Artemis. You didn't go back? Marcus asked her as he walked into his room and closed the doors behind him. He walked over to his wardrobe. The silver-haired beauty's eyes followed him like a hawk, taking in every piece of his naked upper half. As someone who had just awoken to the pleasures of flesh, her interest in her men went up through the roof. As someone who has double digits of women serving you, I find it odd that you are not keeping one with you all the time, Artemis said as she elegantly got up from his bed and walked towards him in just a few steps. Now, there is no need for you to dress up in any way. The beauty said with quite a hot tone. She took his hand and led him onto the bed and made him sit. Losing his towel in the process as her pull was quite powerful. She, quite awkwardly, got on his lap, facing him. There was quite a big blush on her face. Quite a contrast with her silver hair and pale skin. Marcus only raised his eyebrow at her. This was odd. He didn't expect Artemis to try to seduce him like this. Honestly, he had his way with the moon goddess and Atlanta because they were trying to seduce him back then. Now, it would look like the goddess of hunt is trying even harder. He only needed to think for a bit before he realized that the reason for this is the goddess of wisdom having a journey in his small country. Smiling for a bit, his hands went onto her incredible ass and gave a firm squeeze. So, tell me beautiful, why did you decide to stick with me for the night? He asked her as he pulled her closer to himself. Artemis already could feel something quite hot brushing past her left thigh. She was extremely out of her element, and this time she is without Atlanta. As I said. I thought you should have at least one of the maids with you. Silverhead said that with a red face. She was turning into a tsundere the longer she was in this situation. I see, then I guess you know that I need very little when we're like this alone, Marcus said as his hands went under her short skirt and started traveling towards her sweet spot. Soon enough, he did feel some dampness there. Artemis was already quite wet. Akeno, she whined hotly into his ear. As she felt his fingers around her special place. The goddess can't believe how easily she is getting carried away by this. Artemis slowly opened her eyes. She realized that she was sleeping with Marcus in his bed in the regular house of his. A lot of embarrassment washed over her. For the simple reason that her seduction plan was an utter failure. She ended up being seduced herself in the end. She simply forgot about the rest, and drowned in the pleasure of being railed hard for most of the night. Halfway through, the beauty doesn't even remember her initial thoughts. Realizing that she has failed, and most likely she won't get another chance for this, because both Hippolyta and Atlanta will realize that Goddess has tricked them and will be suspicious if she tries to pull something like this again. For now, she decided to think and move as little as possible. Honestly, sleeping on him like this is amazing. It's like she was sleeping on a heat source of some sort. Anything closest to this is using her wolf's fur as a pillow. Quite a bit of time passed as Marcus' alarm clock rang. Meaning that it was time for them to wake up. The teen opened his eyes slowly and the phone simply stopped ringing. All the goddess felt was some sort of energy being used. It is most likely psionic energy, which she still needs to figure out if it's related to that incident of her getting knocked out. Honestly, Artemis is sort of embarrassed that she was knocked out like that. Morning. It's quite something else waking up with you like that. He said that while stroking her back. You only need to ask and I will be in your bed. Isn't that the purpose of a maid? The silverhead said with a simple tone. There was no need to play around the bush when the truth is there. Maids are someone who serves their master with everything they got. At least that is what she remembers about them. True enough, I suppose. Still though, I already know why you are taking that extra effort. If you are worried about Athena, then you should not be. Because, unlike you, she is not here to put me under her foot. As Marcus said that, he enjoyed the look Artemis was giving him. Her cheeks turned red from embarrassment, even her reason for seduction was easily seen through. I see, well, I suppose, I should thank you then. After she got her embarrassment over, she spoke these words very quietly. It is getting easier to speak like this. Most likely because she is getting to know him better, quite intimately. Kuo. Sona has no idea how to feel about the current developments in the town under Rias and her control. Not every day does the leader of fallen angels just pop in and asks permission to rent a flat. Honesty, the Citri heiress freaked out so much that she nearly passed out. Thankfully, moments later, her older sister appeared and fixed up this mess. Well, fixing it up is a strong word because now they have the leader of fallen angels living in their town and Sona feels like walking on thin ice. This situation got even weirder when the men started summoning her peerage for devil contracts. According to her peerage, he summons them to talk about Marcus Goldman and play Mario Kart. And now, it was her turn. At times like these, she is annoyed to be born as a devil and do these chores. You are something else. Summoning devils like that even when we are still in a cold war. Sona said while fixing her glasses. Honestly, she would be scared to face someone of ultimate class like Azazel. Thankfully she is prepared. She only needed to send one message to Marcus and now she can use the diamond formation around herself to protect herself in case it gets hairy. Come now. I have already told your sister that I come in peace. He even showed a peace sign with his fingers. The man was eccentric, especially in Sona's eyes. The men ignored the Cold War and came to devil territory. And the reason for that is quite obvious. At the moment, the Citri heiress and her peerage are the only beings outside Marcus to have the new types of gears. Only recently did the world outside learn about it. It's quite impressive how under wraps it lasted. However, the moment it became public knowledge, other beings started to come to her to find out more. Azazel here is at the forefront of all of it. Yes. I can see that. Since you have summoned me, you want something. Sona asked with a sigh. She has no idea how she should address him. Professionally. Casually. Something in between. Indeed. I need a gaming partner. I have already prepared the consoles. Several different tastes of fizzy drinks. And chips. A perfect preparation for a night of gaming. Azazel proudly showed a table full of junk food and drinks. Sona grimaced internally for a bit. She knows quite well that devil physiology doesn't care much for the food they eat. But as someone who has been following several sets of specific diets to get everything she could out of exercising, she stopped eating any sort of high-calorie stuff. However, since she had been summoned to be a gaming partner. I see, well then let's get this over with. Sona sighed and walked over to take her seat. Azazel just smirked and walked over to his seat, he then handed over one of the controllers to her. So, you know him in person, right? The general governor asked the heiress. The question was so out of the blue that Sona's cart lost control for a second as the black-haired devil forgot how to control it for a bit. Azazel used that moment and overtook her like that. The Citri heiress narrowed her eyes for a bit. This was a low blow. She quickly got back in the race after a few moments. You need to be more specific with your questions, Sona said sharply as she was pretending she doesn't know what he is talking about. Please. Serafal used the same excuse just a couple of nights back. It's not like I am going to take over the contract from you. Truthfully to be told, your contract should have ended when he revealed himself like he did. Sona had a confused look for a moment. He revealed himself in public. She quickly snapped from that and paused the game. On purpose. While I have no idea about him revealing himself, my contract was extended and upgraded. The heiress clarified to him. This means that I still have many things which I can't tell you just because you are asking. She said sharply. Heh. I know. I have already figured out some things just from casual conversations. He said that with a smug tone. Just to let you know. Marcus Goldman reveal has made us, the three factions, move towards peace as we speak at the moment. His words made Sona almost drop her glasses off. This was monumental. The teens' invasion of Romania made us, quite, how should I put this? Jumpy. Yes, that's the word. So, we are rushing to make this peace happen. Azazel explained quite simply to her. Invasion of Romania. This is the first time I am hearing this. He invaded the vampires. Since there was nothing on regular news about an invasion. The Citri heiress asked with a baffled tone. Why did no one say anything to her? So you don't know? Well, I suppose your Devil Council didn't want everyone to know how Marcus Goldman simply erased Teep's faction from the face of the earth. He brought a massive airship, Transformers, and Mandalorians. The whole thing only lasted for a few hours before he left, and from what my spies from other factions told me, he now is the ruler of the vampires. The more Azazel explained, the more baffled the heiress became. A human is ruling the vampires now. Isn't it like most of Balkan countries? And she was ignorant to all of this. Why didn't Serafal say anything to her? I see, this is monumental. And now you want me to tell you things about him. You do know that I only met him in person twice. Sona said with a serious tone. Azazel only smiled at her. While she tried to hide her obvious infatuation with Marcus Goldman, the general governor saw right through it. Chapter 40, Patching Atlanta. Athena looked at the town she just arrived. It was around twice as big as the one she was before. And to no surprise, everyone in this town spoke the primary language. It felt like day and night. The town has old, some of the buildings are several hundred years old, the Gothic and Baroque styles dominated the Christian churches. Not that it mattered much to the goddess as the amount of magic interference in here, no angels can't even descend properly. The space lock in place will send them flying to neighboring countries, killing from recoil alone. Well, most of the angels, only some of the strongest will survive, like the seraphs, probably. Honestly, she doesn't want to test the space lock in this place. She had never seen one this big before. No supernatural will choose something like this instead of teleportation. I can sense a high amount of magic in the south from here. From the looks of it, there are several spots with excess magic flow. Most likely facilities hidden under powerful barriers. One of them should be the docks for that monstrosity. Athena thought about the massive magic signature just flying over not far from her location just a day before. Meaning that it flew towards somewhere south. The brown-haired goddess dearly hopes it's not her fault that the thing was flying towards her pantheon. Honestly, she was quite terrified of this development. Thankfully, or not, she once again was notified by that man that their game is continuing and that the airship is not flying to Greece. The goddess of wisdom doesn't know how to feel about the whole idea that she is being watched like some animal in a cage. Well, she can only gnash her teeth and quickly find him because of this feeling, is very embarrassing and annoying. She quickly pulled out a map and cross-referenced with the magic in those directions she is feeling. It's quite difficult as it's like she was in a mountainous area where all mountains are big and only a selected few of them are slightly taller. Now she needs to figure it out. I see, so, that how it is, there is a town in that direction around 73 kilometers which has excess magic flowing, or two areas, most likely the key facilities. And conveniently, it has girl in its name. That man. He used that riddle to mess with me. Athena growled that he messed with her. However, it lasted for a short amount of time before she calmed down. She can't be pissed off against someone who erased Teep's faction and has an army of robots and most likely clones. She needs to be calm and with a clear mind against someone like that. Eventually, she realized that this trip will be quite quick because it's on the highway this way. She has finally hit the main roadway of this small nation. Arriving there at midnight is not wise. She still has no idea who the guy is. Meaning that she can still waste time looking for him specifically. So, the goddess of wisdom decided to catch the earliest morning bus possible to that place. She is still baffled that there exist places which have an even higher saturation of magic than as it is. She can feel the difference even 70 kilometers away. Such thing is absurd, the man is either insane or he can produce magic from thin air. For a second she had thoughtful look, her mind working overtime thinking on this. Her eyes widened to a large degree, she nearly dropped her glasses. Because she just realized something absurd. Perpetual energy. This explains a lot, like the majority of his things. The speed of his faction's progression, the army, the robots, one can build all that with endless energy, but, such output, how can he do it? Now that Athena realized this, she is even more curious. Hell, she is ready to seduce for such information. The garage. Marcus was lazily sitting on his couch and watching Athena. More specifically, her facial expressions. It would seem she realized our location. If I was a betting man, then she will be here tomorrow, Marcus said while stroking the hair of his beautiful pet. At the moment they were the only two in the garage. The rest of the maids are working. His devils are busy. Well, Atlanta is working too. She is half maid, half pet. I am more shocked how a goddess is reduced to a mere human in this place. The huntress said with a sigh. She is baffled by what she saw. Athena herself taking buses. Atlanta can understand that the senses are muffled in this place because of the enormous amount of magic in the air. But why she is not flying? Don't look surprised. I have pulled her out of her element. She is adapting. If you have not noticed, she started paying attention to road signs and using proper directions. Before this, she was wandering around aimlessly. Marcus said that with entertained tone. The lion girl's eyes slightly widened as she realized that it was the truth. She was far too baffled to realize that before. You are right, interesting. She said with a nod. Honestly, Atlanta doesn't have high respect for Athena. Well, yes, she respects the goddess of wisdom like any god. But beyond that. The blonde beauty believes Athena is far too arrogant and nerdy, as they say nowadays. The woman believes in the mind far more than her body. Even though she is goddess warfare. Far too many times, the lion girl saw the woman just sitting there and telling how better she would have done. And how better her tactics would have been. Honestly, the huntress just wanted to punch her in the face. So, this current situation is, how should she put it? A guilty pleasure. The situation now is reversed. All she does is just sit around, watches how Athena is reduced to a human adventurer and has to navigate through unfamiliar lands. There is a certain amount of satisfaction for the lion girl. Indeed, tell me, my pet, did you enjoy the hunt in the entertainment dome? Marcus asked her. The question made her refocus on things happening now. She can guess that he is looking for something. Testing her. Atlanta doesn't know for a moment how to answer that. Should she just tell him that she enjoyed immensely the whole hunt in a primal place like the ancient world? Don't be guarded like that. I want to hear if you enjoyed it. He asked her while extra gently stroking her hair. His actions made her experience goosebumps through her whole body. This was heavenly, and his tender actions make her extremely hard to resist him. The lion girl eventually caves in and decided to tell him. Yes. It was like nothing I have experienced before. The vegetation was so different. There was not a single leaf-based tree. Only small bushes had those. Then the dinosaurs themselves. There were countless amount of them. From extremely small to even bigger than a bus. They were not even the biggest issue as the heat. It felt like we were in the deepest parts of the Sahara. What baffled me was this was not even 100% realism. As if Aurora did full-on realism, then we would have too much oxygen. Meaning it could make people's heads spin. And then. The girl had a somewhat dreamy look. The moon was so big, it truly felt like we were on a different planet altogether. She said the last part with quite a bit of awe and excitement just remembering the sight. Marcus listened attentively. He honestly didn't experiment that much with the realitist technomancy. Towards what Atlanta and what the group of maids did. He preferred sci-fi stuff and bringing fictional characters to life. But, what the lion girl did was different. She went nearly full realism on the dinosaur era, which had a lot of different factors. Like much smaller amount of oxygen in the air. For a second he thought. Should he tell her what he is planning to do in nearby future? I see, so you truly liked what you saw. You know. I can tell you something I didn't tell anyone yet. He got her curiosity piqued quite a bit when said the second half. Oh. And you going to tell it to me? The blonde turned her head towards him and looked with raised eyebrow. Something I came up with yesterday. Did some basic math in class for it. He said with a shrug, mentioning this. Honestly, Atlanta is baffled and wonders what people would think when someone like Marcus is attending classes and doing some crazy calculations which most likely going to lead to some crazy inventions. Her gut feeling is telling her that. And what did this math lead to? Atlanta cautiously asked him. She is preparing for something crazy at the moment. Time travel. I see. A few moments later she finally processed what he said. And? Is it possible? Assuming you want to travel some distant past or ancient times. Atlanta asked curiously. This was no longer some sci-fi movie some of the younger hunters used to watch on free time and she had to babysit them. Nope, after seeing the craziness of this place. It's not some pipe dream thing. Theoretically, I have an idea how it's going to work. But, again, I need someone who can use time-based magic. I already have quite large mastery over space magic and things related to speed. Marcus explained to her, as those two things are large factors for time travel. The lion girl slowly nodded. She has no clue about the whole magic stuff. All of her experience comes from using Artemis divine energy, which she can't use anymore. This means that she lost the majority of her power. This made her think that she needs to find a different way of getting power. First thing which came to her mind is her master helping her out in this. Honestly, he was the one who made her powerless in the first place. Mostly, she did the seducing. Well, seducing is a strong word, as she doesn't truly know how to seduce properly. I see. I suppose now you need to find someone who can teach you time magic. She asked him curiously. Atlanta wants to know how he is going to move from here, and how it's related to their previous conversation. Thankfully, it's not difficult to get one who can help me with this, Marcus said with a smile, as his hand returned to her hair. The inventor enjoys this very much. Honestly, him provoking Artemis like this nearly a year ago is truly one of the best things he did. Truly. I thought such magic is rare. The blonde huntress was a little bit shocked to hear that he already has a solution to this, while trying to ignore his hand at the same time. It is rare. That's why I will be summoning the next head of Agar's family. Hearing that made Atlanta have look of realization. The devil pillar has such magic. And Marcus is the second coming of Solomon. The lion girl even forgot for some time that Marcus is the successor of that man. His inventions and creations bury that. That means you will be summoning and binding a pillar, which will cause some stir. The huntress reasoned with him. She has no idea how this works, but what if he summons the devil when she is in the middle of a meeting? Don't worry. I will prepare accordingly. You should just relax and watch things happen. He said that with a smirk which made Atlanta slowly nod at him. I will. Does this mean the time travel thing will be added to the car? As the lion girl asked, her gaze went to the side where the car is. The vehicle is partially disassembled. Marcus was taking a break from his work and spending time with her and watching Athena progress. Indeed. It will be like from Back to the Future. Honestly, the amount of stuff one can invent just looking at movies is enormous. One of the reasons why I like watching them. The quite a happy tone confirmed her suspicion. Isn't it quite dangerous to change the past like this? I might be clueless about much of magic, but even I know about the butterfly effect. While she does not doubt that Marcus could eventually discover time travel. What about the side effects of time travel? Sigh. It's not as cut and dry. While if we go to ancient Greece and I kidnap Helen, the war of Troy would not happen and the history would severely change. Atlanta looked at him as if he is a weirdo. What? I want to see what the whole fuss is about her. Marcus eye-rolled at her. Seriously. He wants to see what caused one of the greatest wars in the Bronze Age. This chick should be hot for this thing to happen. But, if we go somewhere around 63 million years ago, then much we do won't going to be relevant. He said with a shrug. It won't. How come? The asteroid will hit the Earth regardless. That's the difference in scales. We can do some things on Earth's surface like hunting or collecting the DNA of the dinosaurs. But none of these actions will affect the asteroid. Because it's in space. However, if I were to go to space in that period and do some crazy stuff, then a completely different thing. As my action could derail the impact and dinosaurs could survive and humans would never take over. Her eyes widened, starting to think from this kind of angle. There are multiple periods in history where we can visit and we won't going to affect much of this. Earth went through several great extinctions. Most of them are from geothermal events. Volcanoes? She asked with realization as she remembered stories about Pompeii. Indeed. More precisely, supervolcanoes cause ice age for tens of years. This caused the extinction of nearly 95% of all life forms on the planet's surface, while seas fared much better, around 80%. Marcus explained to her. That's why, my darling, your dream can become reality. The teen tenderly said that to her as he stroked her cheek. Atlanta that moment realized that she will be able to experience the real deal. I see. As she said that, she changed her position, sitting in his lap. She turned to the side and now she was facing him. There was a certain smile on her face that Marcus could not understand. She wrapped her hands around him and pulled herself more into him. Her tail was moving from side to side. At the moment she was very sexy. While it will be entertaining, when you did your things to me I lost all my powers. At the moment I am only as good as a very experienced human hunter. And on top of that, I am aging as well. When she said that, Marcus' eyes for a second changed. Atlanta's reaction to that was a little bit stiff. She didn't expect him to flip like that. For a second she felt a presence in her head. It was like she was scanned from top to bottom. Unfamiliar energy washed her over. You are right. This needs fixing. Immediately. The lion girl quickly gulped down nervously. Honestly, she did not expect him to react like that. Her aging only returned regularly according to Goddess Artemis, meaning that she is only in her early 20s. There is no need for such haste. I won't be dying anytime soon. Atlanta quickly clarified. She only wanted to get a properly working bow. Doesn't matter. You need fixing up. Let's go. As Marcus said that, his hands went on her firm backside and got up from his couch. The lion girl quickly wrapped herself around him. This was embarrassing. She can walk herself. But the teen ignored this and took her downstairs where the station for him maglev is. Once he was there, the train arrived and he boarded it to his base. The best part of this is that he has around 10 minutes to cuddle with his lovable and sexy pet. By the time they were in the base, he didn't want to leave the maglev because the kissing was building up. However, fixing Atlanta's lifespan is a priority. Honestly, by this point, he should fix all his girls because regular humans are quite fragile. So, he quickly, to Atlanta's embarrassment, took her to the genetic wing of his base. He went to the main control consoles, which was something similar to the doctor's office and a lab. Everything was white and looked like it was done from plastic. Marcus has based the genetic wing on Star Wars and the race which likes cloning animals and people, the Kaminoans, making Atlanta slightly weirded out by the amount of whiteness there is in this place. Thankfully, she can finally sigh a relief because the teen inventor finally let her down. As he took his seat and 3 holographic screens appeared, forming a downside U around Marcus. Right, let's see. The black-haired teen used his psionic interface to skim through the menus before selecting Atlanta's DNA. Soon enough he showed a naked image of the feline beauty. The light beauty's body 3D image was spinning around in her full size. You pervert. She said that with an eye roll. And some blush too. You think you are using the same thing to seduce and get things you want from me? Anyway, your hair allowed me to rebuild your image. So, I saw you naked nearly a year ago. He said with a grin, making her blush more, and there is some annoyance on her face now. She is not used to such pervy talk. Maybe, let's just get this over with. She said with a sigh. Atlanta knows it's pointless to argue with someone who can pull out something from a thin air on her. Sure. He quickly went over through her DNA, adding things and altering them. The only thing the lion girl can understand is that he is moving some sort of ball from the structure. Removing and adding something, it's all strange to her, way above anything she can understand. Did you ever try to use senjutsu or tuki? Marcus asked as he looked through her DNA. He already knows it like the back of his hand, and some of it has been used to advance his DNA. No. Not that I can remember. However, I remember trying to learn it. She said with a thoughtful look. Trying RO recall things from a distant past. That's because your affinity for tuki is quite low. While senjutsu would be impossible. Why? I thought, because I am similar to yokai, I could learn it. She pointed at her ear and tail. No. Your body is that of a demi-human. Half lion and half human. But, you originally were human. So, your soul is that of a human. This means that you still have sometimes discomforts with your tail or your feline ears. Her eyes slightly widened and she had knowing look. As if she remembered something. Now that I have Sephiroth Graal and have a full understanding of souls, I can see certain things when it comes to bodies and souls, Marcus explained to her. Atlanta slowly nodded. So, that journey to Romania was quite important from the looks of things. It even going to help her with things she never knew she needed. That's interesting. So what kind of changes my body will go through? Now with much more interest, she asked him. Well, since you are my maid and my pet. Something I will take pride in. So, I am giving the same treatment as Quinella. The base package of perfect human. This means, quite high adaptation, eternal youth, you will going to have access to magic, tuki, psionic energy as well as base power. I am going to add some natural sense to these energies for you. So, that you wouldn't need to spend time learning them from grounds up. From your lion side, you will inherit more of a natural sense for fighting. Most importantly, your sides will mold into one much more. The lion girl attentively listened to his explanations. What is base strength you mentioned? She asked curiously, as she has no idea what is the definition of base power. This originated from Artemis DNA, meaning that one genome is altered to be close to where Artemis is. In simple terms, you will be around ultimate class. Since the class is very broad, it can be at Seraphal level or be higher than that. Does this mean you can make it stronger if you get, for example, Zeus or one of the primordials DNA? Atlanta asked with slightly widened eyes as she is trying to understand how this DNA altering works. Not quite. It's more like map making. While it helps somewhat to improve the strength if we get primordial God's DNA, we still need to adjust and fit with the human body. She nodded hearing that. It sorta makes sense but doesn't explain it all. The difference between a deity and a human is that gods were crafted to be perfect, while humans are still part of evolution and are heavily impacted by the surroundings. Marcus that moment showed human strand and Artemis strand. Just by looking at this, you can see that one is shaped in a certain way while the other is not so, like comparing an architectural marvel while the other one is a natural wonder. When the inventor explained it like that, Atlanta instantly understood what he means. This means one is easy to change, while the other not so much. The lion girl said with a frown, this is not something she is familiar with, but she is trying to understand what he is telling her. Yes. The natural grounds can be used to build something in an architectural sense. While with DNA which already build, not so much. As it's already there. For example, my DNA already has a building, so changing into something different is almost impossible because it's very specific. Unless I am to switch bodies. Which sounds gross in a sense. Marcus slightly grimaced thinking of changing bodies. He likes himself quite a bit and there is no point to switch. I see, now I understand this better, even through you explained and such. She for a second blushed since he needed to dumb down for her. Simple way. Don't mention it. I know this is new stuff for you, so tried to say in a way that we would be on the same page. Atlanta slightly smiled when he said that. She wanted to say dumb down, but he either saw it and saved her or simply glossed over. Either way, she appreciated that. Since you got it down. Your DNA is in the middle with this. As you were human and turned into a lion and then became demi-human, you could say it's like a beach. You can build only on one side while the other is much harder, which can impact it as a whole. Marcus explained with a thoughtful look. Which made Atlanta understand that there is a balance of some sort. We will go with the human side of upgrades. As I said before, you will get the same stuff Quinella got. Followed some smoothing out with the lion part. As he said that, he showed a picture of upgraded Atlanta. The lion girl just deadpanned at him. The only difference I see is that you made my breasts a couple sizes bigger. She said with a little bit annoyed tone. That might look so. All I did, I have added Artemis perfect middle strand here. You received her blessing when you haven't finished maturing. That affect your body as a whole, especially after the whole lion part when it was thrown into the mix. The beauty just groaned internally. Even now, he perfectly explained why she will have bigger breasts. This is nuts. Fine. Whatever. Let's get this over with. She just wanted to get a new bow. Instead, she will receive a body upgrade. How did this derail like this? Marcus just shrugged at her and mentally pressed a few things on the windows. The math and test were done on the 3 original DNA a long time ago. So, there is no excess weighting or anything like that is needed. The data he got from Sephiroth Graal even smooths out all the changes to one's DNA. It's like magic version of Google on life and souls. Adding magic to the mix makes quite a bit of difference in angles one can go. However, something extreme like, for example, making a vampire and werewolf half-blood from a simple vampire is not possible, without repercussions, that is. Marcus did remember that Lucifer dude turned vampires into evil dragons. This is possible, but that was an extremely crude override of all DNA. That insane devil removed all stops which erased whatever vampire there was in and used their DNA as a base to override. In the end, what he said to Atlanta was true. He can't truly go blindly with Sephiroth Graal's abilities. He needs to map out other DNA stuff first. If he wants to mess with Atlanta's feline side. However, what he has is enough to smooth her soul and body. After this, she will be most likely the first proper demi-human, not related to yokai in the whole world. Marcus of course doesn't count all the weird creatures all the pantheons around the world have. For him, it's all about cat girls or any other girls, and as far as he knows only yokai have those. Go in that chamber and lay down on that bed. He motioned for her to enter one of the bio-chambers prepared for DNA alterations. The lion girl nodded and quickly walked over there and laid down. She was quite a bit nervous. The beauty is pushing her nervousness down with a strong front. Not that it mattered to Marcus as he saw through it. Relax, I was the first one to try these. The ones which were done to me were much more difficult compared to yours. I didn't have Sephiroth Graal at that time. He explained with a smile. Making her a little bit more relieved. Seeing that she was a little bit better, Marcus started the process. Soon enough the biochamber was filled with chemical gases. The teen made sure everything is smoothly operating before checking some other stuff on the holographic screen. What he wanted to see is his connection to the soul. When his body was altered, his soul was not touched. So, with data from Sephiroth Graal, he can now check it himself from a different angle. The result was, his soul barely changed. While his body was that of one of the strongest beings in the world, a simple soul rend would most likely kill him quite easily. This was not good, at all. He needed a second to process that before starting to fix this issue. Which was not that difficult. After calming down, he simply did the same thing he did to Atlanta. Smoothing out soul to the body. With a couple of mental presses on the console, another biochamber was prepared for him as well. Unlike for Atlanta, his session will be quite a short one. The first thing Marcus felt was that he was dressed in slacks instead of a suit. He did feel a little bit weird when he finished his first ever DNA altering session. At that time he thought that it was normal. That this tightness he felt was because he just went through a genetic alteration session. Turns out it was not it, because now he felt quite comfortable to himself. His soul has adjusted to his body. And he felt at ease. Once he left his biochamber, he observed Atlanta's one, which was still in progress. A quickly mental check on her vitals showed that she was fine and there were minimal changes to them. He did see a small increase in energy consumption. This is most likely related to the fact that the biochamber is adding mass to her body. In other words, the body is slightly getting altered. This was quite satisfying to the teen, who will have a more sexy lion girl to enjoy. While the beauty was in her biochamber, Marcus looked around. Now that his soul has adapted to his strength, he could feel more. Like he could feel where is Artemis, and where is Athena. It's like his soul mass increased and now he can feel other souls. Since he can feel easily gods around him. Meaning that their mass are big, can they sense this too? No. I think not. Artemis didn't sense Athena. She was quite shocked when she saw her on the TV screen. The black-haired teen inventor remembered the reaction of Artemis when she saw Athena. This means they don't sense the weight of soul. Strange, I need to talk about this with a powerful being. For a second he frowned. Thinking for a bit more and simply waiting for Atlanta to leave the biochamber. There should be more to these souls things. Spiritual pressure. That's bleach stuff. What was that One Piece thing? Conqueror's Haki. Then that Soul Crush thing. Well, pity I don't have on someone to test this. As Marcus was thinking about this, he finally heard the sound of biochamber finishing the alterations.